Meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. All please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As we begin the meeting this morning, before I read the regular script, I want to say that Broward County Public Schools, our community, our thoughts, our prayers, and our actions are going to be supporting those that are surviving and dealing with the massive destruction of the Bahamas. And I know Mr. Runcie is going to have some additional comments that he will make during his superintendent's report on how the community can help support our efforts. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Ms. Bartleman has requested a moment of silence for a Margate Middle School teacher and a Bright Horizons elementary student. Ms. Bartleman?
Please join me for a moment of silence in honor of Arlie Beyer, who taught speech and STEM at Margate Middle School. He was in his second year of teaching. He passed away on August 25th. Also, a moment of silence for a student from Bright Horizons who passed away on August 26th. We'll keep their families in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I have requested a moment of silence for a Wilton Manors elementary school student. I would like to have a moment of silence for a young student, Jibril Martin, a kindergartner from Wilton Manors Elementary, who was tragically killed in an automobile accident last week. We also asked for prayers for his mother, Imani Malik, who still remains in intensive care. She grew up in the area and was a student at Wilton Manors herself. So let's have a moment of silence. Thank you. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. August 20th, 2019, special expulsions. Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. Speakers, Ronald Bears withdrawn. Items G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school year revised. F2, First Amendment to Agreement between Broward County and the School Board of Broward County, Florida, Family Counseling Program Agreement. That's revised and moved to item FF1. II1, Greater Florida Consortium of School Boards 2020 Legislative Program is an added item. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Mr. Moquin, I know Dr. Neesmith was checking on the timing for today. Are we having any special security meeting or any closed door today? Or we don't have any attorney-client, we don't have anything like that today, correct? I know we have budget hearings tonight.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any closed-door sessions, so.
Okay.
But he's double-checking with employee relations.
Okay, just to let staff and my colleagues know, what we will attempt to do is we will attempt to have a break between 12 and 12:30 so that staff, and I know we don't have this opportunity very often to actually eat a lunch and do things that you need to do during that time. And we will do that as close to noon as possible, depending on how the order of the items and the length of those items falls. Yes, Ms. Good, you have a question?
Yes, kind of procedural, since today's, we have several meetings, and I know they're not necessarily meetings, they're meetings after this scheduled meeting, but we have public speakers scheduled at 5, I believe, but we also have other meetings scheduled at 5 and 5:30. So
Yes.
I just wanted to seek guidance from you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I did ask staff. I haven't gotten the response yet with regard to that.
Yeah,
I
we're
would
working-
assume that the meetings that are required by statute supersede the public speakers, but I need to know.
Yeah,
Ms. Brinkworth, I'm looking into it statutorily. I'll give you an answer momentarily.
Ms. Myrick's mic is not on.
Well, oh, thank you.
Ms. Myrick indicated that she's looking into the statutory requirements, and she will let me know more momentarily. Ms. Marte looks like she has a comment. Okay, Ms. Marte is going to see Ms. Myrick, and then you're going to get back to me. So yes, we do have a long day today, and I want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to address the board at the appropriate time. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double letter items for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there board members that would like to discuss G3? It is automatically pulled. Yes, Mrs. Alhadeff? Mrs. Levinson?
Not
Korn?
G3, I need a different G.
Okay. Ms. Korn? What-
G5, please.
G5? Yes. G5 for Mrs. Alhadeff? Give me just 1 second, because I didn't have time to do this prior to. Okay, any E items?
Yes,
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
E1.
E1 for Ms. Bartleman? F1? Ms. Korn?
Didn't we add F2? It's not on the blue sheet, but we just got a yellow, and I'd like to speak to F2.
Oh, it did get
Unless I'm
moved.
wrong.
Yes,
believe
you're
F-
correct.
F2 became FF1
FF1.
because it has a positive
Oh,
financial
okay.
impact
I'm
and
sorry.
and
Okay.
needs to be an open agenda item.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm sorry, any E items besides Ms. Bartleman for E1? Okay. I items?
I,
Ms. Bartleman?
I'm sorry.
Please use your microphone.
I11.
I11 for Ms. Bartleman.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's I8.
So not I11.
Not I11, I8.
No, I'm sorry, it's both, yes.
I8 and 11 for Ms.
Yes, I
Bartleman.
apologize.
Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Levinson?
I7, please.
I7 for Ms. Levinson. Mrs. Alhadeff?
I7 and I10.
I7 and I10 for Mrs. Alhadeff. Yes, Dr. Osgood?
I11.
I11 for Dr. Osgood. Okay. And K items.
I have a K. K1
A1 for Ms. Bartleman.
and K5.
A1 and K5 for Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Levinson?
K1, K2, and K7.
A1, K2, and K7 for Ms. Levinson. Ms. Korn?
K1.
A1 for Ms. Korn. I have, I'm sorry, anyone else for the K items? I have K1, K3, K4, K5, K7, and K8. Yes. Very quickly, I'll go over the items. G5 for Ms. Korn and Mrs. Alhadeff. E1 for Ms. Bartleman. I7 for Ms. Levinson and Mrs. Alhadeff. I8 for Ms. Bartleman. I10 for Ms. Levinson. I11, I'm sorry.
That was Miss Alhadeff.
I'm sorry. Let me double check and make sure I put it in the right box. You are correct.
So
I,
I's, you had I.
7, 8, and 10.
Right.
7, 8, 10, and 11. And I11 is Bartleman and Osgood. K1 Bartleman, Corn, Brinkworth, Levinson, K2, Levinson, K3, Brinkworth, K4, Brinkworth, K5, Bartleman, Brinkworth, K7, Brinkworth, Levinson, and K8, Brinkworth. Is there anyone from the audience who
I'm
would like
sorry,
to
Ms. Brinkworth,
Yes.
could you add me to K2?
K2 for Dr. Osgood? Yes. Anyone else? Is there anyone from the audience who would like to pull an item from the consent agenda that has not already been requested for separate discussion? At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay. Consent agenda items that were not pulled have been approved. At this time, will board members please identify open items that you will be asking questions of? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. Item BB1,
Which number?
BB1. D items, or DD items? Yes. Ms. Corn?
DD1, please.
DD1 for Ms. Corn. Ms. Bartleman?
DD1, DD5, and DD6.
DD1, DD5, and DD6 for Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Levinson?
DD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 2 and 3 are just for comments.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
DD1, DD5, DD6.
And I have DD 1, 4, and 5.
Ms. Brinkworth, I have DD1.
Yes, Dr. Osgood has asked for DD 1 as well. Anyone else for the DD items? Okay, EE items?
You said EE?
EE, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
EE4, 9, and 11.
EE 4, 9, and 11. Ms. Good?
At this time, I have EE 3, 6, and 7.
EE 3, 6, and 7 for Ms. Good. Mrs. Alhadeff? I'm sorry, I didn't see Ms. Levinson's hand before. I'll come back to you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
EE 1, 3, 4, 5, and that's it.
Okay. Mrs. Alhadeff?
EE1, EE5, EE7, EE9.
Anyone else with EE
Yes.
items? I'm sorry, Ms. Corn.
EE1, 3, and 4, please.
Okay. And FF items. There are two of them, FF1 and FF2, even though FF2 is not on the sheet. Ms. Corn?
So FF2 is what was F2. Is that correct?
No. FF1 is
FF1 is what was supposed to be F2,
Yeah, FF,
like FF1.
yes,
Oh, I
FF2
see,
was
okay.
modified, and it is now FF1.
F2 was modified?
Sorry,
Yeah,
F2 was modified to now be F,
Okay,
right.
all right. And Ms. Corn, you would like to speak to that one?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else for the FF1 item?
Get it straight.
II1?
I have one.
Ms. Bartleman?
I11.
II1.
No, then it's I11.
You already asked.
Oh,
II1?
I got it. I have all the I's and ones are blended together. Sorry.
Are you looking to speak to II1 or no?
No, I'm
Okay.
good.
Any JJ items, please?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
JJ2 and JJ3.
JJ2 and 3 for Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Bartleman, it's hard to hear you today. You need to make sure
I'm
you speak
very
into your
sick.
microphone.
I'm
I know, and
sorry.
I'm sorry that you're not feeling well, but you're going to have to do your best.
I will.
LL?
You should turn up my volume.
LL items?
I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
Obviously, you will have the opportunity to speak to any open item, but yes, Ms.
Could I
Levinson?
I didn't say I11. Could you add me to I11, please?
I11 for Ms. Levinson? Yes. Okay, any additional?
And I may have a comment on LL3.
Okay, Ms. Good has indicated she might have a comment on LL3. Okay. May the chair have a motion and a second to consider G3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on G3. And I'm going to give Mr. Strauss a moment. Okay.
Technical difficulties.
Chair's a little looser.
Good morning.
Good morning. Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer. Madam Chair, for the G3 item, I do ask that we have an amendment to Section 7 for two of the items. It was a technical CBA situation from a language standpoint, task assigned versus acting assignment and working out of class. So we're going to ask that we place for two of the items within their language change. I don't know if you want me to read it now or.
Yes, I think you should read it now.
Okay. For Section 7, for Carolyn German, it currently reads task assignment manager centralized routing. We're asking them to amend that to replace task assignment with temporary assignment, working out a classification as manager centralized routing, and add to provide supervision to all employees within centralized routing. For Kim Luke in the same section, instead of task assignment administrator, office of the chief fire official, we're asking to amend that language to replace task assignment with temporary assignment, working out a classification as administrator, office of the chief fire official, and add to provide supervision to all employees within the office of the chief fire official.
Okay, thank you. And what I'll do is I'll take board member, and unless there's anything else you need to add,
That's
I'll
it.
take board member discussion, and then we can look for someone to make a motion to amend. Hold on just one second, Ms. Barman, I'll add you to the list. Ms. Levinson?
To find it, sorry. Yes, I just wanted to get follow-up, which is not necessarily for Mr. Strauss, but information on the Unified School Improvement Grant. Which schools and what's the specific allocation by school and how is it being used? That was one of the reasons for one of the assignments here. So I just wanted to receive follow-up on the item.
So Valerie Wands, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer, but I will certainly provide it to you and the entire board on the follow-up, but I can tell you it's 8 schools, and all 3 schools received a letter grade of D from the state, so the funding is based on school grade.
Yes.
But we will certainly give you the background, and so this is the individual, since obviously we really do not ever want to be in this category, so we never hire a permanent position to help manage all of it, so that's why we're asking for the temporary assignment for the next 6 months. But I will certainly provide to the board the backup of the 8 schools, what the allocation is from the state and what it's being utilized for. But it's the schools that receive the grade of D that are designated to receive the funding.
Okay, because we don't have any high schools with the 4-year adjusted cohort
No, we
rate of
don't.
67% or less.
They're all elementary schools, and
Okay.
the total allocation is about $2.3 million.
Okay, so if we can just get information about how that's being used in those schools.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Mrs. Aladeff?
Page 22 and 23, and maybe you might have answered this question, but it was a little bit confusing with the task assignment for Administrator of Office of the Chief Fire Official. And then on page 23, the task assignment Manager of Emergency Management and chief fire official. And both of these jobs are necessary because of the resignation of Chief Fire Official Mary Ann May. So are they doing two different jobs where Chief May was doing the same job for both? Could you explain that?
Yes, once again, Alan Strauss, Chief Human Resource Equity Officer. So, in essence, the two individuals, we're splitting some of the tasks. For Vicki Stanford, as obviously what we just went through, as our main person that deals with hurricane preparedness, we're just having her do one role of Chief May's former job, and then Kim Luke is doing the supervisory role. So we felt it best for Chief Katz in his division to split those roles up between the two individuals because of Vicki Stanford's, for her to take on the entire task during hurricane season. We did not feel that would be prudent.
Okay, and can you just go over, you just said some of the changes to the title?
Sure.
Can you repeat that?
Right, so for Kim Luke, it's just a technical, from a contract language, it would be working out a classification as administrator in the Office of Chief Fire Official, and add to provide supervision to all employees within the Office of Chief Fire Official.
Okay, but there's tasks assigned.
So the challenge, Ms. Aldev, is that it essentially functions like a task assignment, but because of where this position is situated in the organization and the collective bargaining unit it resides in, their agreement with the district, that collective bargaining agreement, doesn't have task assignments. They have what's called working out of class to support this interim move we're recommending. I don't know if that makes sense. So because it's the task assignments apply to primarily to SMAB employees, which are meet and confer, which are not really organized, unionized group. But this individual is currently in a unionized group, and that unionized contract only really allows for working out of class in order to support taking on these additional responsibilities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I just had a question about the chief fire official. They're working out of class. Is that because of the administrative piece, and is there a state requirement that a person has to fill to be the chief fire official?
So Ms. Stanford is filling the role of the chief fire official and qualifies for that. And Ms. Luke is handling the supervision of it. Once again, Ms. Stanford is an ESMAB member, so we can task assign her. Ms. Luke is not. She's a BTU TSP member, and as Mr. Runcie just explained.
My question goes to, is there a state requirement that to be the chief fire official of a school district, you have to have certain certifications? And if there is, does this person hold the necessary certifications?
Good morning, Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition and Operations, non-instructional. Yes, she does. That information is also a part of the backup.
Okay.
The requirement is to authority having jurisdiction, and Ms. Vicki Stanford does have that.
So she meets all state requirements?
Yes, ma'am, she does.
Okay, because when you changed the item now, it made me think to question that.
We didn't change.
No.
We did not change her area.
No, I know, but you changed the title out of area. I just wanted to make sure that we're meeting all.
Not for her.
Not for her,
Just
for the other
clar-
person.
Yes.
Got it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, the temporary, I know task assignments are limited to 6 months. Are these temporary assignments also
Yes, ma'am.
limited to 6 months in terms of duration? And I'm not saying about what we're doing now, but across the board, they are always. In other words, that's within the.
Yes, ma'am. A minimum of 30 days, up to 180 days, 6
Okay,
months.
perfect. And then, I know we've asked this in the past, I'd like to do it, I'd actually like us to do this on an ongoing basis, which is, if there's going to be a request for an additional extended period of time, an explanation of performance would come to the board along with that request.
And you no longer have to ask that again. We've already committed to that as previously requested.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Certainly, my question is, and I'm still trying to figure it out, so when I'm looking at the document and I'm looking at the pages with the salary amount. So if I'm on page 15 and I'm looking at the salary for that person, and it looks like they have the same qualification as the person on page 17, but the salary amounts are different and what the recommended salary is. So I'm still trying to understand our rationale. Then when I go to page 18, I see the same thing when I compare it to page 19. I look at someone in a job, and then they go into a similar position. I'm just trying to understand the differences in the salaries. Some of them seem like they're lower, and of course, one of them is school in District 5, so it's certainly going to get my attention.
Right, so, number one, on September 24th, we are slated to bring the Excel pay for administrators to a board workshop to clearly explain, and there's a ask from there. This dates back to that June meeting when we had the whole long discussion with a bunch of assistant principal moves. This is based off of our current Excel performance pay for administrators, and it is slated by two factors. Enrollments creates the base pay of school enrollment, and then there's some 5 different factors that, based off of where that school is in, that can give additional pay elements to an individual, whether it be assistant principal or principal. So therefore, you could have 2 elementary schools sitting right next to each other, because enrollment's a little bit different. One might get a little bit more than the other. Also, depending on what the makeup of the school is, free and reduced lunch, 5 different factors can also alter the variable pay in that situation. On the 24th of September, we'll be fully explaining this to the board.
Who sets the rule about the enrollment and those things? Is that a board policy?
That was done back on July of 2014. It was set back then when the legislation required us to have pay for performance for administration, as well as the teachers. And yes, it was approved by.
And I'm asking that because when I hear you say based on enrollment, some of the schools with low enrollment, the people in those schools work 3 times as hard with the issues with the students. So we need to find a way that we can be fair, or we need to have some type of correspondence to the state that we address it, because it's not equity. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So I would have no incentive to even apply for a job in the schools if I'm doing those formulas, because I'm not going to make an adequate pay. So I look forward to that discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. And I just have a quick question with regard to where we have, and I'm congratulating those who are being appointed, but where we have teachers who are being appointed out of the classroom at this juncture in some of those high-performing classrooms, what is the plan?
Valerie Wands, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So typically we work with schools to see if they have other personnel who can go into those classrooms temporarily so that there isn't a substitute in there during the duration. If they do not, then we kind of work on some kind of transition of release, because we certainly don't want children without a high-quality teacher. So it really is a school-by-school basis. And I know that in your particular case, there's one middle school who's losing 2. So we have worked closely with that principal, and to have a case-by-case, they've also lost an assistant principal who's helping us over in our new venture. So we certainly work case-by-case with each school to look at what is the optimal situation. And sometimes, if need be, we will send one of our instructional facilitators or a district-based person so that the students have a quality instructor until a full-time person is acquired for the vacancy.
Right, and in some instances, it's quite possible that the people who are being pulled have a very specialized
Yes, ma'am.
area. And so I just want to make sure that we don't leave some of our programs, not only today, but in the future, with a void.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues with regard to G3? Seeing none, all those in favor of
Miss
I'm sorry.
Greenberg,
Oh,
I'm
yes,
sorry.
you're right. Sorry, I was so excited. Would you like to read it into the record, or would you like me to pass it to Ms. Corn and she can read what you gave me, and that way
That's
she
the
can...
exact document.
Yes, that is the document.
So I'd like to make an amendment to recommend reassignment for Kim Luke to replace task assignment with temporary assignment working out of classification as administrator, office of the chief fire official, and add to provide supervision to all employees within the office of the chief fire official.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on the amendment. Seeing none, colleague input. All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. And the second amendment to recommend reassignment for Carolyn German to replace task assignment with temporary assignment working out of classification as the manager for centralized routing, and to add to provide supervision to all employees within centralized routing.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on the amendment. Colleague input. All in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Amendment passes. Any additional conversation on the item as amended? All those in favor of the item as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G3 passes unanimously. The
Okay.
chair would now like to take a moment to recognize those who have received new jobs.
I'd like to congratulate Tracy Ann Bertrand. She's temporary SMAB administrator. John Burbridge, he's manager of area security. And Carolyn German, task assignment manager, centralized routing. Is she here?
I'd like to congratulate our new executive director for exceptional student learning support, Simone Hollingsworth. Our new clinical nursing supervisor, Michelle Giacovino. Our this is the temporary assignment, correct? Administrator for Office of the Chief Fire Official, Kim Luke. And our new task assignment manager, emergency management, and chief fire official, Victoria Stanford.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And I have the privilege of welcoming to District 2 in the fabulous Sea Castle Elementary, Miss Gina Kirkarian as the new AP for Sea Castle Elementary. Welcome, welcome. And also to the fabulous Silver Trail Middle under the leadership of Mr. Frazier, we also have Miss Lynette Lendig. Welcome.
I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our new assistant principal at Western High, Roxanne Huggins.
It is with great pleasure that I announce the new
Your microphone, Ms. Marie.
It's with great pleasure that I announce the appointment of assistant principal at Hollywood Hills High, not so new Sarah Pierce, who's been there for a while. So congratulations, Sarah. It's always good when we see someone that has the qualifications to move up from within. Also, I have the pleasure of announcing the assistant principal for Sheridan Hills Elementary, Anne Marie Stamaka. Did I get that right? And I have one more, I believe. Also, the principal at our outstanding Driftwood Middle, our new assistant principal, Guy Trinard.
And it is certainly a delight to welcome to the amazing Dillard High 6 through 12 family as assistant principal, Miss Gia Roberts.
Thank you, and congratulations to all of you on your new appointments. You're welcome to stay here for the remainder of the day during our meeting, but now is the appropriate time if you'd like to leave. Have a great day.
Scoot out.
At this time, we will hear committee reports. So I'm going to ask those of you who are leaving with excitement to do so as quietly as possible so we can hear from any committee members that might be here to give reports.
Oh, I cleaned this place out fast. No, this is my personal phone, not the school board. I used to have everything on my own phone, but I wanted to do something personal with mine, so I had to split it up again. So now I do breaks. You don't know how many. Yeah, usually.
I'm just going to ask one more time if there's anyone here to provide a committee report. Mr. Runcie does have a superintendent's report for us this morning, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Runcie.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have two items today. One, just to reiterate.
We'll go ahead and take the committee report. That's fine. Sorry. Yes, go ahead. You may provide your committee report. You'll have 5 minutes to state your name and the committee that you represent. Thank you. Hold on just one moment and they'll give you 5 minutes. Okay, we're ready whenever you are. Please state your name and the committee you represent.
Good morning, Moses Barnes, Chairman of the Audit Committee. Good morning, distinguished Chair, Ms. Heather Brinkworth, Vice Chair, Ms. Donna Korn, school board members, Superintendent Robert Runcie, school administration and staff. I'm pleased to provide to you today the annual report of the Audit Committee for the 2018-2019 fiscal year. My name is Moses Barnes, appointed to the Audit Committee by Dr. Rosalind Osgood. I have served on the committee for the past 7 years and was elected to the chair February 2018. Just a little bit about me. I spent 40 years working for the Broward School. Started in 1971 as a teacher at Crystal Lake Middle School. Moved on from there to Ramblewood Middle School as guidance counselor and guidance director. Moved from there as assistant principal at Rickards Middle School in Oakland Park. From there, I did 1 year training to be a middle school principal. At the completion of that training, I was appointed principal at Lauderhill Middle School for 10 years. After that, they moved me to Hellendale High School for 6 years. And at the end of that, I took a leave of absence, came back, and spent my remaining years retiring in 2011 at Flanagan High School in Pembroke Pines. I have served as Dr. Osgood's representative since November 2012. As I address you this morning, I would like to emphasize the role of the Audit Committee is to assist and advise the school board of Broward County and the superintendent in matters pertaining to the fiscal management of the school district. The Audit Committee is an advisory in nature, and our recommendations to the school board and to the superintendent are provided through written and formal motions and documented in the committee's minutes. I strongly encourage each of you to read the minutes of each Audit Committee meeting. By doing so, you can readily see the value and the contributions of your appointees to the process. Please communicate frequently with your Audit Committee member to provide them with your feedback and your input. Your Audit Committee members are an extraordinary group of people. They are community business leaders who voluntarily share their insights and their strength and experience and knowledge in assisting and improving the efficient and effective operations of the school district. Trust me, we have some lively discussions, but it's through these discussions that we were able to reach consensus on the recommendation that we forward to you and to the superintendent. Having Mr. Runcie or Mr. Moquin or someone from his staff regularly attend our Audit Committee meetings To participate in our discussions with members of the audit committee, it increased our shared understanding of the needs of the district. Mr. Runcie, cabinet members also attend the committee meetings to personally address the audit committee questions in the areas of their responsibility. It continues to be a distinct honor and privilege to serve on the audit committee over the past 7 years with my very distinct colleagues. I would like to introduce the current members of the audit committee and ask if they're present to be stand and recognized. I may be the Lone Ranger today, but I'll go ahead and let you know who they are. Mr. Robert Marison, Vice Chair of the Audit Committee, appointed by the District Advisory Committee and has served since 2012. Mr. Brandon Berry, Esquire, appointed by the Board Chair, Ms. Heather Brinkworth, and has served since 2014. Ms. Mary Fertig, who's the Dean of our group, appointed by Ms. Patricia Good. Ms. Fertig served as the Chair of the Audit Committee prior to my appointment and has served since 2007. Dr. Natalie Lynch was appointed by Ms. Nora Rupert and has served since 2015. Mr. Andrew Medvin, CPA, appointed by Ms. Lori Rich Levinson and has served since 2011. Ms. Phyllis Shaw, appointed by the Broward County Parent and Teachers Association and has served since 2017. Ms. Rebecca Dow, appointed by Ms. Robin Bottleman, a retired principal, and has served since 2018. Mr. Anthony DeMeo, CPA, appointed by Board Vice Chair, Ms. Donna Corn, and has served since 2017. Ms. Stacy Cotson, Esquire, appointed by Ms. Ann Murray, and has served since 2018. I would also like to acknowledge a former audit committee member, Mr. Sean Wilson, who served on the committee during the past year. Mr. George Jaboyne, who has been the district chief auditor since June 2018, has brought 28 years of experience, including 18 in the area of audit experience to the district. Finally, I would like to also acknowledge the staff of the Office of the Chief Auditor. The office continues to consistently do a great job of providing independent audits, which results in discovery, assistance, recommendation, and to improve the physical operations issues of the district. The department performs at the highest professional level. They independently assess the physical activities, payroll, charter schools, grants, facilities, and operations of the district. The auditors provide assistance to the district staff, assessing internal control procedures and giving recommendations for improvement. The Office of the Chief Auditor has saved the district over millions of dollars over the years. The Office of the Chief Auditor is responsible for assessing if operating standards have been established for measuring the effectiveness of the district, establishing operational standards and understanding, making sure that these standards are being met, and to ensure that corrective action has been taken.
Mr. Barnes?
Yes?
I apologize. Your 5-minute time has expired.
Okay.
I don't know how much more you have to say.
Well, I wasn't aware of that I had 5 minutes. If I had known I only had 5 minutes, we would have worked it out. Not a problem. Not a problem at all.
What we're going to do at this time is we're going to take a motion on the DD1 item, and you will be afforded a 3-minute opportunity as a public speaker at that time if you would like to address the board.
Well, actually, I can conclude it here. It kind of puts me in a place where I don't want to be to stop, do the motion, and come back with what I prepared. So my preference would be just to, in closing, I'll say thanks again to the audit committee, my colleagues, and we will continue to serve the district faithfully. The audit committee meetings are open to the public, and as always, you have an open invitation to attend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time on the audit committee, those that you serve with as well, and thank you for being here today. And as I said, you'll have an opportunity if you would like to address the board on the matter of DD1 in just a moment. Thank you. Any additional committee reports? At this time, may I have a motion and a second on item DD1?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Bartleman, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on item DD1. Yes, I have several people. Yes, Ms. Levinson, sorry.
Yes, Chair Brinkworth, if I could just make a suggestion that we hear from Mr. Jaboan first to give his rationale and risk assessment as to how he compiled this before we ask questions.
Yes, that would be fine.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson, and through the chair. My name is Joris Jaboan. I'm the chief auditor for the district. The audit plan that you see in front of you is quite different than what you've seen in prior years. I spent a decent amount of time investing into a risk assessment process that I will build on in future years. Some of that involves discussions with the cabinet members to get their identification of risks, looking at downloads of the general ledger and various systems to identify the areas that should be included in the plan. I also took a good amount of time looking at the plans of Miami-Dade and Palm Beach to be able to compile the plan that you have in front of you. I've looked at lists from various contracts to applications and took notes at the various meetings over the past year to identify the areas of concern from the board to be able to compile the plan. If you could bear with me and turn through some of the pages as I go through some of the pages, just to mention a few things in summary. If you take a look at page 3, I just wanted to mention, as far as our objectives, to be able to work for the school board, the superintendent, and the district in order to be able to perform audits that are sufficient to evaluate the district. The scope of our audits is to provide reasonable assurance. We don't provide absolute assurance, and some of the reason for that is because our work is done on a sampling basis. We try to select objective samples that represent the population of the different data points that we're looking for. We don't test 100% of the areas, and we are limited to the ability to see what we're able to see through the execution of the procedures. In the future, as we develop the department further, we're going to put some more enhanced controls to be able to look at potential controls that would prevent fraud, waste, and abuse as well. And we do look for corrective action in the audit findings of us or the regulators as well. If I can also bring your attention to a little bit as to how we work as far as our cycle, which is on page 4. A typical audit program will perform an assessment just how I described before. They'll go ahead and identify the areas that need to be audited. Very likely the assessment is going to identify areas that are more than the capacity of the unit to be able to audit. But selecting the areas for audit is one where there's some judgment involved. You try to identify the high-risk areas, and then you also try to identify certain medium and low-risk areas, because together they could possibly become a higher-risk matter. So you do the assessment, you select the subjects, you perform the work, you review the work, you prepare the reports, you report it to the audit committee, the school board, and you follow up, and then you do it all over again and all over again and all over again. That's the typical audit process that should exist at audit functions around the country. If you could please turn over to page 5. This is our audit world, or our universe, as far as the different areas that we audit. As I was going through the discussion of this plan with different board members, I was asked as far as, are some of the components bigger, because they're all represented as being the same size in this diagram. So in the future, and I have the data as far as hours that we spend on some of those areas, I'll be able to present you a chart that shows some of the areas we spend more time on. But if I had to do that right now and I had to change it, I would say that the triangles for discipline is probably the largest component of our plan. Another area that, as I have it in purple, technology is an area that's new to us, because we did not have the headcount to be able to audit those areas. I'm grateful that the board has been able to allow us to make an offer to someone who we hope to start soon in this area. On page 6 is where our audit plan begins as far as the different areas that we're going to look at. You have the coverage of the schools, some of which is statutorily required as far as the internal funds that we have to look at, and then there's some payroll procedures that we will do on schools as well. We have the inventory reports that you see regularly are also part of our program, and then at the bottom of page 4, you can see various reports that they extend all the way to number 4 on page 8 on discipline that we will do. Some of it includes testing for compliance with the existing policies and procedures. Some of it is also designed to identify if data as far as discipline isn't in the system for the application of the policies and procedures. We also have a designated report on page 7 on the threat assessment, one on the promise program, and some of which we will engage outside consultants to assist us with this testing. The charter school work that we will do is on page 8. I did take note of some of the concerns that were expressed at the board meeting last week as far as my notes, as far as how to proceed further, but I've also talked to some of the board members who's also advised me on how some of their thoughts as far as charter schools are concerned as well, and I'll incorporate that in my program as well. On page 9, which has come up a lot as far as the regulatory reviews as purchase cards, we'll take a look at that. Follow-up is a very fundamental part of our program. We'll have 2 different follow-up reports, a payroll report on page 9, but we're going to be sensitive to the approved payroll project that the board has approved, that we work with the timeline as far as what Ms. Marte has done, so we're not auditing things in advance of a control that's going to put in place, and we can provide assurance that a control that has been put in place is working effectively. I hope I'm not too detailed, but on page 10 are the different smart bond reports. There's one on the agenda that appears on today's meeting, and then Beacon is also on the agenda, but there'll be some follow-up work that's necessary for that. And we're also doing some work on the vending machines as well. And to go very quickly, on page 11 are the various types of administrative projects that we do that don't yield a report. Those start on page 11 and they go on until page 14. These are things that take a decent amount of time, but they benefit us and they benefit the district because some of it involves working with various personnel across the district, from principals to administrators, to talk about the policies, the procedures, and the control. The only one I want to mention as far as my summary is the one on page 11, the Inventory Process Improvement Initiative, where I'll work with the various cabinet members to improve the process that has yielded a lot of findings throughout the years that you have seen. And then we get to page 15, which is the long-range audit plan. These are areas that I don't think we're going to be able to begin this year, but if we are looking to substitute an audit that's in this year's plan, this is the page that I would reach out to elevate an audit that's on this page into the previous pages. The goal is to bring some of these into testing into the following year as a year 2 through 5 plan, which is what's on page 15. But nevertheless, the assessment's going to be done every year. So everything will get resized as to what the priorities will be next year when I create a plan. That concludes the summary of the audit plan that I've compiled.
Thank you, Mr. Jaboan. Now I'll go to my colleagues who have comments. I'll start with Dr. Osgood, please.
My comment is a positive one. I just really appreciated having this laid out in this way and being able to have some kind of plan and seeing some of the things listed on here that, like the Promise Program, the threat assessment, and other things that There have been misinformation and the threat assessment being new, and just being able to look at a plan, knowing that we are doing these audits. I actually think this is another one of Mr. Runcie's strengths, that we continue to do these audits to go through so that we can identify things that we need to prove, things that we need to tweak, things that are not going as we would like them to go. And I think this is critical to the efficiency and effectiveness of any organization. And when you have a large organization like this, I heard our auditor talk about struggling because of sampling and having to do sample sizes to try to find information. And when you're in a large organization like this, it can be difficult, but it really, really helps us. So I just appreciate having a systematic plan that we can follow, of things that we can expect. I did notice that there was not a box that gave like a timeline. That would have been the only thing I would have added. Are these all things, I heard you say we might not get to it, are these things you're expecting to audit in one school year or 2 school years, or?
Dr. Osgood, these are audits. We won't get them all done. We will start them all this year because inevitably, since we can only do some of them at a time, there will be some that we start on the second half of the year or in May and so forth that'll extend into the following year. As I looked across the different districts, the carryover of audits is very common. As the fiscal year will come to an end, but the audit may be at a certain time frame. As far as it might be like 30 or 40% complete, and then it'll extend into next year as well.
Yeah. That would have been my only suggestion, if just had some kind of idea or estimate time period, just to know, because it would make it easy to compare and to kind of track to see where we are with these things.
Noted.
We in the past talked about the audit department and the staff, and so you feel you have adequate staff now. I heard you say you would use some external auditors, and you feel like between the two, internal and external auditors, you are comfortable with being able to deliver these audits?
I feel that I'm grateful that the board was able to allow us to expand our staffing this year. I'd like to be able to hire and assimilate them and see how they would perform in this fiscal year and see how that works in. I do wonder as far as if we have findings in some of the areas where we might need to lean on some of the consultants. At this time, as we sit here today on September 4th, I'm comfortable with what you've provided to me, that I'll work with that, and then throughout the process, as far as when the org chart is looked at and the budgeting is done, I'll reach out to Mr. Runcie and try to proceed with that. But I think, Dr. Osgood, I'd like to work with what we have now and be able to utilize what the board has provided to me over the past 12 months.
Okay, and there was an email that we all received. The first part of the email from a member of the audit committee said that the audit plan was not included in the packets that the audit committee members received a week before the audit committee meeting. So could you kind of speak to that as the process you use for getting this information to the audit committee?
Yes, Dr. Osgood. So as this plan is much different than the prior year plan, it required a good amount of work before it was provided to the audit committee. And so the audit package went out to the audit committee members on August 1st for the meeting that was on August 8th. And this plan, as well as another item, was not finished because these are documents that I work on that I don't delegate. So my plan was to work on field work, on ongoing audits while I was in the office and staff was here. And I would work on nights and over the weekend to finish up this plan. So it was finished very late into the night the following Monday, and I had left instructions for our team to send it out to the committee, and I couldn't find the proof that they had indeed sent that out before the meeting. At the audit committee meeting, I went in detail describing the different pages and the different areas with the committee members with the hope of being able to get their comments. I did receive some comments, and then what I try to do is to speak with as many board members as I could to try to get their understanding as far as areas that we should focus on, and I've noted some of those as well. So the reality of it is it came down to me working into it into the night that caused the communication on my team to be able to send that out to be able to go out.
Okay. And then the email speaks to this time gap in between when Mr. Riley left and you came, saying that there was audits that had significant findings, and the dates that you've chose is not going to allow a process for those things to be addressed. Are you familiar with the email I'm speaking of?
I am familiar
Okay.
with the email.
I want to just get it on the record, just, deal with it and talk through it up front. I think when we have comments from members of our community, people that are serving on committees, we need to have a response and they need to be addressed.
Thank you, and I appreciate this dialogue with the board members. This is an opportunity that I don't get too often. So I believe that comment, if you would go to page 9 on the plan, it talks about the follow-up work that we would do. So I'm building a database where I've taken all of the findings from the reports that have been published, not just from our team, but from the regulators as well. And so I had to have a starting point as far as when to begin the database. So obviously audits had been generated before my hire last year, and I can only go back so much right now. So I've gone back to 2017 to start that database. I could go back further, but it comes down to where should I invest the time on that. So it appears that I should seek to take it further back than 2017. At this time, I just don't know how much further back. What I've also tried to do in my meetings with the board members is ask certain questions to identify any historical audits that they recall that are significant that I should include in this database, which would mean that I don't have a year cutoff. I'll have some, let me see, I was going to say that I have a distinct starting point, but I may have some audits that are identified. Like, for example, I believe there was an audit of SIU that was done in 2016, so I would have an outlier as far as that piece of the follow-up. So it is a new process that I'm building, and there has to be a starting point. And I guess that's my response to that comment, is that I will try to go further back as I try to build this going forward, but I'll need a little bit of time to be able to put that together.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and certainly if we have audits previously that have had outstanding findings or major findings, we certainly want to make sure that those things are addressed and that we put things in place to solve those problems, and normally we do. But I just think it's very important, particularly with those types of audits, that we do follow through, even if you have to have a couple outliers. I understand trying to find a point to start at to move forward, but if we have those things kind of dangling out there before you came, I do think it's important that we deal with them and address them and give some type of follow-up to the board and to the community as to how we address those situations and how we, corrected the findings so that we don't continue to have those findings. Thank you, Ms. Winkworth.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mrs. Alada?
Thank you. On page 3, I'm very happy to see that you're going to be making sure that, and looking at the compliance with the district's student disciplinary requirements. Are you also looking at incidents that must be reported to Cessor?
Ms. Alhadeff, are you referring to page 6 that goes into page 7? There are aspects of the plan where this year we would not take it as far as we want to, and so I don't foresee that we would take it to the Cessor reporting, but given your comment, you know, it sounds like you're, as I compiled it, it wouldn't take it to the assessor reporting, but if that's something that I need to incorporate, I obviously will do that. There are some other areas, for example, that obviously, when it comes to the discipline program, I don't have any samples as I looked across the various districts to see if anybody has a similar program. I just can't find one. I was able to find some in the El Paso, Texas district plan, but none in Miami-Dade, none in Palm Beach. And so the idea is that I would look at certain portions of the discipline world this year and into next year. Like something that's missing here is like ESC students and the testing for that. That's not in the framework that I provided to you. That's something that I anticipate would be able to get to next year on that front as well. But I understand the point on Cesar, and I'll put some procedures to that effect on that.
Okay, thank you. On page 4, on the audit process flow, with you reporting directly to the superintendent and indirectly to the school board, where is the superintendent in this flow chart?
I don't involve the superintendent. Are you talking about page 4 and much, except that I speak to his cabinet members to get their perception of risk. When the plan is done, I showed it to him like you see it now, to see if he has any comments on areas that we need to address, and he has. I'll give you an example of a comment which is on the threat assessment portion, which is on page 2. He's the one that had suggested utilizing the consultants for that, because we did engage a consultant for a threat assessment project last year. And so I've gotten comments along those lines, but I don't, and I never get comments along the lines of, you know, don't put this in. It's always put this in and have you considered this or that.
Sure, but I just think that he should be a part of the process of the flow chart here.
Okay, noted.
Page 7.
7, thank you.
So for the behavioral threat assessment process, you have principals signing off. What about the law enforcement signing off on the threat assessment?
Yeah, I printed this before I had a chance to meet with you, and that's in my notes from our conversation. And so that's going to be part of our program based on our meeting that we had. So, but this was printed before that, and so this is not to you, just to you, but to the other board members as well. I do have the notes from our meeting, and I'll incorporate those pieces on that going forward as well.
I think that's a really important piece to make sure is happening. And then as far as the training, are you looking at that everyone is getting trained annually?
Yes.
And what, for number 3, promise election, what do you mean by that?
Not everybody, I guess not all incidents are eligible for Promise, and not all students are eligible for the Promise program as well. It's just to make sure that if it is elected, that it is to the right student, is my thinking.
Okay, so that it's appropriately, the child is appropriately being put into Promise or put into something else? Is that what you mean?
Well,
based on what they...
It is, so that the child would have already been in Promise. It's whether or not they were eligible for Promise in the first place, because we would likely select students that are already in there to see if they should have been properly in there in the first place. So that would be the starting point, is the population of Promise students.
And then back to the threat assessment, are you looking at that each threat assessment team responds within 24 hours?
Yes, it would be, yes. The timing is important.
And then on the next page, with the charter school audit report, I'm sure you have in there that the compliance with SB 730.
Correct.
And
And with that, if I may say one thing, so obviously I took notes from the meeting that occurred last week. It seems to me that I should liaise with Mr. Katz, as my team members are there, to observe some of the things that would be of concern to him while we're on site as well.
Okay, great. And then the number 14, the healthy vending. Can you make sure that energy drinks are not in our vending machines at our schools?
Yes,
They have a lot of caffeine and sugar. One drink's equal to 10 teaspoons of sugar.
absolutely, Ms. Alada.
No?
Well, I'm looking at what's listed as the healthy vending, and test for approved items is one of them. So was your intent to test the items in different, a sampling of vending machines to make sure that they were approved through the guidelines?
That's correct. So if there is the drink that Ms. Alhadef described there, and it was, that's a drink that's not going to be approved, so that would be something that we would look for. If it's there, so that's not going to be an approved item, so we would test for that, and we would identify that.
Right, so you're testing for all items that fall outside of the approved guidelines or
Correct.
requirements for what
Yes.
can be in the vending machines?
Correct.
Yeah, yes, so on this particular item, understand that we actually have contracts in place with these vendors, so this particular review, which I asked Mr. Jaban to do, is around the compliance with the contract, which includes the items that are actually being served out of the machines. So that's part of the contract that we have. Yeah.
And then my last question, for the summary of the positions, I guess there's 5 vacancies. And my question is, if those 5 positions were filled, would you be able to save money by decreasing the amount of money spent on external auditors?
I want to make sure that I understand that if the positions are not filled,
If they are filled, if they were to be filled?
if they are to be filled, where would the decrease come from? I'm sorry?
Would we be able to save money by, if we can, not use an external auditor?
So it's really a question to the analysis that you did in terms of how many, what capacity you have in terms of the number of work hours based on the number of people versus the work, and you did some analysis on that to figure this out.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. So a year ago, I did a time study on how long it takes to do some of the audits. And that provided a lot of the basis that I used for requesting the positions that I did last year. So there are some areas that it's easier to do that because we have data on schools that we've looked at. There are some areas like the discipline work is new to us as we're building that, so it's difficult to do that piece of it. What I do know is that we were not able to get all our work done before, and so adding these team members would allow me to be able to move forward with that. And as I mentioned to Dr. Osgood, I'll be able to analyze that over the course of this year and be able to see if that is the correct number with the actual data that'll be coming on.
Okay, because I know like today, for example, we're being asked to approve some external audits, and one's $1,050,000, one's $857,500. So that's where I'm just trying to understand, and I don't know, maybe some of these have to be external audit, but if it isn't, and then if we were to hire these 5 positions, would we be able to save money?
And I'll expand on that at that portion of the agenda, but I think that answer is no, because I guess the basics of it is these are the people that I feel that will allow us, assuming that they all get filled, be able to get the plan that I have on pages 6 and beyond done. So I don't think that, what you'll see later when we talk about it is the external work. We're not allowed to do that piece. And then the other RFP relates, much of it relates to the smart bond work, and a portion of it relates to some of the projects that I've identified with consultants there. And it's a rather conservative cost estimate that I'm trying to get to with that as well. So you'll see that much of it is with the smart bond review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Yes. First, I just wanted to comment that one of the audits, not $1,050,000, it's 3 years, and you're asking for $250,000 for a 4th year. Just wanted to clarify that one. My major concern, and just to follow up on that, you only have 3/4 of your auditors. So when do you anticipate you're going to have the other 3, which is 1/4 of your workforce?
It is rather challenging. We have been recruiting since January out there in the market. The compensation levels have proven to be a little bit challenging. Thank you very much. One moment, please. The compensation levels and being able to make a competitive offer to some candidates has been challenging. We've had some candidates turn us down, and there are some people that we've looked at their background and know that we could not make an offer for them. And we're still working with Mr. Strauss' team to move forward with that. And that is one of the challenges that we face. One is, you get the positions approved, now to be able to put the right people in place. And I'm pretty sure that my colleagues face that same challenge as well. And we'll just do the best to try to work with it as best as we can. There is a possibility that could drive some consultant costs up, that I might have to make a request on that if we're not able to fill those positions.
Right. Well, so I would ask that we take a look at that, because if it's going to cost us more to have the consultants, we need to look at what we need to do internally with those salaries to make it attractive for people to come and work for us. And then I just wanted to commend you on the whole discipline portion here. I know that is a whole new aspect of auditing, as you mentioned, and you're kind of breaking the ground on that across the country. So I just want to thank you and your team for the work you're doing on that whole discipline section. Now, I wanted to mention one that I have a concern of that to me is high risk, and right now it's on the long-term plan. And in light of the recent school system and government breaches nationwide, to me, it really elevates to be something that we should be looking at this year, particularly when you fill that IT position, is our access and controls for breaches. I know that people have read recently about what's been happening around the country. And, I would ask Mr. Runcie that in the meantime, that you look at those controls and make sure that we are protected as a district. And I would hope that Mr. Jabouin can add that to the audit plan as soon as possible.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson, you're talking about the
Breaches, to make sure
Right.
that we're protected.
Yes, so I've actually sent a number of articles on breaches on the school systems in particular. In fact, I sent one yesterday to our IT folks, Teresa Macri, our new CIO, Mr. Dunn, to make sure that they're putting everything in place so we don't get our security compromised.
Okay,
So
and
that's-
if we
that's
could just get something,
Yeah,
a report back from you to
Yeah.
just, and then, Mr. Jabon, if it's something that you could look at down the road, I think when you talk about risk assessment, this is one of the highest things, that exists today for school districts. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I have Ms. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, I want to thank our auditor for really the measures that he's put in place. And certainly I look forward to your team being built up with the positions being filled. And I think that to add just to what my colleagues have already mentioned, the fact, I think that it was Mr. Runcie who requested the auditing of the behavioral threat assessment and the Promise program. I think it's really key. I don't know of any district that takes those kind of measures, and for us to do that, I think speaks volumes. So I look forward to the team, your team, taking a look at those areas and certainly focusing on that, along with all the other areas that we've mentioned here. And I just can't speak enough about your temperament, your professionalism, and that of your team, and the method by which you take to identify issues and problems, but also look forward to hearing ways where we can instill processes and procedures to eliminate some of those things that you find within those audits. So I just felt it was important. I shared it with you when we met, and I wanted to share it with you here publicly. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I shared with our auditor, when we're talking about those which are taking priority. For me, priority should be based for the audit that are results-driven. They should be based on things where we also have an opportunity to affect change. And one of the reasons that I'm sharing that is because in the areas of charter school, I think it's very apparent that there are only so many things we're going to be able to change. And as much as we may be able to identify in terms of our audit department and the focus of things we can actually affect change, even if they're identified, are minimal outside of the financial aspect. So we've identified many things over time, but the reality is we're limited in terms of what we can do as a board, even with the issue or being the issuer of the charter. So with that said, as much as I can appreciate that we would like to spend time and focus and believe that there is certainly good intention there, the reality is if there's not much that we as a board can do with the results of that audit, I'm not sure why it's our top priority. Obviously, we have responsibilities regarding some of those audit requirements, but I would ask that we focus on those which are our responsibility to do, as well as those that we can affect change, and those that we cannot would not fall as high on the list of those that we're completing. The other one that I'm actually concerned is not here is in our PPO department. And with the amount of money that we are spending in our capital improvements across this district, to me it seems that it is incumbent on us to make sure that we get longevity out of these improvements. And I think our PPO department is one in which we should be looking at something in short order. Not something, if it's a couple years from now, then we've potentially lost where we're the ability to be able to get every dime out of what we've spent. And so I'm concerned that that's not the direction we're going, specifically for the capital.
Can I mention?
Sure.
Through the chair. I will issue some correspondence out to the board this week, a memo on some changes that we're going to put in place to get at improving processes, controls, and the structures within PPO. And then we could certainly follow up behind that with some audit type programs. But we need to put some things in place now to bring capacity to that area to be able to run more as a business, if you will.
So, Mr. Runcie, to your point, that's exactly why I was looking for our audit department to be able to weigh in, because as we're affecting those changes, I want to make sure that they're very targeted to where we are today in our department, not just what are good business practices, but where are we today. If this is the process that you think is going to take us to that next level, but for the investment we're making there, it should then be on the list, the top of the list, that is our next year. Because if we are going to affect change, we should very quickly be auditing where those changes are providing to the district. The order in which we're doing them, I know that you have them numbered, 1, 2, 3. Are you intending for that to be the priority list by 1, 2, 3, or those just happen to have numbers for identification purposes?
You know, it turns out that it's not a schedule, but it actually, how some of the risks is actually falling. So the numbers that are lower are actually the ones that are riskier based on some of the factors that I looked at in my thinking. So ultimately, the vending machine one, which is actually ongoing right now, so it's not the 14th one that we will do. It'll be published sooner than some of the other ones as well. The answer to your question is it's not a sequential order as to how they're going to be published, but it more parallels the risks of the different areas.
Okay, so then with that said, how are you determining the schedule?
Mostly as our staff members become available and they finish doing certain types of projects, and when they are at a phase that's pretty far along, we start to anticipate what the next project is. So, I mean, mostly it's different on the schools, but for the most part, people are working on one particular project or initiative, and then when they get to a stage where they're very far along, it's time to plan for the next one on that end. So it really comes down to when they're finished, and so there is a possibility that if an audit has a lot of problems or it's challenging and so forth, that it takes longer, it impacts future projects as
Right,
well.
so to that point, my next question was going to be, of these, is there a possibility some may not be done? And based on how the scheduling would occur, if it's done on the availability of the auditor that would be assigned, or auditors that was going to be assigned, then there's a chance some of these don't get done based on the spread of the capacity that you have.
Agreed, but those decisions, as far as whether or not we're expanding scope, I'll make them with my judgment. If we're not able to hire people, that becomes a little bit of a challenge. I'm hoping that as the year goes on, I'd be able to report the status of how I'm doing to the superintendent, and so we can discuss it and see what the alternatives are with respect to cost and so forth, as far as how to proceed with them. As I looked at the different counties, there are plenty of audits that get carried over into the following year. What I should be able to do is provide a good reason as to why something happened or didn't happen, as far as cost and challenges and so forth, or in some cases, the proficiency of our team members as well. Because some of it involves training and making, so we are putting in a continuous improvement process that involves a lot of review of the work, and we want to make sure that the audit field work is reviewed before something is published, and that could take some time as well.
Okay, so I guess to my colleagues, I would, and to staff through Mr. Runcie, when we're talking about filling the positions that are vacant in your department, in other departments, we have job studies. They've come back to us. There's been a determination that the reason we're not successfully hiring in areas is because the salary is not allowing for it. For the positions that we're talking about, if you're finding that to be a challenge, I guess my question is, why would we not be proactive in filling these positions? If we've identified that there is the ability to hire, but our price point is not aligned with the market, then we should be addressing that.
Yes, Ms. Corrin, just coincidentally, in anticipation that that would be the route that we would go, I had reached out to Rose Hall, Director of Compensation. She replied to me yesterday that she'll meet with me to review those numbers. And it's up to me to schedule that with her. So I think we could proceed in the way that you discussed to look at the positions and the compensation versus the market.
So, and to Ms. Aladev's point, what is the cost differential between hiring in-house and, outsourcing? If there's been a determination that it's, and again, obviously certain areas are going to lend themselves for outsourcing and others may potentially make more sense to be filling the positions that we have. That needs to come before us. I can tell you that I, as a board member, am not interested in outsourcing in areas where we can proficiently do that work internally, and we are regularly doing that work, meaning year after year, not 1 year or 2 years, but then we have to, we have a position, an auditor that isn't appropriate for some of the audits that we're pursuing. But we really need to be going that direction, and we need to do it proactively.
So one of the audit findings that we had from the state was the fact that we had these, I think they were the internal audits for the schools, that the way we were structured, they were never completed in a year. So they just kept carrying over into the following year and building up. So what George has done is to put together a strategy that we talked about to actually get caught up. And then once you're caught up, have an audit program in place that allows you to stay caught up with the staff that you have. But the only way we were catching up was to actually use some outside service, because the backlog and the current load was impossible to do in the current year. So I know that was part of the strategy for utilizing the consultants, and to your point, getting to a point of stability where we would be utilizing our own people and relying less on external resources.
Yes, if I may add to what Mr. Runcie stated, that was a successful use of an outside consultant. We were able to catch up on the internal funds by using S. Davis and Company to do that, and we are caught up now. What I have found in the district is that we're very decentralized and the controls rest throughout the organization. It's very difficult for an outsider to be able to navigate through the district. And an interesting example is, so Mr. Runcie approached me on the vending machines. Initially, he mentioned to me, I know you have very little bandwidth left. Would you consider using an outside consultant? After huddling with my team, I realized that an outside consultant is not going to know where the different vending machines are across the different campuses, that it's actually better for us to do that because we know the district, we know the personnel at the schools, and so forth. So I think that those particular areas you wouldn't. In some other areas, for example, information technology, even though we're going to have some of that in-house, it's ever-changing, the risks are changing, the threats are changing, and the training programs of some outside consultants are very helpful to them to be able to do the good work. So I think in summary, it's on a case-by-case basis. I'm glad to know that when those opportunities are there, we'll use the outsiders, but when it's much more cost efficient, we'll do it in-house. But some of that depends on the deadlines too, if there's some regulatory deadlines. So I think they all need to be evaluated accordingly depending on the project.
So because I don't want us to continue to go down this path, this is a conversation you're going to have to bring forward if you do bring forward some modifications in terms of salaries and why you are justifying them. And in what areas. What I'm asking is that, and I'm very happy that you just had a communication, that needs to move forward expeditiously. We need to get these positions filled, whatever the stumbling blocks are to get there, they need to be identified, we need to figure out what is the best approach, and we just to make them happen, right? And then to Dr. Osgood's point, in terms of audits we've done in the past where there are significant and outstanding findings, going back to 2017 is not enough. As a sitting board member since 2011, I can tell you there have been many, and in fact, I believe that your predecessor had actually shared with the board that there was a process being put in place so that those items were being identified from each audit, and that there would be continuously ongoing evaluation of those that were addressed, and when they were not addressed, that they were still outstanding, and those would continue to be apparent for audit to continue to follow up, and those specific departments to continuously. That process, if it is not in place, should be in place, right? So that whoever your predecessor is, or those who are in your department, understand that their job is to continue to follow up with the departments that effectively are going to make the changes that are necessary, or to identify what are opportunities to address them. So going back before 2017, again, not for every finding, but things that are significant and we know are still outstanding, there should be some consideration to making sure that those are still being addressed. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I'll start with your comment, Ms. Korn. I concur with all of my colleagues that if there is a significant audit finding, even if it's not an audit that you completed, you have fiduciary duty to make sure that it's completed. And so I look forward to you bringing that list forward. I was concerned about IDEA and Title I not being reviewed or audited. It's in your long-range plan, and you expressed to me in my meeting that your discipline audit was taking all of your time. You specifically said that you've gone through 1 million emails with a key letter word search of all of our employees, like the word fight, and to look for all the fights, and then you're going to go back and you're going to see if there's a referral. You also stated that you were going to do a social media search, and I asked you very specifically about Twitter, about Instagram. I asked you if you were familiar with Children's Finsta's accounts. I asked you if you were familiar that you cannot link. A lot of children are smart enough, that's why they have Finsta. They have their legitimate account, and then they have their Finsta account that doesn't have their accurate name. And I had a lot of other audits that I thought were very important that put the district at financial risk. And you said that this would take all of your time. Now, while I appreciate the need for a discipline audit, I had serious questions about how long and how much time you were taking to do something like a social media search on 15 schools, or going through 1 million emails, when some of the low-hanging fruit would be pulling up all the referrals, looking at the incident, looking at the matrix, and looking at the consequence to see if there's an appropriate follow-up. And I'm just concerned, knowing how short-handed you are you going to give yourself any time frame for this? And what specifically are you looking for when there's so many other aspects of discipline that are tangible that need to be reviewed, like Cessor, like promise incidents? So have you put a limit on that?
Yes, there are. So a little bit more information since our conversation. I did check with our team that it was doing the social media searches, and they have put in searches that would not provide a result that is very voluminous, that allows them to look at it within an efficient time frame. But we have your comments, and we'll refine that. The goal of the steps, and as I mentioned, the other audit functions around the country there's no blueprint on that. So the goal is to check to see that the data is complete, and so that's one of the completion tests as well.
Okay, and I appreciate that, but I don't understand you typing in fight and looking at thousands of social media accounts and then trying to pinpoint where the fight was, or even what school the social media account is linked to. With everything that's been discussed today, I feel like you have to kind of narrow your search. I understand it's uncharted territory, and I appreciate that. But there are very specific issues. This district, I think everyone in this district is cognizant of the fact that there are issues with discipline. One of the biggest issues is that teachers say they write referrals, they send them to the office, and then the referrals are never seen again. They don't hear about them. There's no follow-up. And that's what I was trying to bring up the last time, that simultaneously, while you go on this search of millions of social media accounts, a system needs to be put in place immediately so that we can have a check and balance system, and not just a letter from the superintendent saying document your incidents, because clearly that has not worked in the past. What I hear from teachers, and a very easy system, and it's not for me to come up with this, but they want to know that when they write a referral and it's sent to the office, that the referral is acted on, that it's entered into a computer, and it's not lost. And is it acted upon within the discipline matrix? A simple way to do that is to have two databases. Because teachers say they never hear from the referral, they keep a copy of the referral, whatever the number is. I mean, so while you're going through this very extensive, groundbreaking discipline search for something that we know is broken, I feel like you should revisit the existing systems and put in check and balances immediately. Because I just feel like, and I'm going to get into the other audits that I think are very important, I feel your time is limited, your resources are limited. We know it's broken. There is no question in anyone's mind that there are some broken issues. And you could go down that path for years with what you're doing. The fact that you went through every employee's email in 15 schools with a word search and staff time, when we have 8 Auditor General findings that have not been addressed, when there are so many other things, I just want to, in my opinion, I want to make sure that you're using your time wisely. Okay?
It is, if I may respond to some of the things that you mentioned, I think when you and I spoke, you thought that the results of the social media search was quite voluminous. I went to our team members, and they showed me that they're more manageable than that. Ultimately, I've picked up that there was concern that there could potentially be discipline out there that's not making its way through the system, and that's what the goal of the test is. But I understand your point, and I will focus on that.
And I guess my question is, how long is the test? How long? Because we had a very extensive discussion on this.
I don't have that information right now, but we have done some of them already, though.
Okay, because you only need, we can give, I mean, there are examples on the news when you see, it doesn't take a lot. My concern is your limited time.
And thank you.
And this is great that you're going to do this, but you have to allocate your time appropriately. And we already know this is broken, and we have to fix it. And we have serious issues that if not addressed, or issues aren't identified, put the district at financial risk, penalties from the federal government, as well as Ms. Levinson's point to the security. We just got another email today. That's huge. So I just hope that you will narrow that, and not a wild goose chase, but again, if you're not simultaneously creating a system to fix it today, I have a problem with that. And so you have the data, you're going through the check and balance within the system we have. Forget the social media and the emails. How can you, are you planning on proposing something to fix it?
Ms. Bartleman, can I just ask, because we're talking about the discipline plan and you're kind of asking about that particular audit in depth, and so
Okay.
I just want to make sure that we're able to get through the entire
Sure.
conversation.
Sure.
And if you have additional comments or questions about specifically the discipline audit, then I would ask maybe Mr. Runcie that we have an opportunity to have a conversation about that at some
That's okay.
point.
Okay, so let me go to my other things.
Yeah, some of the things that Mr. Jabane is looking at include what you've actually put in policy. For example, threat assessment. As you recall, the threat assessment policy requires that we audit those. So those are the type of things we're looking at. Also, the directives that we've given out to schools. So we're capturing many of the things that you've talked about, Ms. Bartleman. So we've committed to doing this. I think it's part of our process to ensure that there is compliance and fidelity around how we're managing and dealing with discipline data, that they're all being acted on and being done appropriately.
Okay, so then my next question goes to Title I. Title I and IDEA are two areas that put the district at risk for financial penalties. A couple of years ago, the district was at risk of a $68 million fine. What kind of check and balance system, and we weren't fined that, by the way. That was just a risk, and we worked it out. But the point is that was a letter that was given and reported in the newspaper. What kind of check and balance system are you doing within Title I? Do you remember it now, Mr. Runcie?
No, I don't remember a 60-something million dollar.
It was, I'll pull it up for you. It was,
On what?
we didn't get fined. Pat mitigated it, but there was a question about $68 million. I'll pull it up for you. If you don't remember it, I can give it to you.
I don't remember. I remember a 20-something million dollar.
And there was a
fine.
68 as well.
I don't remember any $68 million.
Either way, I'll give it to you, don't worry. But either way, the Title I Parent Advisory Board, it was mitigated down to $3 million. We solved it. That's what I said. But the point is that there were those questions that existed. The Parent Advisory Committee has brought forward numerous concerns regarding Title I. They have sent emails to Mr. Runcie. There are issues with the money. I didn't see any forward movement on looking at it, so I actually gave them the cell phone number to the Title I people with the federal government in Miramar. What are you doing to ensure that when allegations are reported to you or to Mr. Runcie, that we are in compliance within federal guidelines? And because that's on your long-range list, when those are immediate penalties that could impact the district, which impact.
I'm taking very good notes in this meeting, and I've picked up what the different board members has emphasized as far as the plan. For example, what Ms. Corn had mentioned as far as PPO, taking back the follow-up beyond 2017. Ultimately, maybe this goes down to what Ms. Al-Hadef is getting to as far as, do we want to bring these things into scope, and then do we have the resources to be able to look at them? Mr. Gold will probably expand on Title I, but we could bring other subjects into the plan. Some of the logic has come down to the fact that the Auditor General, when they were here, they did look at Title I, and I didn't see a finding in their report, and that provided a basis to prioritize other projects in the thinking as well. Title I is still on the radar, but from the discussions from the community and your colleagues, I think the focus on discipline is where we should be at. And not that we're forgetting about Title I, it's just that there are some factors that doesn't bring it to the forefront.
Okay, can I just stop real quick, because I'm going to say, which article did you find? It was a $22 million fine. Let me amend that so we can stay on the big picture, which is the importance of Title I. So I amend my statement to potential risk of an approximately $20 million fine until I can find that article, because if not, people are going to still flip out over here. And I want to correct, I don't care what the number is, 20 million, 60 million.
I'm going to ask my colleagues to please not back and forth. Ms.
Okay.
Bartleman has the floor at this time. Ms. Bartleman, I'm going to ask that you stick
okay.
to the audit plan, and
I
I respectfully ask Mr. Goll, I do not want to get into the details of a conversation right now. This is about the audit plan.
So I feel that Title I should not take a back seat. I feel IDEA, it was a problem with accounts payable recently, with not paying vendors. There are questions as to the IDA money having sufficient funds, and there are further questions. The Office of the Inspector General has asked the school board to respond to these issues. Yet, IDEA and accounts payable is not on your radar screen. Yet that is where the district can be penalized. And those are dollars, just like the Title I dollars, that directly impact children. Yet that's a back seat. And I'm not comfortable with that being a back seat. And I'm happy that you have to respond to the Office of an Inspector General on this, but it's a shame that it had to go to the state level to get solved, and there was nothing here to get it done. And so, I mean, how is that not on your radar screen? How does that not make the plan when you don't pay vendors?
If I can mention two particular matters. One of them is we do, on page 15, accounts payable is listed there. So it hasn't been forgotten, but let's also remember that you create a plan at a point in time. The organization will face different risks and different events can happen. So if we choose that we're going to add a subject that isn't in the plan right now, that it makes sense to make modifications going forward. What I think one of the things I should do is inform the necessary people of the changes. So if there's an issue regarding a different area, then we may need to reshuffle. Maybe it's reshuffling from the items on page 15, or items that we didn't know of, we could not conceivably have known on, which would make a worthy audit subject. So the plan provides guidance and a goal to reach towards, but an audit function would have a lot of flaws if it wasn't constantly reviewing areas that should be audited and making modifications.
I understand that, but you were made aware of the Office of the Inspector General asking for a response prior to this item being discussed here today. But you didn't offer up front to talk about that shouldn't be on our long-range audit plan, but should be further up to be addressed. And as the
Ms.
board,
Bartleman, is your request for
Yes.
for that? Okay.
so for that, it's very important to me. Also, the SMART bond. I just recently read the latest audit.
Let's talk about that when we get to the item, please.
Okay, but my point is you have the consultant here doing it. My question is, there were so many issues in your audit plan. Who is going to go back? And who's responsible now for validating that the issues are corrected and the check and balance system? And is there going to be time for that? Because the SMART program, it's in a deficit. We don't have enough money for the whole program. And the issues that were identified were very problematic. And I feel like that needs to be, you have to spend a huge amount of time fixing those issues and going through the different contracts and what's going on. So how are you going to allocate time for that? Are you going to do that, or is the consultant going to now take on the role to ensure that things are fixed without trying to get into the audit? But I'm just wondering how that's going to happen.
All right, so this could save us some time when we go over that agenda item. So the consultant who is here, I have been in discussion with them. They're substantially done with their next report after this.
Okay.
And that does include follow-up to each of the 4 items that are there. And so that is part of that. So I do want to mention, though, it's fundamental to do the follow-up. It's part of my cycle as well. And obviously, I have your point, as well as Mrs. Korn, to be able to take it back before 2017, and we'll do that. We'll incorporate the different comments that are there as best as we can. I may have to have some discussions with the superintendent on how we address some of those, but I'll have some proposals for him.
Okay, and then I brought up the one thing that was identified in the previous grand jury was the implementation of CM at-risk contracts. And I had asked you if you had gone back and read any of the findings from the previous grand jury directly related to construction projects. So we are again using CM at risk, and you do not have, I was curious to see if you were going back to look at the flaws that were identified by previous grand juries to ensure that we're not repeating the same flaws today. And so that's not on here at all. And I feel that it's really important that it's just like older audits, that the SMART program needs to be monitored very carefully, and we need to be proactive. So are there any plans to go in and look at the CM at risk contracts and the ways we're doing things and comparing it
Yes.
to the old ones? Okay, it's not on here though, so where is that gonna be?
Well, it's also important to remember that this is not an audit program, it's an audit plan. It's meant to be high level. And so there are some things that the auditor will make during field work. But that particular one, there are risks on construction manager at risk contracts that it is part of our program. CM at risk is part of the program. But in addition to what you have, I'm also taking very good notes on where to emphasize as the audit work goes on.
So I guess I'm not allowed to ever ask for an audit because it has to be a group audit. It has to be a group decision. You've said a lot of things that you're adding notes, but how do I know? You're not giving me anything like, I feel like for me, concrete is I'm gonna ask that accounts payable and IDA be moved. I'm gonna make an amendment to move it to your list as opposed to long range that you may get to it. Now, the CM at risk, and if I'm not supported, I'm not supported, that's fine. But to me, that makes me feel more comfortable. And the CM at risk and looking at flaws in past construction bond programs, that should be very high on our radar. And just you saying, well, I'm taking notes, what does that mean, I guess? I guess I don't have a level of comfort that you're gonna do these things. You're understaffed, which is no fault of yours. I know we're trying to hire them, and I get that, and you're committed, and you're doing groundbreaking work in the area of discipline. But these are things that could have tremendous impacts to the district. So I guess I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion to move.
After I make my comments, please.
Oh, sure. Okay, and then can you come back? And I'll move the technology one too, because I think those shouldn't be long.
Sure.
I know we have
If
several
I-
people that want to make comments as well.
If I could add one thing, Ms. Bartleman, I mean, every audit requires an audit program, and I have some notes as far as what the work that we have RSM doing. And Mr. Gold is sitting right next to me, and he can see the initial CMAR on the program. It is in there as far as the auditing that we will do on that front. So there are many things that you just can't put all the detail into a high-level program like this covering a lot of different areas.
So it's in here?
I'm sorry, it is in my plan. So I have, for example, I've met with the consultants to create the strategy of what they will look at in different quarters. And a lot of different aspects with respect to the RFP that was done by Atkins and Heery.
Okay.
And we do have CM at risk as far as the program.
But it's just not on my pages.
It's not. We have every audit, I mean, you have a few dots behind each of the areas. I was just trying to provide some information as to what's going to get looked at. But underneath that is a scope of work, and then there's a detailed audit program that ties to the field work.
Can you know what would solve that? Can I just have that? Can I get a copy of it? And that would make me feel more comfortable.
I will be glad to send that schedule to the board members.
I think that's great, because then I would feel more comfortable, because I'm not, the CM at risk to me, as someone who went through that last grand jury, is it's on my radar screen. And the fact that we're doing it again, so seeing that word for me as a board member and knowing you're looking at it is very important to me. And that would make me feel more comfortable. And I know you have a huge job, And I think your report is well laid out. I look forward to talking more about the SMART stuff. And I know you're stressed, and you know, definitely not enough people, and I appreciate everything you're doing. IDA and Title I are very important to me because the penalties impact children, not adults. So, because they take the money away. So I appreciate all of that, and I'll just make a couple of amendments. And I really, for the teachers, I know that they're going to appreciate what you're doing with the discipline. So just please, you know, and I can even give you teachers who can give you examples of discipline not handled if you need that. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Mr. Runcie, I wanted to ask you if there's any comments that you wanted to make based on some of the comments that my colleague shared.
There's a lot. There's just one I know I wanted Ms. Marte to clarify. This was the issue that continues to come up about vendors not being paid and what the facts are and that. So I'll have her reiterate what she had mentioned to the board again. So if we could, Madam Chair, I'll just give her a few minutes, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer, and I too have a cold, so I apologize. At the end of last year, I noticed there was a significant issue with invoices being presented to me at the end of, I'm sorry, I'm a year off, so at the end of 17-18. As a result of that, we implemented, after cabinet discussion, a process that, quite frankly, in my opinion, should have been in place already, whereby two things happened. Vendors were notified by Ms. Coker, both in writing and on the face of their purchase orders, that all invoicing must go to accounts payable. When I arrived, about 70% of the invoicing was going to locations. Mr. Jabone will agree with me because we've had these discussions. That is not the best practice. I cannot know what invoices are outstanding if they are not in the possession of my staff. In addition to that, Mr. Runcie prepared a letter to all cabinet members and all district directors and principals, went out on Pivot, went out on Broward County Alerts, to tell them, if you are receiving invoices, notify your vendors, they're sending them to the wrong place, they all must go to accounts payable. Accounts payable works very, very closely with Nell and the Business Support Center under Mr. Wood's direction to make sure that the accounting staff in that department and in my department coordinate and get vendors paid in a timely fashion. We pay hundreds of millions of dollars of vendor invoices a year. Thousands of them, some as small as $15 and some significant. Periodically, there will be delays in some of those invoices for a variety of reasons. I don't have a PO to pay them against. I've got to come to the board and ask for additional funding. In the case of the ones that are a topic of great conversation lately, the ESE invoices, they were February invoices paid in June. They were 90 days. Most vendors are paid in 30. I dare say there is not an organization this size in the nation that does not periodically have some delay in a vendor payment. But to infer that the entire system is broken because of that, I think is a stretch, quite frankly. The accounts payable staff here, where, yes, they are shorthanded like other areas of accounting for the very same reasons that Mr. Jabone told you he's short-staffed. I cannot offer a competitive wage to accounting staff when you look at what industry pays for these same positions. And when you go, I've recruited at FIU, I've recruited at FAU, and they tell me the same thing. The top-notch candidates coming out of their schools go to the big accounting firms. The next tier go to Fortune 500. Everyone's last choice is government because we don't pay. And when there's a national shortage of accounting staff, we're going to feel it here. I have tons of vacancies as well. But again, I am very proud of the work my accounts payable staff does. If indeed the board does want to audit that function, I think you're going to have a great result. Additionally, I do need to say that the Auditor General completed a financial audit of this district last year, and there were no findings, zero. The federal government has our external auditor do a single audit of all our federal grants. That has been completed last year. There were no findings or recommendations for improvement. And I think it's important that the public know that.
Thank you, Ms. Marte. So I will try to be brief in my comments. I too have concerns about, while I understand that our district is under a microscope with auditing discipline and behavioral threat assessments and promise, I have a concern about how that then positions audits that would be focused on fraud, waste, and financial mismanagement. And so I think that the difficulty for me as a board member is finding that balance between those two. I did hear concerns from the chief auditor with regard to the difficulty being, the groundbreaking people doing these types of audits, how that was time consuming and difficult to create. And while I appreciate the work and I understand the need, I am very concerned about some of the things, and Ms. Marte's comment just now with regard to, a process being put in place for accounts payable through a memo that came from her and the superintendent, given the fact that we had an audit of SIU, that one of the major findings was accounts payable, and that was something that we were assured as a board had been handled and taken care of, yet there was subsequently, it was necessitated a memo from Ms. Marte and Mr. Runcie to ensure that those things were in fact put in place. And one of the things that I will say is I have difficulty as a board member having insight into how findings are being closed. And so I'll just give you an example. It was brought up by my colleague, Ms. Rich Levinson, with regard to IT. I'm not going to say anything specific, but what I am going to say is, as the chair of the school board, I sit in on a meeting when there's an exit with the auditor, and there were some things that were identified. And I can tell you, some of those things have to this day not yet been fixed. And so we are in a position where, as a board, it is incumbent upon us to have insight into what has been followed up on and what still needs work. And I understand that there are risks associated in some of those with having them being said publicly or presented to us publicly, but we have to have a way for the board to have insight into whether or not they're actually completed. And so, there are lots of things within the plan that are very important, but there are other things that I think payroll is one of those things where, when I spoke to Mr. Jaboan about how we've had repeated findings over payroll, and we have a new system that we're going to be putting in, and what I understood from my conversation with Mr. Jaboan is that they would fix the payroll system, then collect the data, and then perform an audit. And that's fine, because we know there are issues now, and we want to see if the new system is going to fix the issues. But my concern as a board member is to make sure that we have implemented things in the interim that are going to fix the issues that have been identified in the past. And so the question that I wrote was, how can this board be assured that whatever controls can be implemented to address issues or concerns that may have already been raised are implemented now and continue to be implemented or improved to control payment over that process for payroll until we have the new system and until we can collect the data and until we can have the audit, because that's a long period of time to continue to have issues that we already know about today. So, Mr. Runcie, that's one of the questions that I have as a board member.
So you're right, we'll find a way to give you better insights. I mean, I will have Ms. Marte follow up with a memo to the board just so you understand what we're doing on an interim basis and the changes we've made to address that particular issue. And I would also say that in response to audits that come from the state, we prepared fairly, I think, detailed responses to them, which is why we've had some of these findings, have been addressed satisfactorily in that regard. We'll make sure we provide that information to the board. And I'll talk to Joris and figure out how we can maybe give you some regular insights into the follow-up that continues to go on relative to audits. I think one of the important points that you and some of the other board members raised today was to identify some of the major audits that have gone on historically, even prior to 2017, and you kind of want to know the status of where we are with those. I think that's the kind of blind spot, if you will, that you have. And so we'll identify some of those and maybe even get some additional feedback from the board members, and we'll come up with a list of those items, and then we'll go and do some specific follow-up on what's been implemented to address those. So I would encourage you, Ms. Brinkworth, and the other board members here, if you could send a list of any of those major audits that you have to juris, and we'll figure out which one we can prioritize and look at and get back to the board on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was part of my conversation with Mr. Jaboan in looking at that process. And I believe, Mr. Mokman, you might want to double check, but I believe there is a board policy that speaks to audit follow-up and the process for doing that. So I think it hasn't been revised in a very, very long time, but I think it's something that we need to maybe take another look at and make sure that there is a loop of feedback to the board. The other thing that I mentioned to Mr. Jaboan during our phone call, and I'd like to state it now for my colleagues as well as for consideration of the superintendent, but there are several things that we often hear of things that are processes within the district that are something that need to be improved upon, right? So length of time that it takes to hire people. It's something that I hear over and over again, whether I'm at schools or I'm in the district. From the time that we put an advertisement out to the time that people are interviewed to the time it takes to process them and provide them an offer. Often those people have gone on to find employment elsewhere because they can't wait to take a job. And so that and IT controls and even the discipline records, except for the fact that we're under this microscope, those I think would be more subject to management review than they would be to a formalized audit process. And so I guess I need to have an understanding as a board member, what do we perform specific management reviews of that are separate and apart from what the auditor does? Because for many of these things, we can't wait for it to fit within the audit plan, or we can't wait, for it to rise to the level of an audit. We need to have a continuous review of these processes, especially when we're hearing issues from within the community or from our employees or our stakeholders that are things that we could address internally that wouldn't necessarily require an audit for us to change.
Yes, Ms. Brinkworth, and there are, that's really part of our daily work here in the district, is to continue to find process improvements. In fact, it's one of our three anchor items in the strategic plan for quite some time. But through areas such as SIM, which works on our strategic plan, they work with other departments. In particular, a lot of our focus has been on the academics area and what we actually need to do to continue to improve outcomes there. Operationally, we've continued to work in many areas to do process improvements. If we look at the history of some of the areas that have been transformed, if you really step back and look at areas like transportation and think of what that looked like several years ago, or procurement and warehousing, and how far we've moved that particular area. So we continue to move in each area and try to make changes there. Sometimes we actually even engage external organizations like the Council of Great City Schools. We've had them do a number of management reviews, and they provided some good information for us to consider. So we'll continue to do that, and I take it as an item here to give the board some more insights on those. And the final piece, I would say, we've had lots of discussions at workshops on a variety of things that we then take action items out of that to make changes and improvements based on what we see as the direction that the board would like us to go in. So there's a variety of ways that we've been taking input to improve things in the district. I don't think there's one specific way, but we have been doing that.
Okay, and then the one point that Ms. Bartleman brought up, and I brought it up to Mr. Jaboan as well, with regard to the discipline review, the concern that teachers have shared about what happens to a referral after it's written and what is the process for following that. And so I just want to make sure that, that whether we're looking at it in the audit or not, that it is something that is being reviewed as far as what our process is. And then the last thing that I wanted to say, and I don't think any of my colleagues brought it up, was with regard to P cards. And I know that it's on, I think, the long-range plan. It's not on the long-range plan?
It's on page 9.
It's on
the
page
current
9.
plan.
Okay, I think my question when we talked about it, Mr. Jabone, was how soon your people would get to that, given the fact that there are these discipline, threat assessment, and promise audits that are coming.
So to your point, what you mentioned earlier, what are we doing now versus, waiting for an audit? And I know we've made some changes in terms of our P cards and their access and who has them. I don't know if we can allow.
No, that's okay. I mean, I've read the memos that have come.
Right.
I just want to have an understanding of how does that impact right? So there's an impact to the audit. You'll be identifying a period of time that you're going to audit, but in the meantime, we've implemented some structure around P cards, and so the timing of the audit kind of matters, because like for payroll, we're waiting, right? So just having an understanding of what the timing looks like, what has been implemented during that time, and how that has impacted the audit, because we don't want to then say, oh, we spent all this time doing an audit, but really we've implemented a process in the meantime that has really fixed all of the issues that we had identified previously. So just the timing for me is a concern, and certainly the amount of time that you indicated it would take for the discipline, behavioral threat assessment, and promise, which I know are things that we have to do because we've committed to doing them, and we are definitely wanting to have a better understanding of how those processes are implemented with fidelity, but at the same time, making sure that we are really monitoring places where there might be waste, fraud, or mismanagement are important to this board. So I encourage my colleagues to, as Mr. Runcie indicated, to send any information you have about audits from the past that you think had significant findings that would then be on the list of things for Mr. Jabone and his department to look at going forward. I think that addresses many of the issues that were raised here today by many of us. I will go back now to Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Levinson, and then Ms. Good.
Yeah, and listening at some of my colleagues' comments, specifically Ms. Balderman, I have a couple of questions. Working in the nonprofit arena for 17 years with grants, county grants, state grant, federal grants, it's mandatory that they have audits every year. You can't get around it in order to get your funding for the next year. And the audits have to be done by an outside auditor. So Ms. Balderman mentioned Title I, she mentioned IDA, and all of those are grant programs, and she was speaking of findings. So I'm trying to, let me ask, so are they being audited by outside auditors for the sake of the grant purpose?
Yeah, I understand that the organizations that provided us with the funding would send their auditors to do audits.
Right.
Mr. Gold had sent an email out to his team members to copy me on those audits, so that way I'm aware that their existence. What it seems like it would make sense to me to incorporate my program is to know what those findings are. And it sounds like we're headed that way. So I guess what my thinking is that the organization themselves send their own auditors on that end. And if there's a requirement that our team does the audit, then then I guess I need to.
And I would say, directly to your question, things like Title I, they get multiple audits. It's not just one. They're getting it from the state. They get it from the federal Title I folks. There are multiple audits that actually are performed, so it's not just one particular entity.
Okay, because that would be my understanding. You get a monitoring from who's giving you the grant ongoingly, and you're required by law to have an audit from an outside auditor. So I don't know that it would be to our advantage to use our dollars through this department.
Then the
for
Auditor
those
General
audits.
does one
Right,
as well.
right.
So there's multiple audits being done on the same thing, and they come up with the same type of findings, but, again, there's this other conversation going on out there, there's something else going on, but if we have multiple auditors independent of each other doing audits on the same program, their findings are what they are. I mean, we can go get another auditor, we're not gonna get anything
And
different than
and
what's
did we
there.
find that we was misappropriating? Because I remember when I was the chair of the board and I was in the initial meeting with this, and it was a whole conversation around how you fill out your Title I application for your funding at a certain time of the year. So you may have Norfolk as your #1 school, but by the time you actually pay out, because of the numbers and the students, you may have another school that have a larger number of free and reduced lunch. So your actual pay and what you actually put in the grant could be very different. So that's where I remember that conversation. But there were comments made about Title I not being in compliant, and it just really raised my eyebrows with all the grants that we get and the monitoring that's required. I don't know why we would spend our dollars in-house auditing them. I don't think they would accept. You have to have monitorings and different things from an outside entity looking at those. And for what I just heard Mr. Runcie say, we get it 3 or 4 ways, and the Auditor General did an audit, and I think we had another firm do an audit too. So I'm just trying to be clear, because this stuff is, when this stuff is said on the record, if we don't address it and ask specific questions that we can understand it. I spend my life in the grant arena, so I have a great understanding of it. But when I hear Ms. Balderman say that it's not listed here and we're not in compliance and all this money is missing, it really gets my attention, because there would be red flags all over the place. I mean, the federal government, they would literally be all over us. We would be receiving letters individually as board members. It's how serious they take those grants and the monitoring of those grants. And then we have a staff that work in these different departments. So I didn't want to leave away from this setting without getting some clarity as to the monitoring of those programs, the grants, the monitorings, the audits, and those things that take place. And I would assume that they would not take place through your shop because of the way that they operate. So maybe we can have something that's provided to the board that makes it real clear that those audits took place at a certain date, a certain time, and whatever the findings were, just to kind of refresh our memory, because I don't think it's fair to staff or to the public to move away from this setting with it being out there that we could be possibly misspending or mismanaging money. And that's why we do audits, so you monitor and you correct. They don't keep giving you money if you are mismanaging it and you're misappropriating it. That's why they do it. They monitor. Most of the time they monitor throughout the year. You know, you have certain reports that you have to do, but they really try to keep up with those dollars. And I know that, I think Title IV, they've been cutting funds, they've been moving a lot of stuff around. I know that Title I changed overall the way that we administer it, where we used to do things on a district level, and then something changed with the law where we now have to do it on a school level. And my concern is now, are we getting the quality or what we used to get out of Title I, because now it's done on a school level. And I know that's another item and another conversation. So maybe we should have a workshop, Ms. Brinkworth, just around how these different grants work and how they're monitored and all of the stuff that go on the outside, so that we wouldn't, because we shouldn't be spending, you know, our dollars in that way unless we're using an outside auditor. His time doing those audits, and he turns it in, they're not going to accept it. They're going to come back and do it themselves, and then they're going to require that we have an outside entity do it. So I would be interested to make sure we're not wasting hours through our auditors doing audits that is not going to count for those grants and people that's giving us that money. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Levinson?
Dr. Osgood, thank you so much for that explanation. My concerns were the same, that facts matter when things are stated up here, and I know that Mr. Gold was here. If he could please come back up, and Ms. Marte got up. I would like the facts out there about the Title I audit, and if you could fill us in order to give us those facts.
So good afternoon, Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. What I will do is say that Title I is continuously audited by a number of processes. It was described fairly well in the discussion that just happened at the dais. There was reference to a audit that several years ago, I believe it was 2016, resulted in an initial questioning of the allocation of funds within the grant. At no point was there a discussion of inappropriate use of the dollars. One must remember that Title I is distributed to schools based on the percentage of students who are in free and reduced lunch, and that the school then sets the district then sets a threshold which schools will qualify. Here in Broward County Public Schools, we are including schools K through 8. We do not include high schools, and I believe our current threshold is 52% free and reduced lunch in order to be designated a Title I school. There is then a calculation of 75% or above on free and reduced lunch, which are a different tier than those between our floor of 52% and the 75%. The federal government over time has changed the regulations about what is to be included in the district's effort, including whether one should utilize district average salaries or the school's specific salaries for teachers. The ambiguity and the changes in those, in addition to several other regulatory changes instituted by the state through whom the federal dollars flow, resulted in questionable expenditures. Those were answered. As Ms. Bartleman referenced, in conjunction, the Office of Academics, the Office of Title I, in conjunction with the auditor at that time, responded to the state's questions, and these questions were from the state. In the end, there was determined to be a $3 million, not a $23 million, and it was not an inappropriate use, it was a reallocation of funds. Fractions of a dollar here and there across our 140 schools over time that were redistributed with Title I dollars, not with general fund dollars. There was not at any point a loss of fiscal authority by the school district. There was not a supplemental kick-in of general fund dollars to the grant dollars. We needed to rectify the distribution of funds within Title I to mirror the correct formula distribution and definitions at that time. Subsequently, we have instituted what was quarterly is now semester-wise adjustments to make sure that we are in full compliance beforehand and that we have verified with our state friends, and they really are our friends at this point. They visit us regularly. We have had no questions since that time.
Thank you for that full explanation. And Ms. Marte?
Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer. Along with any field work as described by Mr. Gold, in order for this board to borrow money in the market, we are required by law to have an independent audit firm audit our entire financial statements, all funds, and in addition to that audit, we must, in order to participate in federal programs, Title I being one of them, have what they call a single audit of federal sources. That's done every single year. For the fiscal year ended 17-18, those documents were published last November, and there were no findings, zero. There wasn't even a management letter with recommendations. There were no findings in the single audit and no findings in the audit. Subsequent to that time, the Auditor General came in and conducted two audits, an operational audit and a financial audit. The operational audit had some findings. I believe there were 8, down from 13 from the previous one. Of the 8, there are just a few that still have work to do. The board is aware of all of them, payroll being one of them. That was the operational audit. The Auditor General's financial audit, which the board voted on and received and accepted, had no findings and no management letter. The audit, the independent auditor is upstairs now and has been since May, auditing the current year's, last year, 17-18, I get mixed up with current year when I'm working on budget, the 18-19 fiscal year. As of today, I have not been made aware of any issues or findings they have. That is not to say that there are no findings, they haven't published yet, but they keep me abreast of any concerns they have. As of today, there are none. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you to both of you. That answers, and once again, facts matter, so thank you for presenting the facts.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I really do appreciate each of my colleagues' comments here today, especially as it involves something so important as our auditing process. And again, we all had the opportunity to meet with our auditor. But I have to say that to make statements of fact, when in my opinion they are not, is very concerning to me when my colleagues do this, especially I mean, I'm trying to be, I just find that, and I'm gonna just say it because it's not all my colleagues, but I'll just say Ms. Bartleman's comments, even toward our auditor, I found them to be unprofessional. I felt as if he was being interrogated. I don't ever recall her ever doing this with our previous auditor. So I really ask that we can all express ourselves in a way that ensures that we receive the necessary follow-up as a board. I will tell you that I find it problematic that independently, each one of us will be sending information directly to the auditor for follow-up. I find that to be concerning that a board member would do that. I don't think that's the way it should work. I don't think that our auditor should be receiving multiple emails independently from each one of us regarding information that is shared by each one of us. I don't find that to be professional either. And so I totally think that we have an opportunity to share concerns, bring them up in a manner that's professional and open. I too want to make sure that previous audits, any findings that were found are properly followed up on, and I think that should be coming from the audit department and sharing that with the board and the superintendent so that we can make sure that issues that occurred in the past are not reoccurring. That's our job, and that's the auditor's job. So, I am very concerned about the tone of what's transpired here. You've basically, I'm very concerned. I appreciate Ms. Bartleman's look, but I will just say that we remember why we're here, and if we'd like certain things to be followed up on, that we discuss it here and we discuss it in the proper way. And I will say that any amendments to this audit plan, based on comments from one of my colleagues, making statements as if they were fact, without us having an opportunity to have staff here to provide some additional follow-up on that item, I'm not prepared to make an amendment to this audit plan. I think it's critically important that we have staff here that can address some of the issues and then have those discussions and then potentially make amendments as required. But, you know, especially in the delivery method of our program. That was something that was discussed at length by this board. We had workshops about it. So, again, I'm not saying that there doesn't need to be further review of it, but I think before we make an amendment to this audit plan, I would certainly appreciate hearing from the facilities department alongside our auditor to see, you know, what measures have we taken into account to prevent some of those previous findings from the grand jury. Because I know that those discussions occurred on this dais, at workshops. I mean, it was something we were very concerned as a board corporate to make sure that it didn't happen again. I know that we had public input about it. So, you know, sometimes when we make comments in isolation, it appears as if we as a board we're not concerned about that issue, when in fact we did discuss it at length. And so I don't want the takeaway to be that. So I'm sorry, I'm feeling somewhat frustrated, and it's during an item that I think, you know, we've had some really good conversations about, and I'm very concerned that our auditor all of a sudden is going to be directed directly by board members, and I don't think that that's something that is prudent and is ethical. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes,
And then Ms. Korn?
Mr. Gall, I need you here for a second, please. I just want to clear up. The reason why I asked that they get moved to the audit plan is because I have questions, not facts. Mr. Gall, has the parent advisory group met with you on several occasions regarding the allocation, excuse me, this is my question, regarding the allocation of resources in Title I, including personnel, including providing artifacts? Have they met with you, and have they presented items to you?
Yes.
Those are items and issues that would not be identified by an auditor who is simply looking at our money, but instead are personnel issues. However, if the issues are found to be true, which we have no idea whether or not they're true, and they have met with you on several occasions, they have at one board meeting placed items across the table for everyone to receive. I know they have given stuff to Mr. Runcie. I know that they have met with you like 3 times, because these are the issues I'm speaking to. I have no idea if those issues are true or if they're not. None of us do. But I don't know where the check and balance system would occur. So when I'm speaking to Title I, it's not just dollars and cents. It's those issues that are brought up that could come back to hurt the district. So those are the issues I'm speaking to. So when you have your Title I parent advisory group bringing the chief academic officer and the superintendent concerns regarding resources and use of Title I staff and many other things, I have no idea, has there been follow-up? Has anyone looked into it? Repeatedly. They have met with you repeatedly. So when I'm asking for a Title I look-see, because I don't have facts, I just want to know, I don't know the facts. No one has followed up. I've submitted it in writing. I've submitted to you. I haven't gotten it back. I don't think we should, but at some point, that's why you have a third party as your check and balance system. And that's why I asked for that. I think that's really important.
So, through the chair, I just would be remiss if I did not directly respond to the assertions. At no point has any of the concerns which have been raised by some members of the parent community, some are formerly EPAC members, some of them have been from the broader Title I community, been found to result in a formal investigation. They have not crossed that threshold. There have been a number of issues on the style and execution of resource allocations, which I continue to work with the director of Title I and the community on, and they are standing issues of continuing process improvement. But to infer that the absence of a green light clarity means that there is an impending violation is not an accurate representation. There are concerns that the community continues, not just in Title I, but across the district, that we continue to engage with our community to improve on.
Okay.
And that is what we are doing.
So my fiduciary duty for me is when concerns are brought, I need to know that they're not real concerns, that you've handled them, and then when the people keep continuing coming to me and I don't have an answer, I guess what's my role as a board member at that point? And that's where my frustration is. And so I respect what you said, that it doesn't mean that there's a problem. I didn't say that I know that there's a problem. I just know that as a fiduciary officer of this board, when I'm presented with information and artifacts and things, at what point is it I've gone back to you, I've heard you're looking into it, you said there's still some outstanding things you're working on.
I will be sure, and I apologize for your inability to point to any documentation from me providing you with certainty on the scope and the manner in which these assertions are being responded to. I will rectify that.
That would make, then I'm done. If you're telling me you've looked into it, then it doesn't even have to be here. But for me, the only recourse I have is to ask the board to look into it as a third party. So when it comes to the dollars and cents we spoke of, the issues that were identified by the group would not be identified by the auditor per se, because there are other issues. And those were the issues I was speaking to. And I thought because all of us have been notified and contacted by these people that I assumed that, but I guess I should have I didn't want to bring it up here, but now I had to. But I thought everyone would remember all of those things, but we get a lot of stuff. The next question with the IDEA. I still have, you know what, forget it, because it doesn't matter, because you're not going to amend the report, so it's fine. I'll let the response stand on its own that you have to submit. The other question I had, which was on my notes but was not here, was follow up to the Evergreen report. Actually, I am going to put this on record for myself so that I can have just said this publicly. With the IDA funds, follow up for caseload, for making sure children are getting services, for there is a limited, I do not believe that we have a strong structure in place to do a check and balance as to the implementation of students' IEPs and services within our district. So when a student has federal money on an IEP for like a pull-out service, and a child goes 7 months into the school year without the pull-out service, yet we're using federal funds to pay for that pull-out service, what's happening there? How, except for the cases.
So, Ms. Bartleman, are you asking for Mr. Runcie to consider adding something to the plan?
Apparently that people didn't feel comfortable with adding things, so I'm just putting my comments, and whatever the board wants to do, they can do, which is fine with me. I'm not going to make an amendment, because if I make an amendment, I'm sure it will be voted down. So.
But point of order, that is not the topic. Right now, we are talking about audit. We're not talking about specific questions on IDA.
Well, the IDA.
Point of order, that is not what we are currently talking about.
Under long-term audits, IDEA should be something we should be looking at on a consistent basis.
So I would, through the chair, ask then to make an amendment if that's what you'd like looked at. Otherwise, this is not supposed to be an extensive conversation on individual board members' questions about anything and everything related to the district. If you would like the board to support that, I would suggest you ask for an amendment to be supported by your colleagues.
Okay. All right. The other question I have is Evergreen, and you are going to respond.
Thank you. I received a request from an audit committee member to get a follow-up on the Evergreen report, excuse me. And on the next audit committee meeting, Mr. Gohl and Mr. Hickman, Dr. Hickman, they have a team member who will make a presentation on the follow-up for the findings from that report to the committee.
Are you doing a third party, are you doing an independent look to verify that those changes have been made in the Evergreen, or are you just going on what their presentation is?
Yeah, I'm afraid I mean, outside of reading the report, which is a pretty thick report, I'm not as familiar with those issues as somebody like you who was here at the time. I've read them, and I understand, I believe it's Sonia Clay is the person who will make that presentation. I talked to her about the framework as far as the items that were still open, and that a refresher would be provided to the committee as to how those issues stand right now.
Okay, so I guess my concern is there are issues within, there are issues as to whether or not those things were actually accomplished. And there are questions as to whether or not goals were met that were reported as met. if the same staff who was responsible for implementing the plan is presenting, how are we sure that it actually happened if there isn't a outside look at it? I guess that's my question.
Obviously, changes to the plan can be made, but that's not part of the plan for this upcoming fiscal year.
So, Ms. Bartleman?
Okay, I'm just going to make the amendment. I don't think it'll go anywhere, but I'll go ahead and make it, so at least I'm on record. I want to make an amendment to move IDEA and along with accounts payable and Evergreen and the IT security issues off of the long-term list, but to one of the lists that would be considered for this year.
Second?
Yes, it has been moved by Ms. Bartleman to add IDEA, Evergreen,
IT security.
IT, and payroll.
The
Accounts payable, I'm sorry.
Accounts payable, follow-up, and the IT security, because right now it's on long range, which was explained to me is long range, but is something that should be at the forefront.
It was moved by Ms. Bartleman, seconded by Ms. Zaladef. I have Ms. Good and then Ms. Levinson.
So, so to that motion, what are we taking off? Because I heard the auditor say earlier, anything that's added, something has to come off. So we can't just say add these items without there being impacts to our staff and to availability of having proper audits conducted. So I'd like Ms. Bartleman to include in her motion what she intends to take off.
Sure. I'd like to take off some of the charter school functions that Ms. Korn spoke to that we don't have the ability to necessarily implement all the changes we want. I'd also like to reduce the scope of, reduce some of the scope of the discipline finding, if you can, but continue with all of the threat assessments, paperwork, assessor, all of those concrete things. But as to going through 1 million emails that you are doing, maybe reduce the scope of that.
I'm not sure how clear that is, because you basically, you basically left the threat assessment, which is the largest part of.
No, the threat assessment's staying in.
I know, Ms. Bartleman, but you can't add all these items and take out one tiny little item that you
I
took out.
didn't. I
which is
took out
part
the
of-
charter school. There's a whole section on charter schools.
That's it? That's all you're gonna take out? I mean, if we're gonna make motions to add items, I respect that.
You know what? Let's just. I'm not even.
No, I'm not.
I'm not even
I
going to.
have
You know
the
what?
floor,
The
Madam
IDEA.
Chair.
Ms. Bartleman?
You asked me to do something. It's impossible for me to do. So I'm
Ms.
going to
Bartleman.
let the motion stand, and I'm not going to.
I have the
Ms.
floor.
Bartleman?
Okay.
So the auditor had indicated before that if we were gonna add items on the long-range plan, on a longer plan, that we would need to modify the existing. And so if I have a colleague who feels it warranted that these items are there, I'm fine with that. But we can't just start picking half of an item and take one item out and add some substantial items. It's really not fair to this process. So either we make a motion that the plan go back if there's, I don't think we here then, because what I wanted to do is to see the complexity of what you've asked, and it's complex. You can't go now and take stuff out because you don't understand the amount of work each item
It's true.
requires.
That's why I can't do
So,
it.
let me finish. So all I'm saying is, if you feel that other things need to be replaced, then I think you should state what those are, but then we couldn't vote on this today. We would have to afford the audit committee, potentially the auditor, an opportunity to look at these requests and come back with some information. I don't know how we as a board are going to determine the workload of each single item that's presented here. So I find it very difficult for me. So before I vote, and I vote one way or another, I don't want my vote to be misunderstood because I do not understand the complexity of the auditing that's required for each item that you've added and what that's going to cause the auditor to do as far as modifying their current work plan, because he's made that crystal clear. So I have an issue with how it's being presented, and I don't know if there's another mechanism for affording the auditor and appropriate staff to take a look at some of the comments that are being mentioned here today and coming back and giving feedback. But to do it on the dais like this, I don't find it's the most appropriate manner. I guess that's what I was trying to say.
Okay, so thank you. Ms. Bartleman, please just hold on just 1 second. I'll put you back on the list. Ms. Levinson, to the motion only.
Yes. To the motion, I can't support all of those for the same reason that you can't take enough off of this. And afterwards, I would like to make a separate motion on the IT security, which I believe is paramount, and I believe one of our outside accounting firms should be doing that anyway, and not Mr. Jaboan, so I would like to propose that afterwards, please.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood, was it on the motion? Because I have
It
Ms.
is
Corn.
on the motion.
Thank you.
And I just want to go on record and say, I don't think that IDEA is something that should be monitored by the federal government and the outside person that we get every year. We can't circumvent it. It's what I was talking about earlier because it is a federal grant. So I would not like to see the time spent of the staff here doing that. Secondly, with all of these items bundled together, it really borderlines us. If we recall, we got written up in the last evaluation that we had of the board about micromanaging and kind of being too into the day-to-day operations, and that's exactly what we're doing. If we want things included in the audit or to be brought forth for consideration to the board, we have ways of doing that through our personal meetings or whatever, but to sit here today to try to change this audit plan, I'm not prepared to vote on it because I would have several more questions because I'm not willing to compromise anything with discipline. What we went through on February 14th, 2018, discipline has to be a priority for us all the way around, I mean in every factor. And we have so much misinformation about our disciplinary matrix, things that we're doing, and then we have things that we want to improve, like we continue to look at every year. So I wouldn't be willing to take off or cut anything as it relates to discipline because that deals, in my opinion, directly with lives of our children and how things are being handled. And I think we've spoke over and over again about the discipline matrix, about different programs and wanting them reviewed, wanting facts out there. And so I personally, that's one area that I don't think that we have any wiggle room with when it comes to our discipline matrix and the Promise program and those things. But I just think that this is an exercise that should be done in a workshop if we're going to pick through the plan and say we want this and this and this and this audit. And I think this is also a perfect demonstration today why it would be very ineffective if every board member was going separately with the audits that they want. I think we all could have we could have 9 different lists of audits, and they can all contain something different. But the way this process works is we have to bring those items here, and we have to come to a consensus about how we're going to move forward. And sometimes we're going to get all the things that we feel we need, and sometimes we're not. But at the end of the day, it has to be a consensus. It can't be 9 different board members with 9 different audit plans or thoughts about audits. So everybody's giving their input, and the way that this process works, we will vote. And I certainly can't support the amendment because it has all of those different things looped in there together. And I just personally feel that we have a process for grants that work in a way, the federal government put it that way, the state put it that way, and that's the way we should follow. I don't want staff to use staff time on those things that are already audited through a process, especially when our auditor is saying that we're already kind of short-staffed.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Corn, did you have a comment on the motion, or you're?
On the motion, and then I have.
I'll come back to you, yes.
Follow up. I just wanted to clarify, So the motion currently is to add the IDA, Accounts Payable, Evergreen, and IT Security, and to remove portions of the discipline and charter schools. Is that correct?
Well, actually, I don't think it's appropriate to put what to remove. I think he said that as things come up, that he would have to balance things. If something was brought to his attention, he would have to stop everything.
So the motion is to add those and remove nothing?
Well, you brought up charter schools. I don't see how I can handpick like the discipline thing. I don't think he's gone
Ms.
through a
Bartleman,
million.
all I'm asking is for you to
The charter
clarify
school,
the motion.
the charter school pieces that you referenced.
Okay, so I didn't reference specifically within charters. I could go down that path at a different part of the conversation. I'm asking for the motion. The motion
Okay.
currently is, just if you could restate it, because it was seconded by your
Right.
colleague,
I'm gonna
and I don't
keep-
know that she's comfortable with the second as your, so
You know,
I just
I'm
would
actually,
clarify.
I'm going to stick to my original motion
Okay.
to move IDA, Evergreen, accounts payable, and what was my last one? I'm so sorry.
IT security.
IT security off the long-term list.
Okay, so they would be in this year's audit plan,
Yes.
and there would be nothing removed.
No, he'd have to make a decision as to what he thought could be pushed or moved. It's not for me to make.
Okay, I'll make my other comments afterwards.
Thank you.
For me, it was very clear by our auditor that this was the full scope of what is the capacity. If we added it, based on his comments, something has to be removed. So I don't know how anyone on the dais can support it without something being removed, because then the auditor on his own would be removing something, and he doesn't actually have the ability to do that if we've given him this direction, unless he came to us and formally said these were being removed. So I don't know how we can add 4 significant additions without removing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes. I would ask the auditor, instead of me deciding what scopes can be limited, since.
But Ms. Bartleman, at this time, I mean,
Okay, well then let me just put this on the record. IDEA and Evergreen impacts our children on a daily basis.
you said that.
To keep that in long-term and not on the forefront, when that is a topic of how our ESC children are delivered services to, how they receive services, all of those things, and they're under the microscope as well since the tragedy. To not want to have a check and balance.
I don't think anyone is saying we don't want to have a check and balance.
Oh, okay.
That's not what anyone is saying.
I'm asking that, to me, it's important enough to move it up. I have a question about accounts payable. Because it's an open audit, wouldn't that be something that, based on the previous discussion, you would have to look into anyway? Because we just went over how you're going to go back to the major open audit items. So would that be something you would be looking into anyway, or no?
So as I mentioned, well, I've gotten the Pulse to go back and further in 2017. I have not had a chance to study the SIU audit. I understand that there's accounts payable issues that are there. I think that those issues are different than the issues that are that we're talking now about ESC and IDEA. They would have to be studied.
Okay.
What I also want to mention, though, is not all audits are equal. So even if I was to remove something, so you have people that are doing the charter school work that have a different skill set than doing accounts payable, and those audits are bigger audits than some of those charter schools.
Okay, well, I definitely feel that ESC, IDEA, Evergreen need to be looked at. So it's okay if it gets voted down, but I want to be on record saying that I think that those things should be moved to the front.
Thank you. So you're leaving your motion as
My original
originally?
motion
Okay, and Mrs. Aludef, does your second stand? Second. Okay. Any additional conversation from my colleagues? All those in favor of the, I'm sorry?
I think it's totally inappropriate that you have a motion on the floor to modify the plan when the auditor specifically said that if you add anything, you have to take something away. And so for my colleague to make a motion to put this out there so that some of us who don't think it's prudent and it puts our auditing department in a real predicament are going to have to vote against it just so that she could say she voted for it. It is so wrong what is happening on this dais right now. I think her motion is out of order because the auditor has specifically said we cannot add an item to it without taking. And so, if we can't make that call here on the dais, then defer the item and allow the audit department to go back and look at what they have and the comments that have been made here today and come back with a proposal for us. But for us to have a motion on the floor, for us to vote it up or down, just so a colleague could say that she wants to speak for these issues, when we all care about those issues, but we don't want to put our department and our staff in a predicament, is wrong, Madam Chair. It's wrong, and it's political. Let's just call it what it is.
Heather?
Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, at the last audit committee meeting, audit committee members tried to bring forward the Evergreen audit. And I guess it was not spoken about. There was also items that were motioned by a member. And so if you want to go back, I know there are members of the audit committee who actually support revisiting the Evergreen audit. And if it's your will to go back and let them look at it, I would definitely do that, because I know that those were issues within the audit committee, speaking to audit committee members. I know the IDEA were issues speaking to audit committee members. And
Bartleman?
so if she wants to defer it, I would be willing to do that.
Here's the issue that I see right now. So we already heard from audit committee members that they didn't have the plan when it came originally with their packet for the audit committee meeting, but they did have it prior to, I'm not sure how close to the beginning of the meeting starting. Clearly, there has been some conversation. One of our other colleagues has said that they're going to look to entertain a motion to add something to the plan, which is then going to necessitate something coming off the plan. And so I think it is, I don't think that we know now what Mr. Jaboan is going to need as far as resources to complete what's within the plan. Perhaps many of my colleagues have already had a conversation about whether or not he can fit something into the plan that they're considering adding as a motion, but it's not a conversation that all of us have had the opportunity to have, and certainly it's not a conversation that the audit committee has had the opportunity to speak about. So I don't know exactly how we move forward passing an audit plan today when there is still so much discussion that seems like needs to occur in order for the plan to be complete in a way that our auditor feels confident that they can complete the work that they're setting forth in the plan. And so I know we have a motion on the floor right now. Several of my colleagues are anxious to speak again with regard to the motion, but Mr. Runcie, I don't know if you have a thought about what you would like us to do with the plan at this moment.
Well, what I would recommend, a couple things. One is, the audit committee had a conversation about this plan. I mean, it certainly can be a dynamic document. So they approved moving it forward to the board for consideration. I would encourage the board to approve the plan as it is. We can have conversations in workshops on what adjustments may be made. There was some good conversation made here today about some other areas of interest. I would recommend that Joris go back and look at it, and we'll figure out if there's any way for us to incorporate some additional items which may require capacity, and if it does, we would bring that to the board in terms of what the actual cost or impact may be. But I think this governing board would have to help us prioritize the work. What we've given you is based on conversations, commitments, directives that we've had over the past year, and I think this plan captures it. I mean, what happened in the past, we really didn't have a discipline plan that we worked with. The auditor would get recommendations from lots of different sources, and they would just go and run with that. That's not a discipline auditing program. We're trying to put one in place now, and I think that's where some of the difficulties in. So again, my recommendation would be to vote and support the plan as presented. We'll take the recommendations you provided. We'll have some workshops on some of those additional items and how we may be able to incorporate those and what resources are necessary. And finally, I would say that some of the things that are being talked about, we work on those as part of our processes for trying to improve, our organizations. So for example, on the payroll side, there's a significant effort that's going on in payroll as well as accounts payable to modify our processes. There are things that have been put in place. So to part of the conversation that came up earlier, I think one of the things that we can do is to provide the board with some updates on exactly what type of changes and controls that things have been put in place to address some of the items of concern that have come up on current and prior audits. And I think that might be helpful as well. So I think it's a combination of things. So we'll provide some of that information at a workshop in addition to some of the other areas of interest. And then third, what the impact would be in terms of capacity, financial ask that may be required to expand the scope of what's currently laid on the table. Does that work?
Well, we currently have a motion on the floor to add 4 items to the plan, and as my colleague, Ms. Good, pointed out, without removing anything from the plan, it's not a comfortable position as a board member to pass a plan that adds additional workload when the auditor has clearly said that that would not be something that they would be able to complete within the scope of what's already within the plan if we add additional things to it without removing anything.
I have a substitute.
And so, I have Dr. Osgood on the motion. Yes. I don't think your mic is on. Can you please make sure Dr. Osgood's microphone is on?
Testing. Thank you. Ms. Bottleman mentioned the parent committee of Title I and that group complaining. And that group, a person was removed from leadership and became very disgruntled with the staff. So when we get those kinds of complaints, when people are disgruntled and it's obvious that they're disgruntled, it's not necessarily something that staff needs to run down. And I'm bringing up this because we were given some envelopes in a workshop from a particular person from that group. And in that envelope, it accused one of our Greek letter organizations of using Title I funds to buy book bags, when that organization had actually donated 800 book bags to our HEART program. So it was very erroneous with a lot of the allegations that they brought forth. And it was because a person who had been in a position for a number of years was voted out of that position and became very disgruntled to the extent of going over to the Title I office and getting into it and causing confusion with the staff. I forgot to say that earlier, and I think it's very important to put that on the record because we have a lot of functioning groups that work and serve, and they advise things, and we consider them. But when something is clearly a personality issue with staff and someone that's been voted out of the position, and for them to put something in writing accusing an organization that supports our children ongoingly, by the way, who has a very wealthy international bank account, of stealing Title I dollars and buying book bags when the organization actually gave 800 book bags to our HEART department, it's just ludicrous, and it's not an individual or a group with that individual leading or writing complaints that I would be interested in spending any time following up on because it's just outright wrong and erroneous. So, and I could go on because now we're switching to the Evergreen Report. We're just playing this political game, just jumping all around with the different groups or whatever. And it really does put us in a bad spot, and it is very non-professional and very aggravating. And, you know, we try not to talk about it, but we know we all have to run for office. And we know that when some of us are running, we come to this dais and we make political decisions and we say things for political reasons that are not factual, that are not professional, that put the rest of the team in harm's way or appear to. And I can just tell you as one board member, from this day forward, I'm going to be outright and just calling that stuff out when it happens. I'm not going to continue to sit here and try to be diplomatic about it and have us go through hours and hours of what we've been through today when it's just absolutely uncalled for because someone is seeking their own personal interest at our expense.
So at the moment, Ms. Bartleman?
Yes. I'm glad you addressed that allegation about the sorority. No one shared that with me. There were also numerous other allegations similar with pictures and things from staff.
I'm going to ask
let
that
me
we not go
finish.
back and forth.
And when I bring something here about ESE and IDEA and Evergreen, that is always on the top of my list, always. And this IDEA issue I have brought forward 3 times on the dais and telephoned Mr. Runcie in a panic when I found out that pre-K providers weren't paid money. So to say it's for political reasons when I have spent my whole life committed to ESE and Evergreen, if you characterize it that way, that's fine. But when things are brought to my attention, I have a fiduciary duty to act on them. And when you have pre-K vendors and other vendors bringing it to your attention that they have not been paid in 6 months, when invoices since June, they weren't paid from February to June, that's a problem. There's a K1 item that's coming forward that shows a shortfall in IDEA and a transfer of funds. You have the Office of the Inspector General sent a letter to the chair asking to look into this situation and give an explanation. Hopefully, everything is fine. But when you have a letter from the Officer of the Inspector General, and I am a constitutional officer, and I have made aware of issues that could be a possible problem for the district, I'm going to speak to it on this dais. I speak to it every single time because that's my job. So you can call me out on whatever you want. ESE, IDEA, I bring up ESE and IDEA on a continuous basis, consistently sending emails of children not receiving services. So just call me out on it as much as you want. I'm never going to stop fighting for those issues. And if it makes it easier, if we're going to table this, I can withdraw my motion so they can go back, because I honestly feel, speaking with some of the audit committee members, that there were issues that they wanted to have discussed here and they weren't discussed completely.
So are you leaving your motion as it is for right now?
I am, unless someone wants to, if we're going to defer the item, I'll withdraw it.
Ms. Good has indicated she has a substitute motion.
I'm done.
Okay. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I'm going to keep my motion, and I have to say that if the issue of IDEA rises to the level that it has to be investigated, or any issue is brought to the attention of this district, the auditor has to immediately suspend his plan and deal with the most important fire that he needs to put out. So there's always flexibility within a plan. And there has to be.
So are you leaving your motion as is?
Yes.
Okay. And your second is okay, Mrs. Alhadeff?
I remove my second.
Okay. Is there a second for Ms. Bartleman's motion? Seeing none, the motion does not carry forward for a vote. Any additional comment? Ms. Korn, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I would like us to consider on the long-range audit plan. I know Mr. Runcie shared that he is going to be bringing in process changes for PPO, but I do think, based on how the significant investment this district is making, that a PPO audit in terms of our processes be included on the long-range portion of the audit plan. That would not impact today.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Korn and seconded by Ms. Levinson that the PPO audit be added to the long-range plan of the part of the plan. Any audience input on that? Colleague input? Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment on that. I know that the Council of Great City Schools has completed their work on it, so I know that's a starting point.
Yeah.
And Mr. Runcie's making changes from that, so I think that would be very appropriate as a follow-up to audit PPO afterwards.
Yes, and you'll receive a memo today that talks about the realignment, and in that memo, it mentions that we will do some baseline audit and periodic audits going forward in that area. And yes, there's the council's report. We will leverage that as well, and at some point in the next few months, we will come to the board with a workshop identifying some of the challenges and opportunities that we see in PPO.
Ms. Murray, on the motion?
No.
Not on the motion? Any additional comment on the motion made by Ms. Corn, seconded by Ms. Levinson? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes. Ms. Levinson, did you have a comment outside of the motion? I'm sorry.
I wanted to-
I'm sorry, Ms. Corn was not done with her
Sorry,
comments.
I wanted to complete, I didn't have an opportunity to weigh in on a part of the discussion we were having previously. When my colleague, Ms. Bartleman, brought up IDA, you brought it up in the context of a $60 million finding, which was then revised after additional conversation to $23 million. And now, sorry, Title I, I'm sorry. And now, coming back to the discussion, after staff has provided all the information, you've now shared that the reason that you actually wanted this was for completely different reasons. And it is very challenging, as a colleague, to support what I think we do have a fiduciary responsibility to all of the items that you brought up in terms of following up. And the reality is, whether or not it's on the audit plan, those items all need to be addressed in the district this year. So I don't think that the lack of including them in the audit report today speaks to this board not wanting follow-up on all of those items. But it is very challenging when that's brought up under the context of, well, we know this is a problem because these things occurred, when the full facts were then shared, that those were not the reasons, that those things actually were not accurate as reported. And then to follow up and say, well, this is actually the reason. The reality is every single one of our advisories brings forward on a constant basis issues. And we as a district, to move forward, will consistently have to address them. But they can't all come on the audit plan every year. And if we systematically looked at this and said, we're going to reevaluate, the reason I brought up charters were because it appeared to me as if there were some specific items in the 2 charter items that were listed that might be able to be modified so that they were not as expansive, and then potentially we would have space. But that's something I spoke to our auditor about, for him to be able to consider, so that if we can take something off the long-range plan, that we can. I think it is prudent that as we take these steps about what we can do, and I said this in my opening comments, is this is about change we can actually affect. We can't just put things out there because we want to be able to say them and have people hear us say them. We have to do it in a way where actual business is going to be accomplished. It's accomplished when we make the priorities and then we find the means to do it. Just putting it out there hurts us. It hurts us because then it looks like 1 or 2 people want something when the entire board would love to support all of those things, but the reality is that they're not always, we are not always capable of doing all of them in the manner in which we'd like to do them. And Robert's Rules actually allows for improper matter to be objected. And I would say, for myself as a board member, in the future, I will call on that form of Robert's Rules when I have a colleague who says, I want to take a motion on something that we know cannot actually occur. And we have our auditor who has said, without the support, which is why I asked, what items did you want removed? To just add 4 major audit items and not remove any of them. And the auditor has blanketly said that absolutely cannot happen. That's an improper matter. So I would ask that my colleagues give considerable contemplation to what it is they're asking staff to do so we can actually accomplish those things.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to add the IT security audit to the existing plan this year, in light of weekly, several times during a week in the United States, school boards, school systems, government entities are having breaches from the outside, that I believe it is our fiduciary responsibility to have an IT security audit. We have an item here, EE9, where we're hiring outside auditors for construction, operational, and information technology auditing services. So, Mr. Jabu, my proposal would be that it could fall under this. Is that something that would make sense to you if the motion were to go forward?
Yes, that item is reserved for me to be able to engage firms to do this type of work, including information technology testing.
Okay, so that would be my motion. Time is of the essence in terms of having an IT security audit, I believe, in our district.
I'll second that.
It has been moved by Ms. Levinson and seconded by Ms. Murray that the IT audit be added to this year's plan. Mr. Runcie, did you have a comment before I call on my
No, and
colleagues?
I would say that's appropriate. Over the last month or so, I've shared a couple major articles with our IT staff about breaches that districts have had, and of course, we've seen some larger national breaches that have occurred even at some of the credit rating services themselves. So it's a growing and significant problem, and we want to make sure that we're doing our best to protect the information assets in the district.
Ms. Corn, followed by Ms. Good.
Thank you. So I support it in terms of it being something that needs to be done with immediacy, but at the same time, from a capacity perspective, we've been very clear about what we have the capacity to do, and I understand that this would be for an external audit. So twofold, even when there's an external audit, there still is a capacity for our internal auditors to then review and bring forward through the audit committee. So I wanted to see what the capacity would be to do that. And secondly, from a budget perspective, if this was not something contemplated as something, even though we would have a contract in place, there's still a cost. Is that something that would take you over your budget or require you to come to for additional funds?
So these IT audits are very expensive. We would have to engage an outsider to do this work for us, even though we'd work side by side with them to make sure that they can navigate through the district. I don't have a suggested cost right now. It would require some research and some discussion to be able to get that done. I do agree that that's a significant risk if the board chooses to add that's a worthy addition to that. But both with the PPO and with the IT security, I need a little bit of studying, which of course I can do and provide a follow-up to the board on that, or within the workshop that Mr. Runcie suggested.
So the other piece, I believe that the IT audit, that's one of the positions that's vacant, right? So what I would recommend is this, that we prioritize really expediting and getting that position filled for that IT auditor position that's open. Once that position comes on board, we would then source an external firm with expertise in this area. That particular individual can work and help oversee that. And then the output from that could be the foundation for their ongoing work in the district, at least one major aspect of it that they will continue to follow up on. So I think we need to put both of those things in place, and I think we try to at least get those things done, at least maybe within the next 3 or 4 months, if at all possible.
So if I could follow up, thank you, Mr. Runcie. I'm going to follow up on those two questions again. One, from a capacity, obviously if you do hire somebody, you will have greater internal capacity to be able to accomplish that specifically. From a cost perspective, do you anticipate, I understand you don't know what the budget, do you anticipate that you will need to ask for additional funds in your budget to be able to cover that in this year?
Yes, ultimately the answer is yes.
Okay, so as a board member, I would like to support this, but I would prefer to table it until we have some idea of what that cost could be, because you use the word significant, and if significant is hundreds of thousands of dollars to your budget, then that's something that I think we should contemplate before we include.
We'll come back to this board with a cost on that before we proceed. Yeah.
So then the
So
motion,
we'll get some estimates on what it may take, and then, based on what that is, we'll bring it back to the board before we make a commitment to engage anyone.
so when we pass the item later, even though it has the capacity, before you would actually issue an audit off of that item, right off that contract, you would be coming back to us for approval, which would expand that budget.
That's correct, that's what we're saying, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Horn. Ms. Murray, is your comment on the motion, or was it?
Yeah, again, I know that money is always an issue with us, and we want to be fiscally responsible. But I've someone that has had a lot of years in this system, and every time we get to the money issue, everyone seems to get nervous. And that's why we're in the position today is because other board members in the past would not do what we're putting out today. Our system is antiquated, and if we do not get it up, we become more vulnerable every day. So the quicker we can move this forward to secure our systems, the better off we're going to be. Because every day we wait, it's going to cost us more anyway. So I think it's really, and I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I know from my past experience what it's costing us now. And again, it's vitally important when we look at, it's not only just securing our records and everything else. There's so many issues going out now with cyberbullying, people breaking into your records, changing records. We've had some interesting things happen in the past that I'm not going to talk about because I don't want to put the thought in somebody else's ear, but that our records have been violated. So again, this is a real hot issue, and unfortunately, there's so many hot issues bouncing around, but the internal security in our system, our IT system is, that's the heart of this system, to keep us running on so many different levels. So it's important that we move ahead with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Any additional comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion indicate by saying, I'm sorry, I didn't take public input on the motion. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. I'm sorry, Mrs. Aladeff? Mrs. Aladeff voted no? Sorry, it was very, very faint. The item passes, and, the amendment passes, and is there any additional conversation from my colleagues on the item as amended? All those in favor of audience input on item DD1 as amended. All those in favor of item DD1 as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The item passes. It is now 10 minutes to 2. Certainly past the time when I said that we would be taking a break for something to eat. Mr. Runcie has not given his superintendent's report yet, but in consideration of the fact that it is 10 minutes to 2, I am going to take a break. By the time we get done and get back, it's going to be 30 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and call it for 30 minutes. 2:15, if everyone can be back by 2:15, and we'll get started shortly thereafter. This meeting is now recessed until 2:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. This school board meeting is now reconvened. I'm going to go to Mr. Runcie for the superintendent's report at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to provide two updates today. One, regarding our efforts around supporting the folks who are trying to recover from Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas, and the other is a video tape that was made by Judge Tudor and Judge Elijah Williams regarding threats being made by young people and the seriousness of that matter. First of all, earlier today, Broward County Public Schools announced the creation of a coalition of organizations that have joined together to help victims recover from the devastating impact of Hurricane Dorian and to provide the Bahamas with assistance as it works to rebuild. It is impossible for us to fully understand what these families in their country have just experienced or lost. It is also impossible for us not to help and do something. The school board, in collaboration with the Broward Education Foundation, the United Way of Broward County, and Bright Star Credit Union, have launched a number of initiatives to deliver resources and support recovery efforts and to raise much-needed money for the victims. We know we have employees and families in our community who also have families and loved ones in the Bahamas. And we want them to know that we are proud to sit here today, this school board, and announce our efforts to help our friends, families, brothers, and sisters in the Bahamas in their tremendous time of need. We may not be able to help everyone, but we do know that everyone can help someone. Today, we begin our support for the Bahamas and will identify 3 areas we will focus our efforts. First, in the area of financial donations, we're asking for all monetary donations to be made to the Broward Education Foundation. There's a fund that has been set up there. All contributions that are made by check should have the designation line, Bahamian Recovery Fund. And you can also go online at browardeducationfoundation.org. On their website, there is a mechanism to make contributions there. So again, all financial contributions should go there. It's a trusted source, and you can ensure that those funds will get to the people in need. Secondly, in the area of donating supplies, donations of food, water, bleach, medical supplies, and other supplies will be accepted at Broward County Public Schools and also at 9 Bright Star locations throughout Broward County. The Bright Star locations will be used for the general public to make donations of supplies. In addition to the general public locations for Bright Star Credit Union, our schools across the county will also be doing their own internal donation drives led by student leaders. We will collect these items from our schools and administrative sites and warehouse them for the next step. That next step is our collaboration with the United Way, who's going to work on the back end to provide logistics to transport the donated items to the Bahamas. Our drive will begin today and end at the end of September, around September 27th. A list of the items that are needed by those affected by Hurricane Dorian, as well as the Bright Star Credit Union drop-off locations. That information will be posted on our website this week. And third and finally, we anticipate receiving children and families who are displaced by Hurricane Dorian. Let me share with you the resources we've assembled to do this. Broward County Public Schools serves all families who join our community, especially in the aftermath of any natural disaster. The school district opens its doors, offering resources to provide a safe, educational home and support system for children and families in need. Our Lauderdale Manor Family Resource Center is ready, and they're ready to begin welcoming families from the Bahamas starting this Friday, September 6th at 8 in the morning. Families will find a friendly and experienced team to assist with food and clothing support, school registration, and transportation. The Lauderdale Manor Family Resource Center is located at 1400 Northwest 14th Court in Fort Lauderdale. The phone number at the center is 754-321-1550. Again, the phone number is 754-321-1550 for the Lauderdale Manor Family Resource Center located at 1400 Northwest 14th Court in the city of Fort Lauderdale. The Broward County Public Schools Family Support Team has a history of providing relocation support, and our team has assisted many families over the years, welcoming over 1,000 students from Haiti after the 2010 earthquake, and approximately 1,500 students from Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands who entered our schools within the first month after Hurricane Maria in September 2017. The district provided textbooks, instructional materials, supportive teachers and staff to welcome our newest students. We even made sure we paired students up with buddies to help them get connected and feel comfortable in their new schools. We look forward to welcoming families from the Bahamas who survived the devastation of this hurricane. We welcome you to our Broward County Public Schools family. We will help you to recover, which includes providing an opportunity for your children to make new friends and obtain a valued education in a supportive environment. We look forward to providing all the support we can. I thank this board and staff in this organization for the outreach and support that we're providing. The next report that I would like to provide today is to show a videotape that was made earlier this year and we've been showing it on a number of venues. And just some background, according to Florida statutes, it's a second-degree felony to threaten to kill or do bodily harm to any person. It doesn't matter if the threat was meant as a joke or said in anger. The videotape you're about to see of Judge Tudor, who's a chief judge, and Judge Elijah Williams, both of the 17th Judicial Circuit Court, includes some stern warnings to our students and young people about using social media to make threats and what will happen if you bring a weapon into our schools. I want to thank Board Member Levinson for arranging this opportunity to materialize and take place. Now I would like for staff to show this video.
Greetings. My name is Jack Tudor, and I serve as the Chief Judge of the 17th Judicial Circuit, which serves Broward County. I'm here today to discuss an ongoing and serious issue which relates to students in the school system using social media and other forums to make threats against fellow students, teachers, and administrators of the school system. You should be advised law enforcement and the courts take these threats seriously. Many of your fellow students have been arrested or served with risk protection orders to appear before a judge based on threats to fellow students or a school. Although you may think these threats are just pranks, law enforcement and the courts do not. I am urging all of you to not engage in such behavior. It can have consequences far beyond school. It may affect your ability to get into the military, apply for certain jobs, or worse, have an impact on you getting admitted into college. If you choose to engage in making threats to fellow students or a school, law enforcement will find you, arrest you, and you will be prosecuted in the courts. I therefore ask all of you to think before you act. Your actions can have a lifetime of consequences. If you have an issue with a student or a teacher, you should bring that issue to the attention of your principal. On behalf of the court system, I wish all of you success as you become the future leaders of our county and state. And now you're going to hear from one of the judges who deals with these issues every day, Judge Elijah Williams.
I am Judge Elijah Williams. Just like you, I once attended schools within the Broward County school system. As a circuit court judge, I am assigned to the Juvenile Delinquency Division at the main courthouse. I have been a judge for 17 years. As a juvenile judge, a primary focus of my job is simply this: to punish children who break the law when necessary. I would like to briefly expand upon what our Chief Judge just said. Make no mistake about it. If you threaten to do harm to another student, a teacher, or a staff member, or in some cases, the school as a whole, you are committing a crime. It doesn't make a difference whether the threat comes out of your mouth, in writing on a piece of paper, through a computer, or from a cell phone. And it doesn't make a difference whether you are joking or serious when you make the threat. All of it is a crime. I can pretty much guarantee you that anyone who threatens another student, a teacher, a staff member, or the school will eventually be caught. My reason for concluding this is due to the fact that the crime-fighting technology that the police have nowadays makes it almost impossible for you to commit a crime and then to get away with it. Now, you need to know that when the cops come to arrest you, they will take you into custody wherever they may find you. If you're at home, the cops will handcuff you and embarrass both you and your entire family in front of the whole neighborhood. If you're at school, the cops will handcuff you and embarrass you in front of your classmates. To worsen matters, if you are charged and found guilty, you will ultimately be facing up to 3 years of confinement in a lockdown facility. Has the chief judge told you, think before you make a threat? Believe me, you do not wish to see me in a courtroom. As I end, I must also mention that you cannot bring weapons onto school property. Now, when I say weapons, I'm referring to a gun, a firearm, a BB gun, a knife, a taser, pepper spray, a razor blade, and the list goes on and on. Mere possession of a weapon on school property is considered to be a threat to the school. I repeat, you do not wish to see me in a courtroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to share those two important announcements. We have no further reports for today.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. At this time, we are going to proceed through the agenda. May I have a motion and a second on item G5, please? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on G5. Board member comment, I have Ms. Korn, followed by Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, I'd like to separate a name so I can vote on the larger item, but my sister is on the list, so I'd like to make a motion to separate Tara Terabili.
It's been moved by Ms. Korn. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded to separate the name on G5, Tara Terabelli. Audience input? Colleague input? All in favor of separating the name Tara Terabelli indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Okay, the name is now separated. We will take the name in isolation first. So all those in favor of the supplemental pay position for Tara Terabelli, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
One abstention.
And it passes with one abstention. It would do me a favor and say your ayes so that we hear them. And then we'll take the larger G5 item with the one name that has been separated out. All those in favor of item G5 indicate by saying aye. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, yes, you did. I apologize. I'm so sorry. Mrs. Alhadeff.
It's okay. So you have listed the name of who's getting the supplement, the location, and then the supplement. Is there a way to document on this item how we can, where someone can find out what the funding is, like what the actual cost of the supplement is for each of the items? Is there a way to document that maybe in the future?
Good afternoon, Susan Ronkelman, Director of Talent Acquisition. Yes, all of the supplements and the amount that the supplements can be paid up to are documented in each of the collective bargaining agreements. So in the future, I can certainly add a link to the item perhaps in the executive summary there so that the public can go out to see how much that supplement is worth.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I was remiss in taking audience input on G5. Any audience input on G5? after the item had been separated out. Any additional colleague comment on item G5? All those in favor of item G5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion, a second on item BB1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Horn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on BB1. Colleague input on BB1. All in favor of BB1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item BB1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion, a second? I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson, may I take DD2 and 3 together? Yes, you may. May I have a motion, a second on item DD2 and 3? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on items DD2 and 3. I'll go to Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the 47 schools and district locations that were exception-free on this audit, 100%. And then I just had one quick question for Mr. Jabouen. I believe you answered it on the DD1 item, but these we're using an external auditor to catch up. We're now caught up, and we're going to be doing all those internally from now on.
Yes, we are caught up. Just one minor adjustment. There is one school that the field work has been done, and I have to review it. That would be the only school remaining, and then we are all caught up for the first time in at least 6 years, I would imagine.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comments or questions from my colleagues on items DD2 and DD3? Seeing none, all those in favor of items DD2 and 3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items DD2 and 3 pass unanimously. May I have a motion, a second on item DD4?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Aladeff. Audience input on DD4. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, again, just wanted to commend the 11 schools on here with no exception. There was one school with an exception. And I just want to say it's a little disturbing because, again, it's with the surplusing. Have we not made it crystal clear to the schools about making sure that the serial and BPI numbers match and that it follows the proper procedure?
Dr. Wands is going to comment when she's done, if I may say something. Dr. Wands.
Will you want to speak first?
Sure. With respect to this particular incident, I do want to stress that those items were not missing. There is one item that's missing on the second page. But following the proper procedure on surplus is important, and that was the issue here.
There's also ample time to correct it, and it wasn't corrected in that amount of time. Ultimately, it was, but my question is to just make sure we're not having this anymore.
So Valerie Wands, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. We certainly take the comments that you just gave us, Ms. Levinson, very seriously, and we are also doing additional work with schools on their semi-annual audits because actually that's where it should have been caught and corrected. So in this particular case with this school, the cadre director, will be a new one now, will be working with the principal to, well, not just this principal, but all principals to ensure that the work that they do on their semi-annuals, not only are they taken seriously, but what are they doing to capture items of this nature and correct them before the actual audit process occurs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. And actually, my comments were the same, just making sure that we had the process in place because I know it's been discussed in the past. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Any additional comment on item DD4? All those in favor of item DD4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item DD4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion, a second on item DD5, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on DD5. I have Ms. Levinson, Mrs. Aladeff, and then Ms. Partelman.
Yes, my comment on this, and I, read it very thoroughly. Only 7 of the 13 original observations have been closed. And in looking at the comments by management here, they range from 8 months to 15 months past when the initial deadlines were supposed to be. And when looking at the comments from management, there seems to be direction needed, strategic plan being discussed, and we have a new PIO, and I'm sure that's on her agenda to get to. But to me, Mr. Runcie, this is very important to us. We have Beacon where we spend a lot of money there, And this all says that they need more. And we need a total budget where we can look at Beacon and actually see what's happening there and have it broken down by programming, production, engineering, distance learning, the different services to schools and departments. Because for us to be able to even have a conversation about it, I think it's, and I know it's the guidance that you're looking for, because I read in the backup here that that's where we are. We're kind of stalled here. So, you know, I'd like to know what the plan is to move forward here and figure out how we're going to leverage Beacon in the way that would be the best for the school district. I don't know, Mr. Runcie wants to comment, or Ms. Koch? Okay.
Good afternoon, Kathy Koch, Chief Communication Officer. Thank you for the question. Since I have been here, one of the first things that I noted is that Beacon, in my professional opinion, is an underutilized asset that we have here at the district. And part of that is that two sides of it. Television is such an important means of communication. We're one of the few school districts in the country, one of 7 to have Beacon, and we have assets, but some of them are old and some of the job descriptions are old, and so we've been kind of plodding along a little bit, and we need to identify how we can turn Beacon into a much bigger asset and a huge communication tool for Broward County Public Schools, because television really still remains the most active way and the largest, most used way that people get their information, even more than through social media. So what you're saying is exactly what we need. We have equipment that we are looking at, and we are assessing which equipment is old, which equipment is still on contract, what we would need to maybe kind of bring the equipment up to speed, looking at the jobs. Some of our, there's some new technologies that have come along. We need to train some of our staff. We may at some point need to replace some staff. And so there are the components, all of which you were addressing in your question, that were some of the things that were noted on the audit that need to be done. And that's why it does need to be done, because of the terrific opportunity that I do believe we have to have something maybe more outstanding than many, many other school districts.
Right. So do we, you know, there were some dates on there, and a few of them were by the end of December, I believe, by the end of the calendar year. Is that when you see having the pieces together to be able to have a conversation, you know, Mr. Runcie, that could possibly be workshopped with the board? Because as an asset, as the board, we need to decide what to do with this asset.
So what we could do is, you know, we could commit to doing a workshop in January, February, around I think that's around where we start having conversations with the board around budget. So that might be an appropriate time to do that, and I think we'll make some headway on some of these items. Ms. Koch, does that?
I think that would be good timing. I think there are 5 items that are still open. One of them was requiring a position to be filled, which just last week got filled, so that would leave 4. But there are budget opportunities we think that we have with Beacon that would be noted. We have at Beacon, and I know this is a little bit getting down into the weeds, but we have we've leased some broadcast frequencies to Sprint for $8 million, and we bring in $2.4 million each year. So that's a substantial part of our budget that's coming in. And so one of the things that we're going to be look from you appropriately to do is how can we best support ourselves. And so there are already situations that are doing that partially, and so we would look to be able to present all of those ideas, and that we could
Right,
discuss
but,
with
and
the
to
board.
me, the budget is what's key, how the money is being spent now, because in order for us to make an intelligent decision, we have to see what's happening now. And I even sense the frustration in the responses that I read, you know, about wanting to move forward and wanting to do things. So I look forward to that, and I don't understand why that position took so many months to fill. There was a comment about that earlier today, and that position was crucial for monitoring some of these improvements that you made. So in order for us to stay on the right track with correcting some of these things, you know, I think we do need to look at why it took so long to get someone in there and in other positions.
I don't have that answer. Okay, thank you. I would agree. We would look at that. And as I'm looking at the estimated completion, I think that January may be a little aggressive since I think our job descriptions are easy. That's by March. It probably, I'll backtrack on myself. I think January could work. Would you agree?
I do.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Aladev?
Could you clarify the name of the position that was just filled?
Hello, Rick Reynolds, Director at Beacon. We've just filled a position for accounting specialist too. Part of the reason for the delay was the fact that we lost a bookkeeper to retirement in February. And when we went about the process of trying to fill our essential needs until we could fill that position, we had an assessment done that stated that we clearly needed more than a bookkeeper in that position. We needed to upgrade it. So it took some time for us to get that position upgraded and approved and then finally filled. So that was our situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My questions were, I'm sorry, were there additional questions from my colleagues? Ms. Bartleman?
So I guess because a lot of the comments were that you were new, and based on the discussion you have with Ms. Levinson, would it be appropriate for you to give us an updated plan at some designated point in time in response to this, in writing?
A response
To some of the, you have a response.
Right.
But during the audit committee meeting, I know there were a lot of questions, and a lot of the issues were around that you were new. And they had specific questions about follow-up, and the overall tone was, well, you've just been here a little while and haven't really had time to look at this. So do you feel it's necessary? Are you going to just go ahead forward with everything laid out here? Or do you feel you need time to reevaluate and look at it?
There is not a plan laid out. It's exactly as Ms. Levinson was saying. There are a couple buckets that we need to make sure we understand. One, a budget. Two, the equipment that we have. Three, the positions that we have, the training that might be required, and if there are any other positions, but with a vision of what we think we want Beacon to be. And so looking at all of the components that we would have and then need to have the facts behind each one, then there is the plan, and it's really a feasibility study to see if that can happen.
Is there a timeline for that then?
Well, we were talking about doing just now something in January. I became aware of the audit in April of this year, which is when I first was looking to see some of these background things. But as I said, my first day here was an excitement for the district because we do have Beacon. So I have a vision. It is not solidified because we don't have the facts that we're saying that we need to do.
So the plan, because we have this audit, right? And
Yes.
we were talking about following up on audits.
Yes.
And so it's kind of hard to do a follow-up on something that you may reinvent or
Well, the audit is.
which is appropriate, which you may want to rethink everything. So I just wanted to know a time frame for something for us in writing as to your plans for
Well,
Beacon.
the audit, it has deliverables on the dates. Most of them are at the end of this year. And so then we would have all of those facts. We were talking about then maybe doing a workshop in January. And so I think that's answering your question unless I'm missing.
It's fine. I just want something in writing, a plan, and I think that the
Then the plan
audit
would
committee
follow the
wanted some
research.
follow-up like that as
The plan
well.
would follow the completion of the audit.
Okay, and then your vision.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is that the extent of your comments, Ms. Bartleman? Thank you. My comments were similar with regard to the outstanding or open items and the time and the sense of not having direction to move forward. And I understand, there was transition within the Public Information Office role. And so I'm hopeful that, because Beacon is something we've been talking about for quite a while on the board, about having a good understanding of how much it costs, what the roles are, and what we can do, and how we can leverage it as an asset. So I think that it's important that we have that conversation, and so I think what I'm hearing is it looks like January we'll be able to have that conversation.
It looks like it will be, and we concur that it's important for everyone to understand and hopefully for us all to look at the value of Beacon.
Thank you. Any additional question or comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jabone. Yes, you did tell me that you wanted to say something.
George Jabone, Chief Auditor. With respect to the follow-up work that would be done by my office, page 10 of the plan has a line for Beacon. So given what Ms. Cope just said now, it would seem like March or April would probably be an appropriate time after she's done the workshop, which she's planning on doing in January. So it is on the plan, and we'll try to pick a date somewhere around March.
Okay, thank you. Any additional question or comment? All those in favor of item DD5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item DD5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item DD6?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn. Second by Ms. Aladeff. Audience input on DD5, I'm sorry. DD6? Yeah. Audience input on DD6? Seeing none, I have Ms. Aladeff, then Ms. Levinson, then Ms. Bartleman.
Page 3, the bullet point 4, the e-builder workflow, implementation, and document retention. The sentence that says the PM or OR team noted that although the workflows were live and training was provided, a directive was not issued to project managers instructing them to utilize e-builder workflows for all invoicing and RFIs. Is that happening now?
Yes, I'm sorry. Could you kindly repeat what page you're on, Ms.
Oh,
Aladeff?
sorry, page 3.
Page 3, thank you. And I'm not sure if Frank Girardi.
Good afternoon. Can you repeat the question? You were talking about e-builder and the directive
Right.
to the project managers?
The PM or OR team noted that although the workflows were live and training was provided, a directive was not issued to project managers instructing them to utilize e-builder workflows for all involving and invoicing and RFIs. So are we doing this now?
Yes, we are. Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. Yes, we are. As soon as if you remember back in April, I had board members come in one by one to give demonstrations, and it was at that point that the directive was put out. The invoicing, that we're doing that now. Everything's done electronically.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladeff. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes. On page 5, for the compliance with the reporting requirements, has the post-project completion report been approved and completed as of July 19, as stated in the management response?
Do you have
That, I don't have that answer for you right now. I know we've been putting it together. We do have projects that have completed now, so we are needing that report. I know Mr. Jardine was working on it, and he couldn't get back in town for the meeting. So I could get that information for you, but I know we've been working on it.
Okay, it says July was the completion date,
Correct.
so you don't know whether it's been completed yet?
I do not know, no.
Okay.
I will get that to the board,
Okay.
Ms. Levinson, if I can.
unless I get a text before we're done.
Ms. Levinson, if I could add a little bit of information. As explained to us during the audit, and as many people may know, not too many of the projects had been completed. So the post-project reporting format and the structure and how they were going to do it, they had not developed that yet. Now, on the next report that the board will see, it'll be follow-up on all these 4 items, and we will ensure that that's done when we look at that. But that's the piece I wanted to add, is that they hadn't finished that many projects yet, so the whole format of that, it still needs to be done, though.
Yes. Yeah, and I would just ask whoever's coming in front of us, if there's an estimated completion date, that we have the answers when you come, because those are, in my mind, those are going to be the first questions I'm going to ask, whether
Absolutely.
that was met. So, okay, then the second one is on the ATPs, and it's limited to only 11 projects at this point, but you do have PMs assigned, and so that's been taken care of moving forward.
All projects have project managers on them, yes.
Okay, so there wouldn't be that delay.
No, at the time this was going on, they were still in the process of hiring project managers. They're fully staffed now, so.
Okay, very good. And then the third one is on page 9. It states that the professional service agreement contained an option for the district to pursue damages for unexcused delay caused by the design consultants. So this would be for Ms. Myrick, I guess. Where is the district in pursuit of damages that are warranted?
I know that Tom is reviewing those as we speak, and he's going to provide me with a report as to where we are on that.
So we can get a follow-up on that
Yes.
as to where we are? Because at first there was question of whether it was included in the contract, and the confirmation
Right.
in this audit says that it's included in the contract and that we need to pursue when it's warranted.
It is included in the contract, and within the past few months, we have put out 60 letters through Mr. Cooney. He went through the letters with us, so we had legal look at the letters before they were sent out. 60 letters were sent out to approximately 40 designers, 40 or 20? 20 designers, excuse me, with a fee schedule for revise and resubmits. After the second one, they get the first 2 free. After that, we charge them, and the same thing with the delays. So,
Well, that's how you reacted, and you put that in place in January, it says.
Right, it goes back to
questioning-
January.
I'm questioning before that
okay.
and going after where it's warranted there in pursuit of damages for those delays.
Right, when we started this whole procedure, that we went back for the revise and resubmits, back to January 1st, 2019. And that's where we started looking at the revise and resubmits. Same thing with the delays. We are looking at the delays. We cannot issue anything to a architect or designer until they receive the permit, because that's what stops the clock. We send them letters prior telling them that they're behind schedule, there are delays. We can come back after them for delays. So we've done that, but now we're moving forward with the letters. And as they get their letters, they're coming in. We have a committee that meets with them and goes over it. Turns out not everything is their fault. So we review that on a couple of the revise and resubmits. It was some misunderstanding with the building department. So we are looking at each consultant.
Right, I'm talking about the pursuing the damages when it's warranted.
Yes.
So you go through your review process, and then I'm asking about where we are with those that are warranted. So that's what I'd like to get the follow-up on.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last item, the fourth item, has the management response dates been met? That's on page 11. And goes to page 12. It says September 2019. I want to know if that's been met, and have the corresponding invoices been issued through the workflow that's been generated so they can be matched to the vendor invoicing within eBuilder.
What part was that on that, on page 11?
That's page 11 and 12. It talks about them not being, the corresponding invoices that have been issued through the workflow have been generated so they can be matched to the vendor invoicing within eBuilder. The audit was on them not being able to be matched. Is that correct, Mr. Jabouin?
Yes, that's correct.
So I want to ensure that that's been fixed. It says completion date, September 2019.
I will check into that for you. That would be a question for Atkins. Again, I know all the invoicing is being done electronically and should match up, but don't really have an answer for you on that. I will get back to you on that.
Okay, so on 1 and 4, if we could just get the follow-up?
Right, we'll get the follow-up
For
on the
those two.
dates.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I just want to say that first I want to say the auditor and Frank, you were not here when a lot of this stuff was brought to your attention. So my comments are not directed to you guys at all. And as a matter of fact, since you've been here, you have really steered the ship. So, but I want to reiterate that a lot of these findings were brought forward well before this audit was even thought of. Ms. Rupert went back 2 years talking about e-Belder not being used. And the delays with the architects and engineers, the chart in this audit looks very similar to the chart that our staff put together to prove that they were not at fault, as a matter of fact. And it's frustrating for me as a board member because a lot of the information in here was known way in advance. And Frank, you started acting on it immediately, but technically this stuff should have been acted on. And we shouldn't have needed a third party to validate issues that everyone in the district was already aware of. I know that they sat down and met with Mr. Moklin with their chart and that's a huge issue with the architects and the engineers. And I remember Ms. Korn, when she received the chart, spoke about it adamantly because there was a problem when you have to wait 90 days to get plans back. But I think this speaks to the bigger issue, that when things do come up, I don't want us to have to wait for an audit to fix it. And your responses are dated. It's not even your fault, so I'm not going to say that, but I just want to point that out, that we should always be proactive, and when things are brought to our attention, not have to pay for something that everyone recognizes was an issue, and just fix it. So I'll just leave it at that. Now I have a question about some of the findings. I need someone to explain to me the purposeful delay to reduce the log jam. It's on page am I on? 7. How is that? How did that make it? I still can't quite understand why that was a good idea. And to explain why our consultant would say, let's purposefully delay things, and was there any other resolution, or it just, for me, I need to have a better understanding.
Well, we were looking at the flow of projects, and when we rebaselined, we took that into account, and that's where some of the delays occurred. We do have some that just went out. There were 8 projects that, I think it's even listed in here, that were delayed to look at a possible shift in how we're going to procure those contracts for the contractor, but that has not gone anywhere, so those will be moving forward. Again, those are year 5 projects. We're looking at things right now regarding the latter years. A lot of our projects in years 4 and 5 are catching up to years 1, 2, and 3. And sometimes we have to look at possibly delaying those a little bit. They're delayed not to the point of the projects are going to fall 6 months late. They're just delayed short periods of time, so we can get those 1, 2, and 3-year projects out first. We've had a few projects that are ready to go out to bid for year 4 and 5 that we're holding back on those bids, or going for those advertisements, because we've got to get the years 1, 2, and 3s done first. We've changed things, and 4 and 5 have moved along so quickly that they're now catching up. So some of those delays could be just that right there, what I just mentioned.
Another piece that would be interesting to me is sometimes in past audits, you would actually have the auditor respond to management's response to determine if they think that that was a viable solution or if it should be done differently. We invested a lot of money in the third-party audit. I think it would be important for us to go back and ask the auditor, do they agree with your response and the plan you're taking, since this project or this bond program is so plagued with delays and cost overruns. For me, I would feel better hearing what the third-party auditor thought about your recommendations and how to fix it. The auditor, yeah.
Doris Jabelin, Chief Auditor. We do have the audit team here. Mr. David Luker is here. We're satisfied with the adequacy of the response that we received from Heery and Atkins and from Mr. Girardi as well. Usually the comments you'd make when you don't agree with it, and you'd have some logic as to why you don't agree with management on that. In this particular case, the actions plans that they've taken and all 4 findings seem acceptable to us.
Okay, so that's fine, but I didn't know that. So can you also on all the other, because we have numerous audits, which are very complicated, which I actually wanted to sit down with you and go over this in more detail at another time. But I think it would be important just to have a cliff note or another response. Audit team agrees with staff's plan to move forward.
Sure, we can talk about that. I'm hesitant to do that until I've actually tested it in follow-up. Many times throughout my years, I have seen well-laid plans not be done, so I'm hesitant to say anything more than I agree with the response as being correct in being able to address the issue, though. But I don't want to provide any absolute assurance until we do the follow-up testing, which is going to be done in the next quarter.
If you find something, though, do I have your assurance that if they give a response that you feel is totally inadequate, you would make the board aware of it within the document?
Okay, so what I have done is I've had them change the response. So when we've received a response that I thought was insufficient, we've gone back and we've told them that this is not enough. We've done this with all the findings. The Auditor General findings, I did the same thing there. If we receive a response that I don't think will cure the root cause, then they're just getting it back and say, you need to revise that and provide us with something that makes sense on that.
Okay,
So we may never really get to that, because the only way you'd see that is if I ask them to revise the response and they say no, or something to that effect, and then you'll see my logic as to why I don't think what they're doing is sufficient.
Then it sounds like you're already doing what I'm asking.
I think so.
It's just not in writing here for me to see until you verbalize
I think so.
it. Okay, so that's great. Then the next question I have, the chart that they used, was that the design phase timeline? Was that actually, did they reference the chart that our employees constructed?
Sorry, which page are you on?
On page 9, 8, I'm sorry, the numbers are so tiny.
Yeah, these charts were built just based on the sample and the different aspects of the standard operating procedure or the professional services agreement. So the milestones that were done were just done based on those particular aspects of it.
Were you ever given the charts produced by our staff on every project to date and the delays and why they were caused and where the hiccups were? Did Mr. Moquin or Frank ever share those charts with you?
I don't think so. Let me ask Mr. Luker if he can come up for a second. Or Mr. Blondell, did you recall getting a chart from the district?
Are you referencing the chart in the appendices to this report or a different?
No, a different chart. It's the chart that our staff put together where they did every single project that was on the books and where the delays occurred. It included architects who, in December, submitted blank architectural plans so that they could get it in under the code before the year changed. Did you receive any of that?
To my knowledge, I have not.
Frank, you have it? I know I have
Yeah,
it. Jeff has it.
Right, we've got one of the reports we received from Heary and Atkins. It's the complete design review.
Right, okay, I just
with
want to
the
make sure
delays
the
on it.
auditors have it, because there's more than this. They're clearly like submitting blank documents to get under code. That's something that needs to be
That I don't
followed up
know
on.
about, because we haven't had any code changes. We
Well-
have one coming up.
Well, they're in the chart under December, where, you've seen it, you've gone over the chart with me, we know.
Right.
So I just think that may be something else that we should look into if we're gonna recoup costs.
Right, I could give that to them.
Okay, I just think that's important. The staff took a lot of time, and it was very accurate, and I think it
And
illustrates
it's
the overall-
updated monthly.
Okay, I appreciate, but they initiated it, and that's, again, you just got on board, but they had to initiate that because they were getting blamed for something that they had nothing to do with. So I am glad you're here and you're gonna be proactive. Okay, so I'd like to just meet with you guys to go over this in more detail so I can understand a couple more things. But I'm gonna pass it as is, and I appreciate all the work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. My colleagues asked several of the questions in terms of the processes and so forth that I had identified, but beyond the processes, a lot of this falls on the shoulders of our project managers. And the end of the day, how good our project managers are is the crux of the success of not just implementing these, but the program itself. I would think that you agree, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
So what I would ask is that we are, okay, so I'm going to take one step back. When you look at what the auditors considered, one of the things that I did not see was feedback from the schools. And often, it is the feedback from the schools itself that will tell you how effective or ineffective project managers are, whether they are our district project managers or they are project managers through our third parties. I think as we make all of these changes, at the end of the day, if we don't have project managers that are accountable and are doing their job, even when you help better define what their job is, because ultimately, like, that's what this is.
Right.
Even when all of these things are done, if we still have project managers who are ineffective in their positions, we will continue to have shortfalls. And we're in a place, and I think you would agree, as you have come to the table and said, we're not doing business as we always have. Everyone in your department has to be in that same mind frame for this to get us ahead of where we initially were behind. So if you could just speak to how you're accomplishing that.
Oh, no, not a problem. We really evaluate project managers on a day-to-day basis. We're really talking the Heary project managers, because we have two that really oversee other Heary projects and stuff like that. We get complaints from principals. We do get them. We get them in writing through emails. We get them in conversations. I know even when I was director of construction, I had multiple project managers removed from projects because of complaints. So we are looking at that on a global basis. And I could tell you right now, even if we had all of our own project managers and we didn't have a program manager, you've got your good ones, you've got your mediocre ones, and then you've got some that you either have to coach up or get rid of. And we look at that on a day-to-day basis. We have an idea of who the good ones are. They're all good. It's just that some have different strengths. Some have better strength in design and not so much in construction, and that's where the field coordinators take over more. So we are looking at that. That's something I've been doing for the last 25 years. as a project manager, so we do that on a day-to-day basis.
So, and I will tell you that the feedback, when I get it at the school level, and I get it all over the county, right? So mine's not specific to a district, but when I get it, it is more often than not, the complaint that I hear is this project manager is not doing X, Y, and Z. And so that's important, whether it's district or what we've
Absolutely.
outsourced. So,
We've had that where recently we've had a phone call and the project manager was removed.
okay, just want to make sure that we're identifying, all of these processes are good, but if we don't have the right players implementing them, and them to understand that maybe what they did yesterday is not good enough for them, what we need them to do today,
Right.
that's how we're going to continue to move this forward.
All right, Mr. Bobby just brought up a good point that we are working on stakeholder feedback, because that's very important.
That is critically important.
And the communication, and a lot of the issues we've had has been communication between project manager and principal. And if you don't have that, you don't have a successful project.
Yes, so I appreciate the feedback, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I just have a few comments. The first one, and I forgot to ask this during the audit plan, I had written it down and I forgot, and it really relates to this particular item. So what point in the process is an audit report presented to the superintendent?
At the same time that it's released, everybody gets it at the same time.
Okay, well, because I know you and I had a conversation about this particular one, and so, Mr. Runcie, my concern, and this is just for going forward, because there isn't anything we can do about what's happened in the past, is that due to circumstances that were outside of the control of staff, the audit committee meeting that was scheduled, this report was issued on June 12th. The audit committee was originally scheduled for June 20th. There were not enough people to create a quorum, so they had to cancel that meeting. And then it came to the August 8th audit committee meeting. However, the board took a vote on August 6th with regard to the contract for our program manager, our owner's rep, and Atkins. And so for me as a board member, that created just a little bit of difficulty in the flow of information. So I had a long conversation with Mr. Jabon about how do we ensure that the board is in that process somewhere if a significant vote is coming before the board and there's information in an audit that might or might not impact the way that we vote. How do we ensure that that information gets to the board in a timely manner with regard to when the vote is going to be taken?
I mean, I guess we'll just have to, review the items and work to ensure that when we find that there are those connections and those linkages, that we forward that information to the board for consideration while you make a deliberation on the item. So we'll just try to exercise a little more diligence on it. Maybe we can do that as part of our cabinet conversations on key items that come up for the board, and Juris is involved in those sessions, so we'll try to link up and make those connections whenever there's a timing issue.
Okay, I appreciate that.
And he'd have to advise us that there's something out there, because we wouldn't know.
Right, right. And so I just wanted to make sure that that link was created so that we wouldn't find ourselves in that position in the future.
If I may add through the chair.
Yes.
You could lean on my judgment to try to identify that. Obviously, the standard property audits and so forth can go through the normal process, but if there are things that I identify that somebody may want to know, then it wouldn't hurt to send it out to all the board members.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And then, most of my questions were already asked. The only other question that I think Mr. Girardi kind of alluded to, but I wasn't crystal clear. So on the 8 projects, they're all year 5 projects?
Correct.
And they all have come to the board for approval?
Yes.
And how many of those 8 projects currently have received the authorization to proceed?
Two. Yeah, there was one firm that received 2. The other ones have not received them yet, but they will now move forward with those.
Okay, and when I asked you on the phone call that we had, that if you could provide a list of the 8 projects, I'm gonna ask you here again in public, so my colleagues can have the benefit of hearing the question. To provide a list of the 8 projects with the dates the board provided authorization and the date of the authorization to proceed, if it's already been awarded, or obviously when it is awarded. And then, so 6 projects you're saying right now do not have been board approved. When were they board approved?
They were all board approved at the same time, within a month or so.
They were together within a board meeting or two, but I don't have those dates. I can look that up fairly quick. For when we come back, I could have that for you.
Okay. And then you said that staff was asked to look at a different delivery method for those 8 projects? Different from what was first considered by staff?
Yes.
And who asked you to do that?
I asked staff to do that as a response to the work that we're trying to do to enhance participation and trying to meet goals that we have set in our SDOP policies that the board has approved. So I asked them to take a look at that as we continue to examine our participation numbers.
Okay. And then it was determined that that would not be the path forward?
Right, so I met with Mr. Girardi, Tom Cooney, Maurice Woods. I think we had about 3 or 4 meetings on this topic. We try to really look at ways we could make this happen without it creating some issue for us in terms of timing and financially, and there really wasn't anything that we could do.
Okay, I appreciate that, because one of the considerations that we had as a board when we approved the different tools within our toolkit with regard to contracts was that certain types of contracts would be used only as appropriate, and so I just wanted to make sure that that's how we were proceeding.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last question that I have is on page 12, and this, one of my colleagues asked a question, I don't recall who it was, where it says added staff, a coordinator is to be hired by July 1st, whose job will include daily monitoring of progress. Has that occurred?
That would, yes, that was someone that has been hired.
Okay, because the question was around the September completion date, which you said you were going to look into, but I just wanted to confirm whether or not that person had been hired.
And both items that I'm going to verify when we come back for our JJ items. I could give you that information then, if that's fine.
Okay, all right. That, I think, was the extent of my questions. Oh, I did have a question on finding number 3. Hold on one second. And it had to do with we talked about this, and I apologize if you answered this question. Scope validation not performed by the design review team. Remember I asked that question?
Yes.
Did you find out anything about that between the time that we had our conversation and now? I know it's been busy with a pending hurricane.
Well, actually, the person that has that information would be Mr. Jardine and Ashley Carpenter, both of which are out of the state right now.
Okay.
So I did not get that from them, but I'll see if I could have that for when we come back also.
Okay, and then I believe, Mr. Jabot, you said that the second report is complete, the second audit is complete, the second report is complete?
Yeah, the field work is done, and I'm hoping to be able to talk to Mr. Luker and Mr. Blondel this week on it. I have a working copy that I'm working on, so it's pretty much done. And then we have to meet with Frank and Harry as well, because they're not aware of that yet.
Sure, sure. So just in light of the way that the items came to the board and the timing consideration, if there's anything within the second report that you feel the board needs to be aware of, outside of waiting to go to audit committee and all of those things that we would normally do, I would just hope that, Mr. Runcie, we would make sure that that would occur.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I don't know if on this particular topic, since I know the board certainly exercises a great amount of oversight on this, and we continue to try to be as transparent as possible. If for this one, we create some other maybe exception process. We send it to the board at this particular audit, since it's related to the Smart Bond program. Does that, I don't have a concern with that unless there's an issue in terms of the process of how it currently works with the audit committee.
Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, obviously, the audit process has to close up, it has to be reviewed, and everything has to be verified, because obviously, the firm's name is
Once
on
that's
it.
complete.
Once that's done, then we don't have to wait through the normal protocols. However, I probably should check with our board policies if we're saying that, but I'll check with Ms. Myrick and Mr. Moquin, but it seems like it makes sense that when the report is ready, then it's ready. Because when the committee looks at it, it's already on the website and so forth. So there's, from my thinking, unless they say differently, then it's ready to be reviewed. It doesn't have to wait. But obviously, I'll confirm that with our board policies.
Okay, and then the only other question that just came to my mind was, are we transmitting these particular reports to the Bond Oversight Committee as well?
No, I had not.
I think that might be something that we would want to do, since if there's something of a concern that they might want to look at, I think it's just important for them to have the information.
Yeah.
I know it's available to them, but
So let's proactively do that, just work with Ms. Marte and her staff, because they pull that information together for the Bond Oversight Committee.
okay. Any additional comments or questions from my colleagues on item DD6? All those in favor of item DD6 indicate by saying aye. All those opposed say no. Item DD6 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item E1, please? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Zaladev. Audience input on E1. I have Ms. Bartleman on E1.
My question is just a simple one. We're rejecting all these bids, and we have to increase the last contract because the bids were rejected. But all the bids were rejected because all of the bidders failed to meet the criteria slated in Special Condition 6. I was just wondering, was there something in our document? Because usually one person missed something, you know, it happens every once in a while, but all bidders didn't recognize to produce this. And I'm wondering, when you put it out, are you going to do something differently to make sure? Or did you find a flaw in the original RFP?
Good afternoon, Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. Thank you, Ms. Bartleman, for your question. So indeed, E1 is a rejection of all bids. I'm going to start, and then I'll let Mr. Sam Bays, based on the technicality of the rejection of all bids. ASHRAE, which is American Society Heating, Refrigeration, Air Conditioning Engineers, requires a specific testing for these AC filters, of which in the past, we had the incumbent vendor provide this testing. One of the things that we're looking, and Mr. Sam Bays is working diligently with a series of subject matter experts, is to see how we can change the specific wording which is required in this specific ITB, that the testing had to be done within 3 years. We're looking at changing that because best practice indicates that for us to ensure that these air filters are working to standards is that this testing be performed.
Okay.
So we are looking to change some sort of the wording to allow for additional bidders. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that, Mr. Bays.
Sam Bays, Director of Physical Plant Operations. Sorry for missing the question, but I believe we're talking about, are we providing the district with the right level of protection on these filters?
Well, it's more like, how did all three miss it? Like, usually one person doesn't produce something and the bid's thrown out.
So they
all three vendors just didn't have this, so I'm
Let
just
me
wondering.
let me clarify. All the vendors provided the testing, but the testing that was provided was outdated. So per the specifications of the bid,
Oh,
the
okay, I
testing
see.
had to be done within 3 years. Some of the,
okay.
one of them provided testing from 2015. Therefore, the testing had to be more current. And when speaking to some of these vendors, because we did reach out to understand what the problem was, we understand that this testing is between $1,000 to $4,000 per testing. Therefore, the vendors had old testing. by the changing of, or the rewording of the specification that is, we feel mandatory or best practice based on ASHRAE standards, it would allow for the testing to be, meet the latest standards. So the standards are not, they change frequently, but there are standards that are from 2017. Therefore, by changing the language, we may allow for additional vendors to respond. That's what we're doing.
And for these 3 vendors who did respond?
They
would-
responded, but the testing was
and they will-
outdated.
and they'll-
Therefore,
they'll-
that's why
they'll
we're
send-
rejecting all the bids.
And they'll send updated testing now.
Hopefully, they will have updated testing.
Do other districts have an issue since it's cost prohibitive for the testing, or is it just these 3 bidders had the issue of having updated testing?
We survey other districts if we did.
I'm just,
We did that.
I'm just curious, because if I'm going to spend $4,000 to do a test on a job that I may not get, I'm just wondering, is it just this instant was a problem?
Yeah, so on this particular item, we did not survey other districts around their issues with this testing. We've been more concerned about talking to the vendors and then understanding what can we do differently when we bring the item back within the next 90 days.
So-
But we can, I think, it probably makes sense for us to reach out to other districts and see if and how they're dealing with this. as well.
Now, in a future item, because we're rejecting all the bids, you're asking to extend the spend authority with the current vendor. And then, so my question is, are the devices we're purchasing from the current vendor, are they the most updated and to the code? Because when he gave us those when we purchased those specific devices, that testing requirement was in here.
The incumbent provider, vendor, does provide a very high-quality product, and it is current, and it does comply.
But then we reject, didn't he rebid on this?
No.
Oh,
That
okay.
vendor does not wish to participate long-term in this market. That vendor is
Got it.
getting out.
Let's explain thoroughly. So this vendor, Conair, which is the incumbent, which has been the vendor for many years with the district, which is why we previously didn't have this issue, has been bought out by a company called Filtration Group. And Filtration Group only does e-commerce, and we have a letter from them explaining to us that they are no longer doing government work. They're only doing e-commerce business, online business. Therefore, they graciously allowed us for a 90-day extension, or it's actually
Okay.
a bit more than 90 days.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to you resolving this and finding a new vendor.
Thank you.
At the best price. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item E1? I don't recall, did I take public input? I think I did. Audience input on E1, just in case? All those in favor of item E1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item E1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Horn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on EE1. Seeing none, I have Ms. Korn, Ms. Levinson, Ms. Aladev.
So mine are just acknowledgements. I don't know if my other colleagues have questions or if I can, okay. So mine is just at the school level. I wanted to just identify and thank individually those members for, the first one is the Addo Institute Chick-fil-A Leader Academy, the efforts of our Cypress Bay High School bookkeeper, Jenny Leone, and administrative specialist Norda Suarez as a $500 award. At West Glades Middle, our teacher Brittany Bartlett and bookkeeper Brenda Martirano did a $500 in-kind donation award for Donors Choose. The Fidelity Charitable is a $5,000 award through the efforts of our Heron Heights Elementary Meredith Weissner principal, as well as teacher Rachel Cunningham and office manager Connie Jin. We've had several grants district-wide. Again, I was just identifying those at the school level. Forest Glen Middle School, Carolyn Decker, teacher, has a request for $3,128 through the Home Depot Foundation. At Everglades High School, Assistant Principal Laura Cohen was awarded $5,000 to Everglades High School through the NAF Distinguished Academy Grant. Through the efforts of our West Glades middle teacher, Brittany Bartlett again, and bookkeeper Brenda Martirano, there was a $250 Publix Charity Award. And the last one for this meeting is our $1,500 award of the Walmart Foundation Community Giving at Monarch High School through Jimmy Hall, our JROTC program coordinator and senior Army instructor, as well as support from the business support specialist, Marion UC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to recognize the C-TASTE department. They have numerous grants in here, and they're constantly writing grants to enhance the opportunities in career technical education. Want to also recognize Dr. Lori Canning and Christine Moss from Gulfstream Early Learning. They've applied for a UCF grant here, and the work that's being done at Gulfstream is incredible with all of our partners there. And the last one is our recovery department for a grant for Volunteer Florida to involve volunteers, whichever important component of recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Zaladev?
On page 12, the Walmart Foundation Community Giving Grant, the project description says that this grant will be used to purchase cadet uniforms and other equipment for the Junior Reserve Officers Training Corps program. Do you know what the other equipment is?
Rebecca Reichert, Grants Administration. I don't have a specific breakdown, but I did talk to the grant manager who did work on it, and she assured me it's nothing of a dangerous, harmful nature. It's all basic equipment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE1 passes unanimously. According to my sheet, EE2, EE8, and EE10, no one has indicated that they're going to speak on them, so I'll take a motion for those EE2, 8, and 10. Moved by Ms. Good. May I have a second, please? Second by Ms. Zaladev.
Second it.
Second.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Audience input on items EE2, 8, and 10.
And I'm okay with 3, I'm sorry.
Okay. Audience input, colleague input on EE2, 8, and 10. All those in favor of items EE2, 8, and 10 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items EE2, 8, and 10 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE3, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Zaladev. Audience input on EE3. I have Ms. Korn and Ms. Levinson. Ms. Good, you said no longer needs to speak. Ma'am.
Mine was actually just to acknowledge and recognize how the information was brought forward on the spend. So I just appreciate staff's effort in bringing this forward and letting us know very clearly what the spend authority was and is and how those correlate. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Levinson.
Hallelujah. I know
Have
that's
to
what
say
you're
it.
thinking out there, so congratulations. On EE3, I know this is something, we all support, having our ESPs have the opportunity to get their teaching certificates. How many have we affected at this point?
For the ESPs, 20. We have 20 teachers.
And then others?
The others are the master teachers, 150 teachers, teacher leaders.
So we've had 170 take part in this?
Yes. Now, it's two different programs. The ESPs is the program with the Broward College. Those are the, actually, we included last year the ESPs and non-instructional staff members. We have 20 that is in Broward College now attaining their bachelor's degree in education. And for the teacher leaders, which is our master teachers, we have 150 of them that have went through the program with FAE, with Florida Atlantic University.
So this is for which one? For
This
a
is-
fourth year?
This is for the fourth year for the the educational equity partnership program. That is our teacher leaders that are in 32 of our TIF schools who are taking graduate level classes through Florida Atlantic University centered around cultural responsive cell and building cultural programs within their schools. We also have a teacher residency program tied to that where this will be our third year where we'll take 10 of our highest need elementary students from 10 elementary schools, and they stay 2 nights, 3 days on the campus of Florida Atlantic University in Boca.
Oh, I'm sorry, EE2 was for the 20 ESPs, correct?
That's not me.
I don't know. Could you just give us an update, because we have all these different ones running, and I don't know if I can speak for any of my colleagues, but I'm not sure which ones are doing what at this point. And I know we're really doing great things with the professional development. So if we could just get an update, you know, breaking it down by program, how many people are in each?
Valerie Wanson, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. Yes, Ms. Levinson, we will give you a breakdown on the ESPs, the lead teacher, the residency program, each one to the whole board, that explains from its inception, who has completed each year, or if it's a 2-year process, after each 2 years, how many completed, and what the status is going forward for this year and next school year.
And what the cost is.
Yes,
as well.
ma'am.
So if you could do that, that would be wonderful. And so this one is for the 4th year for classroom experience. Is
The
that
4th
correct?
year, yes, for the teacher leader program.
For the
classroom
teacher
experience.
leader?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I look forward to getting that update.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Any additional comments on EE3 from my colleagues? All those in favor of EE3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE4, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Aladev. Audience input on EE4. Seeing none, I have Ms. Bartleman and Ms. Korn.
So, my question is, because I don't recognize all of the items that we're bidding, but this is basically the intercom systems and the routers for the safety, or what are these used for? I'm just curious.
Good
All
afternoon.
these different things, because it says for building management and security systems, and then I'm looking at this list of items, and I'm just wondering, is this what are these going to be used for?
Good afternoon. This is Rob Jintersek, Manager, Energy Conservation. First, I'd like to apologize for my attire today. I wasn't expecting to come down here, and this is what drop looks like. So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
with all that said, this is for your air conditioning controls, your lighting controls, and also it ties into your unoccupied security systems.
What is an unoccupied security system?
After the occupants leave, it's a security system if somebody breaks in.
Oh, so these are the alarm components.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So my question is bigger picture in terms of efficiencies that we can bring through our controls. I know we've talked about this. We've had some larger conversations. By entering into this contract, does it inhibit us in any way from doing something on a larger global level in terms of trying to find efficiencies across the district?
I don't see how that would. This is,
Okay.
you're actually right, this is another part of this. This
Yep.
basically just controls our air conditioning, again, our air conditioning systems is what we primarily use it for. The other side of it is the unoccupied building. That does not keep us from doing something other than that, with what is more importantly is the security when occupants are at the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, my question was, where is the financial analysis worksheet in this one? I did not see it.
Great question. They're here in my book. We did not include it in the agenda item.
Okay.
So that was a great catch. We have them here. I made 18 copies. I'd be more
I
than happy
always
to-
look at those because it gives me a frame of reference as to
Yes,
spending.
and that's something that is part of our checklist, our new checklist. In fact, one of the complaints I had was that the financial analysis worksheet, you have to find it dug in somewhere in all the items. So it's actually going to be right after the executive summary moving forward, so it's easily found and you can't miss it and it has to always be attached. But
Yeah, I went through that one about 5 times to make sure I didn't miss
too.
it. but-
So I have the item, the financial analysis worksheet. I don't know if I am allowed to distribute them. But I can convey that when you look at the financial analysis worksheet, you're going to find this is a new bid.
It shows there's an increase. Is it going to show that that's the correct increase? the percent that was given.
Yes, so there is an 8% increase on, specifically on one vendor, which is Roth, which is Schneider Group, which accounts for about 80% of the spend. Therefore, the previous award was $805,000. The new award is $817,000, which does take into consideration the 8%. It is included in the 8%. If when you look at the financial analysis worksheet, you're going to see that there's an unused spending authority, which in this particular case, if you look at our ask is effective October 21, and we are in September. Therefore, we still have a couple of remaining months that you have to calculate in this spend authority. So you have August, September, and October, and whatever's left over from there will be left behind because it's spend authority. We have a new bid in place, which will be this one. So it's right aligned with the new spend.
So you think we're going to end the year where?
So we're asking for $817,000. That's including the 8%. Mind you, it's not 8% across the board, all the vendors. It's only one vendor, and it's a specific brand, a specific manufacturer, which is Schneider, and accounts for 80% of the spend. That's how we calculated the $817,000.
Okay, so you think we're going to end somewhere around 750 or something like that on this one for the increase, 740, something like that?
Oh, you mean now with the actual total spend that you see that it says 680?
Yes.
Okay, so this is 680, but this you still need you need to include August, September, and October. And if you look at more or less, what is it, 20,000, exactly, about $60,000 more to that.
740.
Exactly.
Okay. And that would be around the 8%. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All in favor of item EE4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE5, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Audience input on EE5. I have Mrs. Levinson and then Mrs. Alhadeff.
EE5 is a new item to meet the need of what PPO is able to cover, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how'd you come up with this number?
Sam Bays, Director of Physical Plant Operations. We looked at our project work over a 12-month interval, knowing that we would expect to use an outsider more for projects than for incidental individual work order repairs. And we applied our best judgment. It is truly a trial period.
So it's just kind of a guess of an
Well,
amount?
we looked at our expenditure for the last year on projects, and it came to $300,000.
So, through the chair, first of all, I didn't say good afternoon, so good afternoon, Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. We actually have an Excel breakdown of some historical projects and the cost associated with that. We can share that with the board, but we have that which identifies the $300,000 that we are projecting for the need for this particular.
Okay, so I just ask, I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, that, you know, just as the financial analysis worksheet is included, if it's something new, if you could include the worksheet as to how you got to the number, the request that you're making. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. Should if a classroom door needs to be replaced, what type of hardware would we be replacing it with the locks? Would we be using the new locks like we have at Stoneman Douglas High School if there was a defective lock in a door moving forward, or is it the same lock we were using before?
Mrs. Alhadeff, that's a great question. We have been given the authority to install storeroom function locks on classrooms going forward. So we would replace a classroom function lock with a storeroom function lock in those rare cases where one had to be replaced.
Okay, so just for clarification, the storeroom function lock are the locks at Stoneman Douglas High School
Yes,
now?
ma'am. They are always locked. You
Yes.
cannot leave a storeroom function lock unlocked,
Okay, thank you.
of course.
Thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE5 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE6, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Audience input on EE6. I have Ms. Good.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So, this one, I understand that the invitation to bid, the ITB, would expire, is it sometime this year, in October?
Yes.
So, this came back to the board in June. Did we go out to bid at that time?
We came back in June for additional spending authority.
Right, but in June, we knew already that it was going to expire in October, so why would we not have gone out?
Again, this is the same, so this is, we're on EE6, correct? EE6.
We are.
So
Yes.
EE6 goes back to Con Air. So we came back on June 11th, 2019, and asked for, excuse me, an additional spending authority in preparation, knowingly that this was going to expire in October. And this is when we found about the specifics to the requirements of the testing, excuse me.
It was put out to bid, and that's the reject all bids that you just did on.
Right.
E1.
So you went out, you okay?
I'm sorry.
So in other words, so we rejected all bids, so now you're gonna have to go back out again. Is that why the expectation for the extension of 90 days?
Yes, the extension of 90 days, and only again, the incumbent, which has been bought out and does not wish to continue working with government contracts, gave us the 90 days. Therefore, we did have 3 bidders from E1 that we've rejected, and hopefully by changing, we are ready with some of the changes to be able to go back out to bid within 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments or questions from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE6 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE7?
So pass, move, sorry.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by
That's
Dr.
being
Osgood.
proactive.
Audience input on EE7? Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff and then Ms. Good.
Can you add me, please?
My question was answered, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me see if I got the answer on this one. This one, I don't know why I flagged it. So this one, the contract time period is the same. You're just asking for additional funds? Is that it on this one?
Yes, the additional funds, George Chabot, Chief Auditor. The additional funds correspond, so we pay $250,000 a year for Morris Stephen Lovelace to do.
Is your mic on? Can
Oh,
we
I'm
make
sorry.
sure, Madam
It
Chair,
is
his
not on.
mic is
Thank you.
on?
It's George Chabot, Chief Auditor.
Thank
So
you.
the current audit that's going on right now is for fiscal year 2019. So this would be the one-year renewal for the audit of 2020. So we haven't been billed fully yet for the 2019 year, and that audit will finish in November. So this, so we would pay $250,000 a year, and this would be for, the increase of $250,000 would be for the cost of the audit for
So-
fiscal year 2020.
Because this one ends November 30th, so you're asking for a 1-year extension on it?
Yes, 1-year extension on it. So the auditors will have the CAFR ready at the November 30th audit committee meeting, and it'll go in December. So it'll end the current contract that's going on for the audit that's in field work right now. So this proposal is for next year, for fiscal year 2020.
So to date, you've spent how much on this bid?
To date, we
So
spent.
today, we've spent $460,000
Yeah.
to date. And if you do see, there's an unused spending authority of $340,000. And that's basically to cover the obligations the district hasn't been billed for in the 2019 audit.
But you expect to utilize those dollars?
Yeah,
We
we're
do.
waiting for the invoices.
Yeah. So the 460 that Ms. Coker mentioned is 250,000 for fiscal year 2017. And then for fiscal year 2018, it was 210,000. That's because the Auditor General was here and they did the single audit. So there's a reduced amount, so that's the 460. For this current year, it would be 250, but we haven't been billed yet because that audit, the field work and the opinion will be signed in November.
Okay.
Um,
So it's okay. I guess I was getting to the point, I think, Ms. Korn, you've brought it up before as well, the issue of when we're extending contracts, that we just show the amounts. It really has nothing to do with the contract itself for the auditing services, but I know that we're continuing mentioning that when we, extend a year, that we show the amount. And then if you have any pending outstanding invoices, obviously, we understand you have to include them. But we just keep adding on to the original contract amount, and it just appears excessive, so.
So, through the chair, the plan moving forward is effective October.
Okay,
We will be
that's the
adding a
date.
table that clearly articulates or lays
Okay.
out the spend. Due to timelines, we could not get
Okay.
those into these board
I
items.
appreciate it. I thought you had said you were tweaking it, so when I saw it, I was like, maybe I'm missing something. Okay, so in October, we should see that. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Corn?
Thank you. And to Ms. Good's point, in having spoken with staff, not only will it have the new amount, but even to Ms. Levinson's point of not losing the history as well, that it's being presented so that both the new as well as the historical is going to be included. So I appreciate staff's efforts along those lines. My quick question is just in the executive summary, under the goods and services description, second paragraph, says the scope of the audit will exclude financial audits of the school internal accounts. Is that only for this amendment? I went through and I couldn't figure out, was that originally part of the first and is now excluded in the amendment?
No, they don't audit, excuse me, please. They don't audit the internal funds at
Okay,
all.
so I didn't see it in the agreement, but because you pointed out that it was excluded in this amendment, I didn't know if it was categorical just to the amendment, or you were just saying globally it's excluded, because I know we've done that with another company, another firm. Okay, that was my only question, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Any additional comment? No, seeing none. All those in favor of item EE7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE7 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE9, please?
So moved?
Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on EE9. Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff, followed by Ms. Bartleman.
On
you
the
add me?
second page of the executive summary, in the funding source capital /DEFT, in the notes, it says contingency for unplanned smart testing. Can you explain that? What does that mean?
Sure. George Chabot, Chief Auditor. So I assume that you're on page 2 of the executive summary. So I have under the capital contingency of 100,000, and under the operating a contingency of 45,000. So these are for any unplanned audits. So we had a discussion as to whether or not the board passed a motion that we add information technology, information security earlier. This would be the RFP that I would seek out to do that work with whatever firm that we choose. So I already know that that's not going to be enough money, so I'll have to come back. But that would be a contingency, something that I did not think of at the time. So if we want to add additional testing, it would provide me with some cushion to not come back for an amount of 100,000 or 45,000 for contingency.
But what do you mean by contingency for unplanned smart testing?
Oh, in case a similar circumstance would happen in the smart testing. So if there's something that we would like to add in scope and it increases the cost of the audit, that would be the contingency. But obviously, if it exceeds $100,000, because the budget in the meeting you'll have later today will show $200,000 per year, and then there's a stub period of $100,000. And so if for some reason we wanted to add to the scope, add certain things, and then it would have an additional cost, then that's where we would utilize. And the same thing on the non-smart spending, which, for example, if the information technology work costs more than $45,000, then I'd come back for whatever that amount would be.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you asking about the scope of the actual field testing?
I wanted to just understand what you meant by unplanned smart testing.
Oh, anything we want to add to the testing. I didn't want to use the word unknown, but if for some reason we would like to have the firm do more testing of more areas, then that would impact the cost.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I apologize. Thank you, Mrs. Aldiff. Ms. Bartleman?
You have, you had in your audit plan that you were using auditors for school internal funds, your staff auditors for school internal funds. Then in the last contract, you specifically excluded school internal funds from that one, the other audit contract that's on here. So this one, you're going to use this for school internal funds as well? It says to supplement the audit coverage for internal funds?
Were you referring to the difference between EE7 and EE9?
I'm on EE9.
Sure, okay.
But I think it was EE7, there was language that you weren't going to use it, and then this one you are, so.
No, I'm sorry, EE7 is strictly for the external auditing work. That would not be any
Right.
augmentation to the audit plan.
Right.
That would be an EE9.
I'm not, okay, so I'm asking you, can you show him, Mr. Woods? You see what I'm talking about? Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Understand the
Oh,
question?
Yes, Mr. Woods just
I'm sorry, I
explained
didn't
to me.
explain the
I'm
question.
sorry.
Mr. Woods speaks my language sometimes when I'm confusing.
Yes,
Go ahead.
so as Ms. Korn asked, the coverage under EE7 would not be under, if we needed to do any internal funds testing, it would not be under EE7. If we needed to do any, it would be under EE9, but we're all caught up. So I didn't foresee a need to include that language into EE9. Although conceivably, if we had to, that would be the RFP that we would utilize.
But the language is in the explanation that you are going to use them.
I don't think we will because we're caught up, but if for some reason we choose to utilize our resources on something else and we can't get them done, it would give us the opportunity to do so.
So you have a lot of flexibility then within your audit plan. You kind of built in different cushions, I see, which is pretty, not a lot, but enough.
Yeah, I was asked that question earlier before the discussions. I thought that the plan as I submitted had some factors in there that have changed. So I don't believe that the amount here will be sufficient. I'll have to come back at a later point after I've had a chance to look at the IT area and some of the scope of that work and pricing it out as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Korn, I apologize.
Thank you. So my question was actually on that funding source. I know, Mr. Runcie, you made a commitment that before we actually initiate the external IT audit, you would come before us. But that was on the grounds that we potentially would need a spend authority, and there is some room in here. So my question is this. when we do the external, even if it doesn't require additional spend authority, I guess what I'm doing is requesting that it would still come forward to us.
That's absolutely the intent. So if we do request additional funds later on, you'll have some context of how we got there.
Got it. But because there is some buffer in here anticipated, that we would potentially utilize this before coming forward and just asking for the additional, trying just to minimize the impact on the budget, correct?
Yes, but
Perfect.
you still want to know what we end up doing, and we will do
Yes.
that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional question or comments from my colleagues? All in favor of item EE9 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE9 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE11?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on EE11. Ms. Bartleman, you had EE11?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. Any additional comment from my colleagues on EE11? All those in favor of EE11 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE11 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item FF1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on FF1. And I have Ms. Korn on FF1, please.
Thank you. So I apologize, I didn't have an extensive period of time, neither did my colleagues, just because this did come last minute, but certainly makes sense that it did. It is providing us additional resources. My question is, what does this do for expansion? How effectively do these dollars play into the delivery?
Laurel Thompson, Director, Student Services.
So just to be clear, because there was some confusion about FF item moving on to F1, we are speaking about the additional money for family and community.
Yes.
All right, just making sure, because there was some confusion earlier. So Dr. Thompson, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So the expanded services, we were able to have more family counseling services in the summertime and more extended services in other schools as well for the rest of the year.
Okay. So I guess that's really my question is, first of all, I should stop and say, acknowledge the fact that we have received the additional dollars. So certainly in that partnership, we're very thankful that these additional dollars has come to the district. But so this is effective September 1st. But now you just mentioned that we were able to give additional services over the summer and for the beginning of the school year.
Right.
So were we giving more services than we had anticipated, and we were then going to not have enough funds to cover? Or just help me understand why these additional funds and how they're just playing out with the program delivery overall.
Okay, so yes. So the additional funds came to us from the county because when they did an audit of their other entities who get funding from them, there was excess money that couldn't be spent by others because we in Broward Schools always expend all the funds we get. Whatever excess funds they have from other entities, then usually they will offer to us, and they did that this year as well. And that's why we got additional funds. It's always a one-time gift, and we get it every year for many, many years, but it's always just one time for a few months.
Right, so I'm very familiar. I was actually on the board for the county for many years, and this was certainly a contract that came up every time to be able to expand. But if you can just describe a little bit more, I want the community to understand what we were able to deliver in services, whether it was in the past over the summer or going forward. What more did this relationship and partnership allow us to provide through our contract to the community?
So Ms. Korn, thank you very much. Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. So you are asking questions both about timing and cash flow. And those are the two issues that I hear.
Based on services.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So understand that the contract was running through services. The CSC had made us aware that this was coming. At no point was this grant overspent, right?
Yep.
We were expecting it. The staff started running through a higher cash flow rate in anticipation of this grant coming forward without it ever going negative, in full expectation that today's meeting would be happening. Should, for some reason, this not have come forward, we would have had to commensurately reduce services down the line during the remainder of the contract year.
Got it.
pending your acceptance of this award today, that will not be necessary, and the continued expansion of services, which has been going on through the summer, will continue through the fall, through the rest of the grant period.
Perfect, that is what I was looking for, so I appreciate that. And about how many more hours of service did this, I don't know if that's something you know off the top of your head, but.
Yeah. So we provided almost 400 additional hours of services in the
Fantastic.
summertime.
Thank you very much.
Surely.
And again, thank you to the county through their support.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corn. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I too just wanted to thank the county and the Children's Services Board, having sat on the Children's Services Board as well. This is something that they do increase the amount during the year, so just want to thank them. And this is what I was talking about with the partnerships that we need with the mental health, with the Broward Behavioral Health Coalition. They have access to get us, some of these other agencies involved with us to bring more resources to the district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item FF1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item FF1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item I7?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on I7. I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. Mr. Runcie, can you explain how you got to the 5-day without pay suspension?
If you, Mrs. Allen, if it's okay with you, if I ask Ms. Levinson to ask her question, and then we might table the item so Mr. Runcie is prepared to answer the questions. We can move on with the agenda.
Yes. Mine is a similar question. This employee had an incident in February 2017, received a letter of reprimand from the Education Practices Commission regarding an altercation with a 12-year-old student. And less than 2 years later, we have striking a student. So I have serious concerns about the recommended amount of days, and also would like an explanation as to it.
Mr. Runcie, would you like for us
Yes,
to table the item for you to review?
Yeah, let me look at it. What we try to do is to have some, it's a challenge to do, have some level of consistency to the extent that we can, given the circumstances around each particular case. So we've had 5- and 10-day suspensions when there have been situations where students have been, hit by staff. So I'll go and look at this. I'll look back at this particular case again, and just to refresh my memory on it. I went over a couple other cases today that were similar, so I don't want to confuse those.
Dr. Osgood has a question as well.
And Mr. Runcie, when you're looking, can you tell me, because I know that this particular staff person right now have their hand in a sling because they were attacked by a student. So when you bring the information back, it might be to our advantage to have the whole picture.
Okay.
Because when you just look at this in isolation, it makes it like it's just somebody on a tangent going after kids. But I did some additional questions asked in certain environments, and we've heard this in other situations. Of course, we never want staff to strike a kid in any way, but I think the other part of the altercation, in some of these incidences are important, and it helps kind of give a validity to some of the decisions that's being made. So when you bring it back, if you could just try to give more detail of the whole picture. And I just think it'll help one way or another make a decision. I'm not advocating one way or the other, but I think we're gonna have to have some serious conversations about altercations. You know, it's kind of like if I'm on a bus and somebody, you know, is getting the best of me, and when you walk up, I'm getting the best of them, then I'm gonna get in more trouble, but the other side wasn't there. I've just, you know, I'm seeing these more common now, coming before us, like every board meeting we're having them. And I just think we do need to find a unified way that we're addressing them one way or the other.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mr. Runcie?
It's hard for it to be uniform. You really have to use judgment in the case. I mean, I looked at a different one today where the teacher used probably some inappropriate methods, but given the circumstances that were there, you know, I felt it was different than a 5-day, and you'll see that one coming through. But when we have a clear case where there were other opportunities for intervention in this particular case, and it was not pursued, and the action that was taken by the educator was inappropriate and certainly hitting child in any form, that's a minimum of 5 days for us. And that's how we came to 5 days. They have an opportunity to go ahead and certainly appeal that through a DOE hearing, but that's 5 days.
So is that your
That's
response?
that's the
Okay.
recommendation.
Ms.
yes.
Levinson?
And I'd like to ask, so the third time you hit a kid is 10 days, and the fourth time you hit a kid, you get terminated?
No, it's not like we continue to, we've also recommended some terminations. Look, if we go through a situation and you're up to 5 days and you repeat the offense and certainly endangering students, you know, we're going to recommend something beyond that. We don't go 5 to 10 to 15 to 20. That's not how this
So you
works.
get 3 chances then to hit
It,
a student?
no,
No, I'm asking a very direct question.
and I would
'cause
say
this is the second incident.
And I would say no. That's not always the case. It depends on the circumstances.
Additional questions or comments from my colleagues? Ms. Corn?
So I guess I'm wondering, in addition to the suspension without pay, what other requirements are there of this administrator? In other words, anger management, what are the other steps that are required for this administrator to go back into overseeing and managing students?
So Valerie Wan's the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So this went through PSC. This did not come through OSPA. But we would certainly work with the profession, whatever the process is, when they meet with the employee to talk about additional things that we would look at. It will also be reported to the state. And if the state takes different action, then we may have to bring another action to the board because, as Ms. Levinson said, there was some action done at the state before. So if the state decides that they now have cause to take action against the certificate, we may bring other action to the board, you know, for something else. But we would certainly look at the individual's training record to see what kind of additional supports need to be provided in terms of discipline with dignity, managing anger, different courses of that, in that whole arena that we can sit and work with her on.
So, Mr. Runcie, through the chair, it seems to me as if appropriate response is not just an administrative response about time. There has to be something where we are interceding as part of the actual recommendation to this board, right? In other words, not just administratively in terms of conversations and what things are going to have to do off of a checklist of responsibilities, but that should actually be part of the reprimand that's brought forward to the board beyond not being paid and having the 5-day suspension. It should state what additional things, because I know with others, it's been stated before, what additional types of courses and things have to be accomplished by the individual. So for me, there has to be more than this.
And there is an expectation that that is the case, but we'll provide, going forward, we'll provide detail on what that is. But yes, there usually is some type of training and counseling that's required as part of these cases.
Okay, so going forward, anything along those lines, whoever comes through, it should come with that information. And then additionally, I went through, I didn't see, where was the other incident?
2018. It was with a walkie-talkie.
Oh, okay.
It's at the bottom of page.
I guess I saw those as being at the bottom of page 5.
Yeah, previous discipline.
Okay. Somehow I overlooked that when I was looking through everything. Okay. So do we know if there's any outside additional steps being taken, meaning regarding the student, the parent, or anything, any charges that are also potentially pending?
Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. I am not aware of any at this time, but perhaps Mr. Kowalski may have greater insight.
Craig Kowalski, Chief Special Investigative Unit. As far as the current case, the current case went through the committee process, as you see, and I just want to address a couple things, if I may, through the chair. There was, through the Professional Standards Committee, there was no additional recommendation of any type of training, but we'll bring those recommendations forward after a further conversation with the superintendent. As far as a criminal case, if you give me probably about 5 minutes, I can see if there's any status to that.
Okay, I don't need it before the board. I would just like us to know. And then, okay, this is concerning that it would be the second occasion. Speaking as a parent, the idea of having this person still in an administrative level, refer to them, actually, just so you know, on the requested action, it does refer to them as a teacher. But to have an administrator at that location, feeling as if taking physical action allows them to continue to be in that position is troubling. And I think I would like Mr. Runcie to give it additional consideration before we vote on it.
Good.
And I know Dr. Osgood wants to speak again to the item. I will just say that along the same lines as what Ms. Korn just said, with regard to the placement of this particular individual and the type of students that are at that facility, I think that it could be more challenging for someone that has this type of history, is what I'm going to use. And given the fact that Chief Kowalski just said that there was not any recommendation from the PSC with regard to any training, I know you indicated that there is some type of training that occurs. I think we need to have better clarity as a board around what that is for employees, because I know we've seen it in the past for some employees. And so I have the same concerns that my colleagues have. And as I've said before, when I think we're going to have a larger conversation coming before the board at some point, didn't we talk about having a workshop to talk about discipline and having it be better aligned and really looking at what our policy is with regard to what happens when certain actions occur by adults in our school buildings? Can somebody tell me when that's coming?
It's this month, I believe. Yeah, it's not this.
There's a request for sexual harassment.
Well, I think, if I recall correctly, this board has asked with regard to making a threat. There were other discipline items that came before us that fall into that category, so I don't know why it would be limited to one particular type of behavior for adults in a building. Because I think, my colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that there were several different disciplinary actions that came before us where we had questions about how we were disciplining adults with regard to things that were concerning. It was more than just sexual harassment. Is that correct? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm not
Okay.
losing my mind. Okay, do you know when it's coming, Mr. Moquin?
I believe it's the 24th.
Yeah, I mean, there are other cases that have come up, but that came up very early on, and it was focused on how we handle sexual harassment, and through time and conversations like this, I know we talk about other items, but the initial timing and commitment of that was around sexual harassment. We'll go back and review these cases, and maybe we'll come back with another workshop around these particular cases.
Okay. Dr. Osgood?
Yes. When we have these incidents, if they're perceived that an adult is just outright attacking a child, I think we should use the same measure, that we should remove the person from the environment. When I look at this and I see that this child was suspended for 3 days, but was at school. So I don't know what the process is when we're suspending kids, that we allow them to go to school. And then I see where a previous case was mentioned, but I don't see that the fact that a week or two later, this same staff person got their wrist broke by another student that attacked them. So I just think we gotta tell the whole picture when we bring these things forward. And we gotta work one way or the other with the staff person to either get them into an environment that doesn't put them in this position or transition them. But I just think we have to bring the whole picture, because if I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna bring in an incident that happened previously, then I certainly need to talk about one that happens after, before the item get here. You know, especially if the staff person ends up with a broken wrist and her hand in a sling. So it says to me that it's a lot more going on, and I'm not for anybody hitting kids. I want to be clear about that, but I am for being fair. I don't want a kid to be in a situation to be beat and mistreated, and I don't want an employee to be in a situation where they're being beat and mistreated. So I'm going on what's here. I'm just thinking, if, when this incident happened, if it was, I know if I was the principal and it was that egregious, I would have looked to do something immediately. You know, the person wouldn't have been there 2 or 3 weeks later to then get their wrist broke by another student, is my point that I'm making.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Additional comment from my colleagues? Mr. Runson?
Yeah, so if I could have an opportunity to take this back and provide clarity on what kind of interventions we would have in addition to the recommended 5-day, and we'll have that on a revised item that we'll bring back to the board.
Ms. Levinson?
So make a motion to table this item to, what is it, 2 weeks from today? Jeff, what would that date be? For September 17th meeting.
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Levinson and seconded by Ms. Korn. Is this a deferment, though? Yeah, okay, we're going to defer
Sorry,
this
defer.
item. Thank you. Defer item I-7 to, I'm sorry, what was the date? September 17th, school board meeting. Any input from the audience on the deferment? My colleagues? All in favor of deferring item I-7 to the September 17th meeting indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I-7 is deferred to the September 17th meeting. May I have a motion and a second on I-8, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, seconded by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on I-8. Please come to the microphone and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. Is it working?
It is now.
Good afternoon, Elijah Manley here. I just wanted to give a few brief comments on this item regarding Mrs. Nunez. First, I want to start by saying that we have a couple principals in our district who get away with bullying staff members, and nobody really speaks up about that because for some reason people are afraid to speak about principals because they're almighty dictators, I guess, and they're not accountable to the taxpayers in the district, apparently. They can just do whatever they want and just bully staff members. And this is another one of those cases, and there's a lot of these cases across the district where you have teachers who are getting beaten up, their arms and their wrists broken.
Can you speak to the item, please, Mr. Manley?
I am speaking to the item.
Thank you.
Getting their arms and their legs broken. They're getting beat up by students and other staff members in some cases. and nothing really happens. So we have an item here today where we have somebody who's a whistleblower who's been talking about mold and mildew in these schools, especially that school, and other issues, facility issues facing that issue. And you have a principal who has been pretty much abusing and attacking and plotting against this one teacher for 3 years. And I have known this person for just about that long, so I can tell you that's the case. So I think that we need to have a higher standard of accountability when it comes to principals and school administration, where they can't just go after teachers and just do exactly whatever they want. And these recommendations come forward, the superintendent makes a recommendation, and the board just I down the line on these things. I think that that's not a sustainable model going forward. So I will urge everybody to vote no on this or table it completely. There's a lot of fishy stories going on. I know the backstory regarding this incident. And to me, it just seems like there's a lack of due process when it comes to teachers. And anybody can make an accusation towards a teacher, and everyone just goes with it. This teacher is bad. This teacher is horrible. And you have teachers sitting right now in the rubber room who just had someone say one word or make one accusation against them, and all due process has been thrown out of the window, and they're sitting in a room all day when they should be teaching and educating our students. So that's really all I have to say about this. I urge everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on item I-8?
Yes, hello. I think the board...
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, name is Michael Cerbola, and I think the board deserves, just the fact we're here and having a public discussion is something that we take for granted, and it's a wonderful, amazing thing. Elijah just now voicing his commentary, for example. When a teacher is brought up, and this has to do with the 2-day and suspension without any mention of any other consequence, we talk about with children having restorative justice. The reason teaching works so well is children are mimes. They mimic us. We have the opportunity in how we treat each other to demonstrate for the children what our expectations are of how they will treat each other. I'm missing here, and you mentioned it earlier in your discussion as well, that there's no mention of an alternative such as restorative justice. I would even go further than restorative justice. Hopefully we're going to be the source of a real solution for the nation. Our children have called on us. They haven't called on some other state to come up with solutions. They've called on you and us here in Broward to come up with real solutions. So going beyond restorative justice, there's the opportunity here to have something along the lines of, it's called in Hawaii, it's called Ohoponono. It's spelled just like it sounds. The idea is that you have everyone come up and speak to what they've done to cause the situation. So in this case, it would be, for example, the teachers and the administrators to voice how they think they caused the situation, with the last person being what we would normally have be as the first, which is the accused, voicing how she caused it. Usually what happens by the end of that is everyone feels guilty just for being brought into a public venue. At least that's how it works with children who still have a large sense of shame, which we lose as adults, which we can regain a little bit when we have a sense of responsibility. It takes away responsibility when you have someone provide a punishment, as we are, because when we make an error or a child makes an error, it needs to be an opportunity to learn or to teach. I'm not sure what Mrs. Nunez, for example, is learning from this, or what we're learning, in other words, what she's teaching us from these actions, or what we're going to learn in the future. And this is critically important. You know, we have been failing our students in some way, and you know, when you've got a problem with a flower growing, you don't come in and say, we're going to change all the flowers. Well, the item is actually, there's stuff missing here. What's missing is our heart and our soul and our empathy for the teacher and for the student. The students were subjected to something. Where's their voice in this consequence? This consequence doesn't include the actual victims, which were presumably the students. And you know what? The students wouldn't probably want to suspend anyone because they're children and they're not quite as punishment-minded as us quite yet. And we want to model the behavior we expect from them in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Any additional comment from my colleagues on item I-8? All those in favor of item I-8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bartleman, were you looking to speak to that item?
I told you that I pulled
That's what I
accidentally.
thought. Okay. No,
I
that's
tried to
okay.
correct
Thank you
it
for double
earlier, but
checking.
we weren't able to,
Um,
sorry. I know, I did.
Item passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item I-10?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on I-10. I have Ms. Alladef, please.
Can I just get some clarification on this item? We had a workshop about a week ago talking about professional development. Is this item the same item, or is this a different item?
Good afternoon again. Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. This is actually a different item. This is not anything related directly to our workshop item. This is actually something that the district must submit to the state every year to basically certify as a district that our the system that we use to reward to collect in-service points actually meets the state criteria so that we can continue to award in-service points to our educators who need to renew their teaching certificate. So no, this is not anything related to or tied to the workshop a couple weeks ago.
So this item, you wouldn't have the opportunity to meet with BTU or BCAA, but the workshop item, you would be able to.
So the workshop item, we will be in continuous conversation. We actually did provide a copy of this to the Broward Teachers Union, and we will certainly continue to be in communication with them as we move forward in bringing back the professional development strategy.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alladef. And I neglected to say that I had a comment, but I did have it turned up in my box to make sure that I could ask a question. So my question is with regard to the information that is gleaned through the surveys that are included. And so just, like for an example, one of them that stuck out to me was factors that helped, I'm sorry, on page 79. This is just an example. Factors that help support non-instructional staff successfully participate in training. And I had all the technology I needed to participate, and of the almost 300 responses, 35% of them agreed with that. So I just want to have an idea of what are we doing, Mr. Runcie, with the survey responses, and how is that informing how we go forward with professional development?
So one of the things that we do is, based on each course, we do provide the survey responses to the actual PD provider so that they can see what participants are saying about the courses that they're taking, how it can be enhanced, whether or not it's meeting their individual needs. So we actually give that information to the PD providers to help them inform enhancing future PD or actually providing support to individuals who may have gone through a course but have saying, you know, I still need some help in this area, or the course did not help me. So we actually do provide it to the providers, but you know, we can also, we can always get better at it, but that's one of the things that we do is give the actual providers the feedback that the participants are given about specific courses.
Okay, yeah, because I saw lots of questions about convenient time, convenient location, technology, relevant to my content area, all of those different types of questions. So I was just curious, how do we use that survey information to inform how we move forward with professional development? So thank you for that answer. And for those where it is an outside provider of the professional development, then do we use the survey information to possibly inform whether or not we utilize that provider in the future?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional question or comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of item I-10 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I-10 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item I-11?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on I-11. Seeing none, I have Dr. Osgood, followed by Ms. Levinson, and then Ms. Bartleman.
I'm good on I-11.
Okay. Ms. Levinson?
Yes. I-11. Two things. I wanted to see if we could reword the second bullet, which was the one that I brought up. It had the 10%, 20%. It had something last year that didn't make a lot of sense. but I really thought the way the consortium worded it, at least part of it, allows school boards with at least 10% of its student enrollment in charter schools to determine the need for additional schools. I was hoping we could change it to that, so I can bring that up. You want me to bring
I'm
it?
sorry, Mr. Runcie had asked me a question, and I was listening
Okay,
to that.
I had brought this one up at the workshop. It was written in some hard-to-understand way last year. And so it's number 2 in the bullets now. But I think the language that the consortium is using makes a lot of sense. Allow school boards with at least 10% of its student enrollment in charter schools to determine the need for additional schools. And I think that was the meaning of it last year. And this way, we're in line with the consortium as well. So everyone's talking about the same thing there.
Through the chair.
Yes.
John Selvin, Director of Legislative Affairs. That language in the consortium is actually language that this school board proposed last time. So I think it does make sense to align it to the consortium, as Ms.
But
Levin.
just ending it with 4 additional schools, not the reasons. We don't need to tag on all those reasons there.
So through the chair, I think you would have to make a motion so we can reflect that in our platform for the 2020.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to change bullet 2, allow school boards with at least 10% of its student enrollment in charter schools to determine the need for additional schools.
It's been moved by Ms. Levinson, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any audience input on the motion? Colleague input on the motion? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion to amend the legislative platform passes. Any additional comment on the platform as amended?
I have one more.
Yes.
The bullet that deals with the safe school officer contract and plan that I'd mentioned in prior meetings, it starts with to ensure compliance. Require charter schools to provide an executed contract for a full year plan for safe school officer 2 weeks prior to the start of school, not or. An executed contract for a full year plan. So I'd like to make a motion on that as well.
Moved by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Murray, to change the bullet to ensure compliance, require charter schools to provide an executed contract for a full year plan. Any comment from the audience? And from my colleagues on the motion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Okay, and then my last comment was if, it has nothing to do with the substance of the document, but if we could have Mr. Sullivan group them, I think I had mentioned this in the workshop, like the ones that deal with safety, like if we could group them together, I think it's very confusing when you go through this. When you talk about the ones that deal with teacher funding, I think there's just an easier way to read this document because it just goes from one thing to the next to the next. So after we pass it, if my colleagues agree, if we could just group it by subject, so it's easier when you go to talk to a legislator, these are our items on this issue. These are our items on this issue.
Through the chair, yes, we'll be willing to do that. And since we've gone on to the second page, I think we'll also include just some fast facts about the district in terms of the size and number of employees. That might be something that we do as well, since we have extra space now, since we're going into 2 pages. Just a thought.
Any additional comments, Ms. Levinson?
No, so just under these 3 categories, school board authority, funding, and accountability, just group them by the subject under each
Include
one.
school safety and any maybe teacher incentives, since that's a topic.
Like turnaround, we have 2 items on turnaround schools, so we would group those together. So we're talking about Title I schools and our other schools at the same time.
We'll go ahead and do that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Good?
Yes, again, I want to thank staff for bringing that forward, and maybe if there, it's a matter of just how you're going to present it on the sheet, spacing a little bit more bold on the subjects and things like that, so that it's easy to, I know that you know this through and through, but when they're there, you know, if we can separate it, like Ms. Levinson says, something that's easier to catch, their eye, it'll be helpful to them when they're there. So anything you can do to make it pop, I guess, is the terminology in graphics. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman, any comments for I-11?
I spoke to him in the stairwell.
I can't hear your...
We had a conversation in the stairwell already. It's fine.
Okay, so Ms. Bartleman's questions have apparently been answered.
Yes.
Any additional comment from my colleagues with regard to the legislative priorities as amended? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I-11 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item II-1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on II-1. Seeing none. Any colleague comment on II-1? All in favor of II-1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item II-1 passes unanimously. Ms. Bartleman, I just need to know if JJ 2 and 3 can be taken together or they need to be taken separately.
Let me look. Hold on.
In the meantime, may I have a motion and a second on items JJ 1, 4, 5, and 6?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on JJ 1, 4, 5, and 6. Colleague input. All in favor of items JJ 1, I'm sorry, yes, Ms. Levinson.
I didn't mention it earlier. On JJ1, this is a new contract for a PSA because we terminated the original one. Is there a difference in how much it's costing us now, having a second professional?
One moment. Yes, Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. For the two projects, the first project, the Quest to Trace Middle School, has an additional impact of round numbers, 122,000. If you want the exact, it's 121,889.
That's fine.
And on Indian Trace, the impact to the budget is 102,386. And I say the impact to the budget is because there's no impact we don't need any money from reserve. This is all in the budget already.
Well, right now we don't. We don't know down the line.
Well, for the project itself, no, but for the design portion, it was there.
Right, so is any portion of that are we able to recover any of that from the first professional? Or are we looking into that, is what I'm asking?
Legal's looking into that.
Okay, I would ask that we please look into that, because, this is costing us $224,000 more.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional questions or comments on items JJ 1, 4, 5, and 6? All those in favor of JJ 1, 4, 5, and 6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ 1, 4, 5, and 6 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item, Ms. Bartleman, do I need to take them separately? JJ 2 and 3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on items JJ 2 and 3.
Can you just explain this item?
Use your microphone, please.
Just explain this item in your own words, please.
I didn't hear you.
Explain the, hold on. Okay, explain the item in your own words, please. Just explain what this item is and why it's happening for this, and is it happening consistently across? Okay.
When the program first started, the original architect, engineer, PSAs came out with a clause in there that if for some reason the original FLCC, which was assigned to the project, came in at a higher amount, that architect could come back for the difference, which would follow the same schedule, the same negotiations. There's a fee chart. So it follows everything. So for the most part, it was all predetermined if they were looking for additional dollars. There were a total of 80 projects, actually 88 projects that had this. 44 projects were large RFQ projects. 36 were CSMP, smaller continuing projects. Not all of them are eligible. Actually, some of them came in at budget, so they're not eligible for an increase. But of the other ones, if the architect, engineer come back, they're eligible for it, but they have to come to us.
And when we discussed this last time, you said that the language had since been modified for future contracts
Yes.
so that no one else has access for this. And then I have a question, how is that going to impact people bidding and doing jobs forward? If you're given, I'm going to make sure I have a job, I get in there, like the roofing, and then you find out the roof was example I think someone gave me. And the roof requires much more work. I have to go back and adjust my drawings, much more man time, much more hours. Under the previous contract, I could be compensated for those hours. Now, if I bid on a job, and especially like, let's take the big three where we don't know what we're going to get into when we start touching those old buildings. Are you saying that the architect and engineer will have possibly additional workload based on the circumstances of the project, but will be locked into their cost? Is that what's going to happen from this
The
point in
difference
time
between
forward?
the earlier projects and the ones that are going out now is we use the original FLCCs that were part of MAPS. All new FLCCs are the new Atkins estimates. So
Okay,
they're in
so-
line with the actual cost.
That's perfect, but for the ones that did not get, for the remainder of the group of projects that the language was, well, let me ask it this way. When you changed to align to the new costs, did everyone's contracts then, were they all right, or did somebody get left behind because they had signed a contract and they weren't the ones that had the clause? Are there a group of engineers,
I don't
architects that fit
think
into
there's
that?
any issues with any of those.
Okay.
Like I had mentioned, the earlier ones were using the non-realistic FLCCs, where
And
now.
we did adjust all of those, okay.
And once we made that change, that's when the contracts also changed.
And there are no architects or engineers who were caught in that and didn't get the adjustment?
They were not caught in the scope. We do have a couple of architects that are coming back to us, I think mainly in the big three.
The big three.
When our original estimates were 12 months for construction, and now we're going 24, 28 months for construction. They're coming back for the added construction administration, not design.
Which is fair, okay, so the
Since
reason.
they're going to be on the project 16 months longer, they're coming back for that.
And the reason I'm asking this is because I'm just concerned that if people perceive us to be unfair, and when they bid, then like we were talking about the roofing situation, where they perceive us to be much more difficult to work with, I don't want anything that people can use as an excuse, like they cheat us out of this or that, and I want to make sure we're doing everything fairly. And it sounds like we are, and you did explain this. And are these also the soft costs? Are these considered soft costs or hard costs?
These are soft costs.
Okay, and so that's what the tax watch was referring to, and now you're going to adjust it. Okay, thank you. That was it. I just wanted to make sure I had a thorough understanding of all of
No
these.
problem.
And that's for JJ2 and 3, Ms. Barker?
Yeah, they're the same thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on JJ2 and 3? All in favor of JJ2 and 3 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Items JJ2 and 3 pass unanimously. If it's okay with my colleagues, in consideration of the fact that many of us look to speak to the K items, if we take the LL items and dispose of those? May I have a motion and a second on items LL2, 1, 2, and 3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on LL1, 2, and 3. Board member comment on items LL1, 2, and 3. Yes, Ms. Good? Yes, I do.
So make sure. So is staff here? So I'm trying to, so I want to understand the item before us. The amendment is to allow for automatic extensions, is that how it happens?
Chris Akibusu, Director, Facility Plan and Real Estate Department. The amendment is to allow for, if there's a challenge or appeal by a third party, once Lena Homes is granted approval, that all of the dates regarding that challenge is going to pretty much, meaning the dates in the agreement will freeze and then toll with when that challenge is done. So that's pretty much what the amendment is doing.
So there's no end date, so if there's, and I understand that they're going to, Lennar's going to, there's challenges, they're gonna take the legal aspect, legal costs associated with it, but what if the legal challenge goes on for 3 years? We're just gonna allow that, there's no end? Should there not?
Correct. You're correct. We had made that statement to Lennar to pretty much put a time frame on it, but pretty much nobody can predict. You're right, it may go on for a year, it may go on for 3 years.
Correct.
Because they can't predict when that challenge, because of the court, whatever, may take place.
Correct.
So pretty much, yeah, correct. That's how it's gonna.
So staff's okay with having an endless, like, no date? I mean, what if this goes on for 5 years, 10 years? I mean, I get that there's a mechanism, is there a mechanism in here for, let me ask the question. So Lennar takes on this challenge and, within a certain time frame, staff feels that it's excessive, maybe they're not, advocating like we'd like, and you want to end it, what happens?
If we want to end it, then we will, pretty much invoke, provision in the agreement to enable that to happen. Partially, the reason we are taking this approach, this is the fourth buyer. And the reason that Lennar is stating is always been the reason the majority of people who have intended to buy this property have walked away. So we felt if we could work with them to potentially enable this to happen, and pretty much hopefully sell the property.
What are the reasonings?
Excuse me?
What are the issues?
Well, we had sent a memorandum to the board regarding the opposition to this proposed development by Lennar by the property next door, the development next door.
Correct. Is the issue density?
Part of the reason is density. That's one of the reasons they stated, meaning the property next door stated in their opposition. That's one of the reasons. But I think the letter that we sent to the board via memorandum stated some other reasons, which may go beyond that, that's beyond our control. So I'm not sure per se if it's just density. They stated density in the letter, but there's some other issues. I'm not sure if that property doesn't want residential, wants non-residential. So I don't know the totality of their opposition.
So if you evoke some type of default mechanism, are you required to pay their legal fees?
No. For Lennar? Well, the way it's stated, we worked with General Counsel on this to ensure that Lennar pretty much has to decide if they walk away, if we decide to stay on to pretty much defend meaning our interest, then potentially we may have to assume legal costs. But as long as Lennar is continually...
I don't even know what that means, Mr. Akabus.
Well,
I'll ask counsel.
Okay.
So the way the agreement is worded right now, is there a point in time where if we evoke some kind of, hey, we don't want this to continue any further, that we incur the legal costs? Is there a tipping point?
Say that again?
So, as I'm understanding it, maybe I didn't, Lennar's going to assume the responsibility of legal representation regarding any opposition to this property, and staff is essentially saying that's fine, and there's no real cap on a time period for which this litigation can continue on? I mean, it could be 6 months, it could be a year, it could be 5. So my question is, is there a point in time by which the district says, we're no longer interested in this, pursuing this with you, would we incur their legal fees? And I guess my concern is, I appreciate what they're doing, I appreciate we're trying to sell the property, but then I don't want to be at a point where we're beholden to a developer, because then we're gonna have to pay for all the costs they incurred. So is there a point in time where we're no longer having to reimburse them for anything?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to review it. I'll ask Tom Cooney to come down and respond, so if we could just put this on hold possibly.
Well, maybe one of my colleagues sees it differently, but there's just questions I need to have comfort level. I get this is a unique parcel, and I appreciate the developer working with us in an effort to have the property sold. But I just don't want to be in a situation where we're locked in and for a endless period of time. So I need to have a comfort level there.
Through the chair, we can.
Yes, Mr. Alfonso.
On section 3 of the amendment, it's addressed if Lennar decides to terminate, and this is in the later portion of the sentence, from say 1 to like the 6th line.
Paragraph 3?
Yeah, paragraph 3, towards the last, I think actually the last sentence, it says, seller elects to proceed with such defense, the indemnification provided shall be effective only for indemnification obligations incurred prior to the date of purchaser's termination of the agreement. If seller elects to proceed with such defense, not withholding purchaser's termination, seller shall be liable for all, meaning if Lennar walks away and then we decide to proceed, then.
I don't even know what that means.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I just don't, I'm not following it.
Okay.
I really don't. So,
Mr. Cooney's on his way down.
okay. There he is. Just, I'm not an attorney, so I guess Mr. Agabuso understands it better than I just want to get a translation on it. So, Mr. Cooney, did you hear my concern? Do you want me to repeat it?
Please.
Okay. So, this is, my understanding is, the way I'm reading this, is that Lennar is asking for us to amend this agreement, and it's affording them the opportunity to, I guess, defend the parcel in litigation. And the contract or the agreement is somewhat open-ended. It'll be automatically renewed as long as the litigation continues on and on. My question was, is it open-ended? Is there an opportunity for it to end? And if at some point in time, a year goes by, 2 years go by, I mean, at some point, we may want to test waters. So do we have the opportunity to say thanks, but no thanks? And at that point in time, does it trigger us having to reimburse them for the legal costs that they have put into the project to date?
The question about reimbursement, I'd have to look into the agreement to see, but the reason that this particular amendment was proposed was because of the potential for the challenge to the transaction itself. So what we wanted to make, and I might be repeating things you already understand, but just so I can follow the trace. So that they would have an obligation to come in and defend us as long as they were still interested in pursuing the purchase. If they decided they were no longer interested in pursuing that purchase or defending us in that particular dispute, then they would have to effectively terminate the agreement themselves.
No, I'm okay with that. It's
Right.
on our end.
Yeah.
If we want to terminate the agreement, if we find, because it's open-ended, it's
Right.
going to go on and on and on. So at a certain point in time,
Right.
we say, it's been 2 years, this is going on, we thank you, but no thanks. Can we do that, number one? And number two, are we required to reimburse them for all the legal costs that they've put into it?
Yeah, I can't answer that on the fly like that, so I would suggest that we consider holding off on this.
And I guess my, no, I understand it's a business transaction, there's somewhat of a risk. My issue is, if we are required to reimburse for some of it, you know, they don't have anything to lose. They're gonna put it all in, and if they win, great, and if somehow we say you're taking too long, we're on the hook for it. So I just wanna know what our risks are, so I can make an informed decision.
Understood.
Thank
So-
you. So, thank you, Ms. Good.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Dr. Neesmith came up to me and said he did not hear me call for public comment. I believe I did, but I'm gonna call for it
You did.
again.
She did.
Okay, so, at this time, we took all three items together, so it looks like we're gonna have to separate out LL3. And are you looking for a deferment to the next meeting, or, tabling to later in this meeting to get clarification that my colleague is asking for?
I mean, maybe you didn't take public input, I don't know.
I thought
You
I
did? She did, okay. I thought so too. So, I don't know. None of my colleagues have any comments? I look at my colleagues.
Yes, Ms. Korn?
I don't know, are we still waiting on a response from staff then regarding
But the question is going to be whether or not item needs to be considered
Yes.
at a different board meeting or later in this meeting. That's the question to
Right,
staff.
so we can wait, I don't know if you want to get that answer, but I can tell you open-ended doesn't work for me.
No.
So, to me, there needs to be a point in which this would be brought back to the board. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be willing to continue, but the open-ended is the part that is an issue for me.
Yep.
Through the chair, if I can just clarify, again, if you saw in the executive summary, staff was very clear with Lennar, because we didn't have any option but to bring it forward for the board to make a decision. We were very clear with Lennar that we wanted to put a time frame on it, and we even attempted to ask for some kind of extension fees. So it's up to the board's purview to decide to do what, you know, you want to do. But again, we didn't have a choice but to schedule it for the meeting. I just want to make a point, and Lennar can make a business decision if they want. Lennar extended the inspection period. That period is going to end on September 13th. And once it ends, they automatically have to move into the inspection period, or they can make a business decision how to move forward. Just want to make the board to be aware. That's all.
If I still have the floor, I don't know if, so I was not planning on supporting this specific item because I spoke to staff and I told staff what my position was. And I can appreciate the fact that this can be an arduous process in going with the community, but to me, because this is something that's being done in the public, that having timeframes in which it would be brought back to us at that point, Lennar could certainly come back and can share with us what their due diligence has been in the process, ask for the additional extension. I think at this point, they found this board to be a willing partner in trying to make this a successful contract. And I can appreciate the fact that they don't want to go through the hassle of that, but at the same time, we have an obligation, I believe, to the public and to the voters to continue to have that information shared, and it doesn't just go on, unended. So I shared that with staff already. It wasn't something that I necessarily needed to go into detail for, but I wasn't going to support this item for that reason.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Bartleman?
I'm just confused. Are we having public input or are we not having?
Well, I called for public input. What's going to happen, I think, is that this item is going to be separated from the other two, and then there will be an opportunity for additional public input. That's why I'm
Okay, I just wanted
very patient. Yes.
to ensure someone's standing there. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
So any additional comment from my colleagues? And then I would ask if somebody is interested in making a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so I'm not getting, should I table it to the end of the meeting? Should I table it to a future meeting?
I think you should table this one item to the end of the meeting.
Okay, so
So you
I'll
want to
table
separate?
it.
It's the LL3, so you want to separate them?
Yeah, and there's two things, the open-ended for me, and the issue of do we incur any legal fees associated if at some point we decide that we don't want to continue. But I also will say, have an issue with an open-ended contract like this. So I'll table it to the end of the meeting.
You need to make a motion to separate, please, if you'd like to do that.
And I have a motion to separate, please, LL3.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Corn, to separate LL3 from the LL1 and 2 items.
And hear it at the end of the meeting? Can I do a combo?
Sure.
And hear it at the end of the meeting.
And table LL3 to the end of the meeting. Audience input on separating out LL3 and tabling it to the end of the meeting. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Bill Laystrom. I'm here on behalf of Lennar. We certainly would like to hear this item now. We have an extension that triggers before your next meeting. That's why we move this forward. If we were not able to get this done today, then we'd ask to extend that extension date 30 days out, so we would be able to make the decision on the next $15,000. But please understand, this item is only triggered if I've won all the approvals in Plantation and at the county, and now a spurious claim has been filed. 2 are particularly potential in this case. One is a neighbor files to say we didn't do the notice right. Lennar has 2 of those cases pending now in other cities. So we're asking for this amount of time because we don't know how long the courts would take to resolve these. We'll certainly agree that we will diligently pursue them, but think about what happens if you do not follow the appeal and you let it lapse, okay, because you don't want to proceed anymore, you want to go out to the market. They're going to come to somebody like me, and you're going to have no approvals. You're going to be back to square one, which is you basically have a piece of property that's not zoned or land used for any residential use whatsoever. It's partly park and partly community facility. So you're back in front of the residents again, starting that 2 or 3 year process of approvals again. And at that point, Lennar would have approximately $500,000 in, paying me and my consultants to get the approvals, plus probably $150,000 in the litigation. That was the only reason we didn't offer to pay. We understand the issue about it being open-ended, and our concern was simply that it would be out of our control. We will certainly agree that we would diligently pursue the litigation in whatever form that you wanted to, and certainly you'll be able to cooperate in the litigation if you would like to. But at that point, to dismiss it after all the approvals are in hand, I don't think there would be any circumstance that you would make that decision and put the property back out to market again. It would just cost you more time.
Just to be clear,
and more uncertainty.
the motion that is before us is to table LL3 to the end of this meeting.
Understood. I just heard item K was lengthy.
We're also going to have a public hearing that starts at 5:30.
Okay. All right.
That's
Well, we'll
completely
wait.
separate.
We'll stay if we have to.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues with regard to separating LL3 and tabling it to later in the meeting?
No,
Ms.
I
Corn?
will have additional comments on the item. I don't know if staff prefers to hear it now before we take this motion and vote on it, or if we would want to just continue the conversation after.
Mr. Akabuso?
I'll prefer to hear it now, if you don't mind.
Okay, then I guess we need to take this motion off the floor.
Okay, I'll take it up.
I remove my second. So the only thing, what I want to share is that I use specific words. When I said partnership, I believe that this is actually advantageous for us to complete this sale. It isn't that I want us to put barriers in the way. And what I shared with staff, which I'm going to share again here, is I still believe that we have an obligation to have the process in front of the public and this board as the process continues. It is the open-ended portion that I am concerned with, because then it doesn't have the opportunity to come back, allow us as well as the community to understand what due diligence has occurred in a specific time frame. It is not a matter of saying, well, at some point we're just going to give up. This is a partnership in that it is an advantage for us as well as for the buyer. I just want us to be able to have the conversation in this setting with time. And the fact that that was shared with Lennar, and Lennar has still come back with the position of, no, we're not interested in any, there's no fee even at this point. I'm not even arguing for a fee. All I'm saying is there should be a time frame. So the fact that we're willing to forego any additional cost to Lennar, and all we're asking is for this to be brought back before us in a time frame, in a reasonable time frame for them to be able to accomplish something, says that they're basically looking for us to only do things under their terms, and they're not interested in listening to the board. And as a board member, and I'm hearing one of my colleagues, we would like there to be an acknowledgement by Lennar to understand that, fine, they're foregoing any costs that they might have otherwise approached us, in fact, did approach us and ask us to consider, and we're not doing that, but we would like it to come back for the benefit of the community to see what how the process is moving forward, if an extended period of time is necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Bartleman?
And I have a question. Is there a way then, because we want to sell the land, a buyer is not going to purchase the land with the current zoning because it's zoned for community use in schools. So clearly, I understand why they want to ensure the zoning. Is there a way we can build in, like, 6 months reviews so there is instead of a drop dead date, but a periodic review? Because if what I'm afraid of is, if we're looking to make money to take this land that we're not using and refurbish our capital plan. That's what works for us. The reserves in our capital plan, they want to build houses and make money, so it's a partnership, right? But the issue is the zoning. And I guess what I'm hearing from everyone, and I respect it, is that we don't want to have an unlimited amount of time. But my question is, then how much is reasonable? And instead of having a drop dead date, can we have a periodic 6-month review of where we're at? Land use and zoning sometimes can take very, very long time. I've been a city commissioner, and it's very difficult to do sometimes, depending on the property and the homeowners involved. So would that meet the needs if we had built-in a periodic review, or do you just want the drop dead date? I'm asking the two board members because I respect both your opinions. And since we're going back, what would work? Because we also, if this doesn't work, we're back to square one, and somebody else has to try to do this all over again. And they're gonna face the same homeowners, going to the city commission meeting, putting roadblocks up. This is what happens when you try to rezone property. It happens across the county. So would it be more comfortable to build something like that in as opposed to a drop dead date?
I'm going to ask members of the public not to approach staff while we're in the meeting.
Okay.
And then if you all need to have a conversation separate after this item is tabled, I would appreciate it if the members of the public did not approach staff. Thank you.
Is that something we could look at? That's what I'm asking, since you guys brought up the legitimate concern.
Ms. Good?
So my issue is the open-ended. So obviously, just like Ms. Korn, I guess we said it in a little different way, but I think we were saying the same thing. We would like the matter to come before us. And then my second concern was just the issue, because it's open-ended, if at some point in time, if that were to pass from my colleagues, I just want to understand, would the district incur some legal fees if we decided that after 3 or 4 years, we don't want to continue in the business relationship? So I just need to make an informed decision, and I'm a little perplexed that we're not able to get the answers here today. But that's why I wanted to table it, to get those answers, and then we'll make a decision. But I serve on planning council. I've done real estate before. I get the amount of time, the hurdles that they have to, the amount of issues they face, and interacting with the surrounding communities and making, I get all that. But as Ms. Korn already indicated, it's pretty much because, it looks like you're not selling, you have to agree with everything we're saying, and it doesn't work that way. And I think in other situations when we provided for extensions, we built in some costs. We're not even asking for that. We simply want the matter to come before us in a public forum so that we can have a conversation about it.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you. The reality is, in a sale, market conditions change. The offer that we have today is based on today's current market conditions. Just as much as I believe that there is an intent to move forward, there's also the ability, with this open-endedness, that a buyer can buy time if they feel as if there's some potential upcoming change in the market, so that they might have come back and make an argument that now market conditions are different.
Right. Okay.
So over time, they would have the ability to come back and say, we're basically wanting to renegotiate. Again, I just think that it is in our best interest to have a reasonable time frame to be able to come back, show that the due diligence has occurred, and then we'll be able to continue to move forward. I'm not asking, which I did ask the staff, that we ask for there to be fees associated with that. I'm okay to forego that. I want us to act as if this is a partnership, because I think we actually are trying to do that with our response. Again, disappointed that that doesn't seem to be the position that Lennar is entertaining at this point, but do I want to walk away? No, I don't. But at the same time, I also don't want to just do this on the terms of the buyer, because I think that there's more at stake than where the buyer is coming from with this.
Heather?
Yes, be mindful of the fact that we have a public hearing that starts in 3 minutes.
Okay, would building in the mechanism within the partnership for the 6-month updates as to what they're doing and where they're at, would that assist in, or no? Because I'm just I understand your concerns with the market conditions. I just don't know how we pick a drop dead date.
We have one now.
Well, I mean, we have an, but we have a 30-day extension and we're asking for another date, and, all right, I'll just wait for it to come back.
So at this point, we still have all 3 items, LL 1, 2, and 3 on the floor.
No, I thought we saw.
Well,
No, I interrupted that, so you probably need to do it again, and I'll second it.
You're on it. You're on it.
I'm trying. So if we want to entertain LL3 later on in the meeting, we're going to need
So
to
you
have a
wanna
motion to
separate?
separate and table.
Separate and move it to later on in the meeting?
Okay, there's a motion to separate LL3 from the other LL items and to table it to later in the meeting. Do I have a second? It's second by Ms. Korn. Audience input? Colleague input? All in favor of separating and tabling LL3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And now, with the 2 items that are remaining on the floor, I'll take audience input one more time, LL1 and LL2. Colleague input, all in favor of item LL1 and LL2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items LL1 and 2 pass unanimously. At this time, we are going to recess the regular school board operational meeting in preparation for the public hearing on the budget. We will convene in approximately 1.5 minutes at 5:30. Thank you. Second public hearing of the School Board of Broward County, Florida for the 2019-2020 budget is now called to order. All rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a change to the agenda. Resolution adopting final budget is a revised item. There are no further requested changes.
Yes, that's right. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. May the chair have a motion and a second to move the items to the floor?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Korn. And I'm going to read something else into the record, and then I will let Ms. Marte explain. This special school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida for the District Educational Facilities Plan is now called to order. The purpose of this meeting is for the School Board of Broward County, Florida to consider the adoption of the District Educational Facilities Plan, the DEFP, for the 5 years running from July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2024. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, there are no changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion on item 1
So moved.
for the DEFP meeting? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Good evening, and welcome to the special meeting to adopt the Broward County Public Schools District Educational Facilities Plan for fiscal year 2020. The purpose of the meeting is to keep the public and the school board fully informed as to whether the district is using sound policies and practices that meet the needs of students and warrant public confidence in the district's operation. The law requires the public be given the opportunity to provide input into the district educational facilities plan. This is the second of 2 meetings for the district educational facilities plan. At the first meeting on July 23rd, 2019, the school board voted to approve the tentative district educational facilities plan. If there is anyone in the audience who wants to address the item, you must register at the back of this room. I will call on each of you after the superintendent's presentation and before the board votes. Each listed speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. This will allow for each person to be heard and for the business before the board to be handled in the most expedient manner. We thank you for your support of the Broward County School District and for your attendance at this meeting. Mr. Runcie will now give a brief overview of the district educational facilities plan. Mr. Runcie?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening. I am pleased to submit this district educational facilities plan for the school board's consideration and adoption. I want to start off by again thanking the board for their input at all workshops and a board meeting in July when we discussed the school district's capital budget. I want everyone to know that the district and school leadership are committed to providing our students with a world-class education in a safe, secure learning environment, one of our 3 strategic pillars. We are continuing to make security upgrades that are approved by the board last year. By combining the $8 million state educational security grant with $19.8 million of local funding, we will be able to do the following: invest in portable radios and equipment needed to boost radio reliability in our schools, improve and upgrade the public address system with additional coverage and IP-based systems at a total of 55 high schools, colleges, combination schools, and centers. And we continue to add and enhance security cameras across the district. The district's educational facilities plan also includes new state funding of $4 million for our schools and $800,000 for charter schools to make even more security upgrades. This district educational facilities plan continues to deliver the commitments we've made for the SMART program. The district has committed reserve funding for resources that may be needed to address economic changes in the construction market as we continue implementing the SMART program. Based on feedback we gathered from the board during the previous budget workshops, this plan includes the leasing authority needed to replace school buses and to purchase and replace some of the district's white fleet vehicles and provide the vehicles needed to enhance security at our schools. I am happy to report that we have also included the authority to lease student and staff technology devices for a technology refresh cycle, ensuring that our students' academic achievements will continue to rise across the district. Now the district's chief financial officer and cabinet members will make a brief presentation and answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. At this point, we're going to speak to the DEFP. Upon conclusion of the board's questions surrounding the DEFP, we'll ask that Madam Chair conclude that meeting and continue on with the overall budget meeting. So just to be clear, the DEFP is a subset of the public hearing for the budget. When the board approves the budget, they will approve the millage, and they will approve the budget in its entirety, including all funds, of which capital and is one, and the DEFP is exactly the replica of the capital request embedded in the total budget. The first slide in front of you is how the DEFP aligns to the strategic plan. It supports safe and supportive environments for our children and a high-quality instruction to over 270,000 students. The significant change in the DEFP, which will also be reflected in the capital budget, from the tentative budget adoption in August to today, is positive year-end results. So a budget is a plan, and we do the very best we can to keep the board informed of changes to that plan during the year. But revenue doesn't materialize in all categories, sometimes till up to 60 days after the end of the year. We're actually still getting tax collection payments from the county well into July. So we don't have exact numbers when we give you the DEFP. In this case, it's good news. We have a favorable year-end variance. We were able to reduce the debt service transfer as a result of the refunding of COPS that the board approved during the year. Not only did we save money in this year, but I need to transfer less money to debt next year, so we get the benefit of $12.1 million that can remain in capital and will sit in the capital reserve. Additionally, we had a net increase to interest of $3.9 million, gains on our investments of $2.1 million, other miscellaneous revenue of $200,000, and increases in impact fees of $4.9 million. We did make an additional transfer to general fund of $2 million to fund equipment-eligible purchases that were made by district offices and schools, which is traditionally something that districts do at the end of the year. They go through all their accounts, and if they're capitalizable items, they transfer them into capital. The earnings on the interest, the gains on our investments, of course, are, part of that's the responsibility of a very favorable market. But I do want to commend our treasurer, who the board approved back about a year and a half ago, a small purchase of software that helps him get market quotes to reinvest our cash. So prior to that, we were going out and getting 3 bids from banks and investment companies and taking the best one. This tool lets us compare every single fund in the market and pick the best ones, and has significantly, for the $25,000 investment, significantly enhanced our ability to invest the taxpayers' money effectively. So I want to commend him for the good work he's done around that. The net result is a favorable year-end closing capital of $21.2 million. This next slide you saw in the tentative budget. It's online for the public to see. Nothing has changed here. We spoke about technology and the leases already. Mr. Runcie covered that in his opening remarks. The next slide shows you the carryover of projects. The unallocated carryover is revised for the $21.2 million I just spoke to you about. That's the revenue side. The appropriation side shows that additional money, unallocated at the bottom. The facilities projects, SMART program, the SMART program reserve carries over from last year. The security equipment lease you saw in the tentative budget. The state grant Mr. Runcie spoke about, and the state charter school grant Mr. Runcie spoke about. This is the exact same slide you saw in the tentative budget. This is the transfer to general fund from capital for allowable expenditures, including property and casualty insurance. State statute allows us to transfer up to $100 per student. We're far below that amount. This is the revised capital budget reserve, showing the additional $21.2 million. And with that, Madam Chair, that's the only change to the DEFP since tentative budget, and staff is here to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to make a positive comment. I was actually going to make it on the K item, but I can make it again there, that positive increase to our unallocated reserve. I just want to congratulate everyone who works in your department, Ms. Marte.
Thank you, ma'am.
For the gains on investment, the interest, the COPS refinancing, and all the other aspects that went into the increase of $21.2 million to our unallocated reserve. And I just want to say that this budget, with what we have to work with, and considering again, which we can never forget, that the state did decrease from 2 mil to 1.5 mil, so we're dealing with 25% less over the years. We've been able to put a technology refresh in here, leasing for school buses, for white fleet vehicles, and the additional school security enhancements that we've made. So I just want to thank you for the update, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues with regard to the DEFP? Ms. Bartleman?
So with the SMART program, you adjusted all of the prices to reflect the new budgeted costs, correct?
They are, the ones that are funded, yes. Yes.
So when I pull a page like Boulevard Heights, those are the new Atkins cost estimates in here?
That's the original budget. If it's in an out year, that's the original budget.
And then when do you adjust it in the book?
When you vote for the change, item by item.
So I just want to make sure I understand this.
Yes.
So as we change to increase these budgets, we're going to then add the new budget to the book. And I
Yes.
think there's an itemized list in the back that I saw.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you do understand. That's when the transaction becomes a voted upon board item, is
Then
when
it
your
go-
finance staff has authority to make changes.
Okay, and then do you go back on the pages in the book, or is it just in that itemized list at the back?
So once you vote on the DEFP, we submit it to the state. It is finalized unless there are adjustments during the year. So when you vote on budget amendments to capital during the year, that would incorporate that list you speak to, Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah.
Then we transmit that to the state.
But then do you ever transmit it back to the page in the budget book for the future year?
The next time we do the budget book next
And
year.
then you do it?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay. Then, my next question is, wait, hold on, I have to go to the page real quick, let me find it. Let me find my, hold on. I guess, for me, the Tax Watch in their last quarterly report used very specific language about they're concerned about our financial risk and the 300% risk with the roofs. But in our book, we don't kind of acknowledge that. We acknowledge that we're increasing reserves, but we kind of don't acknowledge the Atkins piece. And is there a reason why, or should we not do it? Is this not the appropriate place, or is it here and I missed it? Or tell me, because when you read about the SMART program, it's like, oh, we realigned it and we have a plan. But in reality, there are serious hurdles to the plan. And so do we have a responsibility to put that here? Or is it because we have the Tax Watch, that's where it's best left? I'm just curious.
So the budget book is based on the best actual assumptions that I have now, given where we are. I've acknowledged through memo a reconciliation of where the funds would come from to address some of that risk. But because market conditions going forward into the out years can change tremendously based on property values, based on some of the work that Mr. Giraldi's doing as it relates to some of the new things he's doing with roofs, I can't project it all the way out with the level of comfort or certainty, and I don't have enough of a basis. So the projections around revenue in this book marry what the state demographers say our property will increase year over year. So I've got a basis for budgeting that's sound. I certainly can look, Ms. Bartleman, at next year's budget. Would it be appropriate to put a section in to compare that? But this format is the
requirement.
Right.
I understand.
But I understand your point, and I think, to your point, I think to marry some of those concerns into our dialogue in this book or in the budget book itself would be appropriate.
Thank you. I feel very strongly that we should, when you pick up this budget book, we're doing the best we can, but we don't acknowledge that the cost estimates were only on 12% of the projects that were being done, which is a huge issue for Tax Watch. And I just want to, it's like a truth in advertising thing. Like, look, we recognize that this is an issue and this is our plan.
And just to,
Yeah.
just,
And I
I
understand
don't
it's a
disagree
budget
with you.
bill.
It does all exist in the quarterly bond oversight committee report.
Correct.
In the introduction and in the superintendent's letter.
Right.
We acknowledge all of that, so it's not like we're trying not to be transparent about it. And I
Correct.
know that's not what you're saying,
But I'm
Ms.
saying in
Bartlett.
this book, we don't even acknowledge that, look, we have a plan to address it.
Okay.
Like, but if nobody else wants it, that's fine. But I just feel like it's out there, we know it, and let's just say this is and you have a table of what we're trying to do.
Okay.
Okay, but if not, if it's not the appetite of the board, it's fine, because you have it other places.
But going forward, I mean, last year, there was a suggestion about including more about security in the whole budget book. We did that. It was very favorably received by all of you. So I certainly can look at that enhancement, ma'am, for next year.
Only if it's, okay, only if it's the will of them. So then, when you extend, I asked one of the questions, I tried to give Ms. Marteo my questions prior. When you extended the debt, it's not in this one because we're not talking about.
I can answer it anytime you like,
Well,
so.
because isn't it
I
part of
didn't
the
extend the
bond?
debt.
Well,
The answer to your question.
refinanced.
Your question was, when we refinanced the debt, did I extend it out over more years, and did it cost the district more money?
Correct.
The answer is, I did not have board authority to do that, nor would I recommend doing that. So the answer is no, we did not extend the
you.
debt, and it cost us significantly less. In fact, about $12 million less.
Right.
The
Thank you.
board has a major decrease in their debt in the year 2027, which is much faster than most school districts in the state of Florida, which quite frankly, I know seems like a long time away, but it isn't, and it's a really good thing.
And I appreciate that answer, and it's a great answer. It makes me feel wonderful about it. So thank you. I wanted to follow up on that. Then the next question is, you're addressing White Fleet and buses in the Capitol. And I asked if it was possible to look into, if it was cost effective, to look into the electric with some of the cars we have. And I didn't know if that could be accomplished through the budget item, or I just wanted to bring that up again, because there is a move, and school districts have electric buses and to protect the environment, but there's a cost because you have to have the infrastructure with the electricity, and I just wanted to follow up because someone was questioning, well, there is White Fleet in here that we're going to purchase some White Fleet and do some other things. I know not all White Fleet can be electric, but it's just something we can explore. Are we going to explore it since that's in here?
Good evening, board members. Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. That is a conversation that we're exploring. We have been working or having communications and conversations with Broward County. They're kind of leading that effort. There's a significant investment in architecture, hardware associated with the electrical vehicles. So it's part of their long-term plan, and we're trying to ride the wave with them. So it's something that we're exploring. It is in the very early stages. I would imagine we would come back in the next year or two with a plan of how we can do that, but it would not be incorporated in this year's plan.
Are we doing any of the White Fleet or buses within the first year of this spending?
Electrical, no.
Will there be opportunities in the future for that?
Yes, that's what we're exploring.
Okay, but, all right. I can't ask, but remember I told you about the free grant money, though, that the email was sent, so just follow up on that.
Yeah,
That could be done for this year if we are able to access those dollars.
that's a drop in the bucket for what the actual investment would be to move to a high level of electrical vehicles in our fleet. It's a little premature at this
Okay,
point.
but we need to start somewhere.
We have,
Okay,
thank you.
Then, all right. Then my next concern, and I'm just always going to bring this up because it is a great concern of mine. In order to be responsible and meet the goals of the SMART program, it requires us to leverage future year capital dollars and place them in reserve to save them so that we can fulfill our promise to the community. It's already $413 million over now. I'm going to reiterate that we have to be very careful because we are setting ourselves up for a deferred maintenance situation. The bond, there were $2 billion in needs. We only were able to accomplish $800 million. It cost more than $800 million. The $1.2 billion did not go away, those needs. Everything else is getting older, breaking, HVACs, roofs, all of those things are still going to happen. A roof that may not even be in this plan could crumble tomorrow. And so I'm just very concerned that we balance the deferred maintenance issues with this and that our facility staff is staying on top of everything. Because there may be a year where we have an unanticipated roof and then we're not able to have the reserve we need for the projects. And I don't know how we're going to balance that as those situations come forward. And I just pray they don't. But it is a very big concern of mine, and I'm just going to put that out there. Okay? And I know we're doing the best we can to resolve it. I just hope we're really being proactive on the facilities that are not identified in the SMART program in their maintenance, okay?
Through the chair, appreciate the concern. I do want to point out to the board that the maintenance transfer that the board made both in fiscal year 19, the year that we're going to talk about the K items in a little bit, the proposed budget for fiscal year 20, and in fiscal year 18, you spent millions of dollars more, and I'm going to have Omar actually quantify that difference between the initial budget in those years and what the board ultimately approved for maintenance based on the work orders that were done. So the board's been able to very successfully continue to fund the SMART program while increasing what they're spending on maintenance. You are absolutely right. If we were to handle all of our deferred billions in maintenance, we would be the only school district in the nation to do that.
We can't.
It is a common theme when I sit down with CFOs across the country that there is not enough money. But this board has spent, in this current budget, it's over $10 million more than last year's budget, increasing what we're spending on maintenance as well as managing what we need for the SMART program. And that's because of increases in property values in our community, and we've got to be thankful for that.
Okay, well, my concern stands and my tax watch, and we'll do our best. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Additional comments from my colleagues? I just have, pardon me, one question. On page 285.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I'm sorry, on page 285 for the reserve activity. My question is, what determines if the cost or the funds are allocated to the SMART reserve versus the unallocated reserve?
Board vote. So as you vote to approve this, you have $33.5 million in unallocated funds that until you give us direction, sit there, and we cannot allow anybody to touch those.
I understand. I guess I should be a little bit more clear in my question. So when you bring the items to us for a vote as to whether or not it comes from the unallocated reserve or from the SMART reserve that we have set aside, how do you determine what you're asking for us to approve?
So the JJ SMART items can only come out of the existing SMART reserve. If prior to me or Mr. Girardi bringing an item to you, I would have to come to a budget amendment to move money from unallocated to the SMART. I'd have to declare that to you.
Right, so.
So anytime those items came to you, they would be from a SMART reserve that you would have had to previously increase.
Okay, so let me just ask, like, specifically for the Northeast High Engineering Services for new addition and renovation to Building 12.
Okay. Is that already in this list, Ms. Sprinkler?
It's in the list on page 285, and so I just have a question.
It already came out of an existing SMART reserve. It doesn't come out of it can't come out of unallocated. You've got to allocate it into SMART. The reserve activity shown here is all out of SMART.
Okay.
On 285?
On 285, it's listed as unallocated reserve. That's why I'm a little confused.
No, the balance is unallocated.
So you're saying, oh, I see what you're saying. This is what we're setting aside. We're calling it our smart reserve, but it's really our unallocated reserve. And the votes that we take to support, I apologize, my throat is not cooperating. The votes that we take to pay for some of those items that are above the budget that we originally set are coming from the unallocated reserve. But when we are talking in the public, we're also talking about that as the SMART program reserve, correct?
So if we go back to page 8 in your PowerPoint, you have 2 reserves. You have a line for your SMART program reserve, which is about 59 million, the carryover from last year, page 8 of the PowerPoint, and the new money for this year, as well as unallocated reserve, which is the 33 plus the 7, or about 40 million. So right now, your total capital reserves are, the total of those two, which I guess is 100 million, 100 million.1.
Okay, so if I'm looking at, I guess here's the question. If I'm looking at page 8 of the capital budget reserve slide, and it says SMART program reserve is listed separately from unallocated reserve. And so then on page 285.
I understand your concern.
Okay.
Yep. Got it.
Can you help me understand that?
Correct the book. Go ahead, Omar.
Yeah, I see Northeast High School.
There are others as well. That's just the one that I pointed out.
Right. So if there are projects in here that are smart projects that were taken out, then they actually should have come out of the smart reserve. And any item that goes into the smart reserve, that comes out of the smart reserve, let's say they close out, we typically put the funds back into the smart reserve. So what we're trying to do here is to show that what the board approved in the SMART program stays in the SMART program. And then additional dollars that go into the program, we bring it back to the board to approve. So we'll have to check and make sure that those projects are coming out of the correct reserves. Thank you.
We're going to update these pages, give you a revised book to show the 2 reserves completely separate and everything in the right bucket. You're absolutely right. This is very confusing and does not match this.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to make sure that I fully understood, and it was different from what I was understanding from the presentation. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
One last question upon looking at this page. What did we lay out for hurricane repairs, and what have we been reimbursed for?
So that's a great question. We haven't included any of that expected reimbursement. We laid out about 16 million. We do not expect to get anywhere near that amount of money back, and that is not included in here because it takes years to get the money, and we didn't include it. We're waiting until we get the money. We'll realize the revenue when we get it.
So we have received none of it so far, of the 16 million?
We received money back from the county for operating the shelters and that, but we've received nothing from FEMA. Oh, and the insurance reimbursement we've received.
So
And
we're
that's all
still
reflected.
owed millions at this point?
From FEMA, yes,
That is
ma'am.
nowhere in here. That's
And
what I wanted to
I
point
didn't
out.
assume it because we're not going to be able to spend it anytime in the near future. I think Mr. Moklin can help me out. I think we're still waiting for money from,
We're still waiting. I've contacted Congress members, and we're
we
still
took it
waiting
out-
for
we took
money
it out of
from
the
3,
slides a
4
long time ago.
hurricanes ago. Yes,
there's no assumption about that in here at all.
right. But I heard a comment over the weekend that there's plenty of money in there to reimburse.
That's why there's plenty of money in.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Good?
Just to piggyback on that point, I think, and now we've included some language in our legislative platform dealing with the shelters, and it's unfortunate, but we do need assistance, especially funding, to upgrade some of our facilities to handle some of those special population of families, whether it's somebody with special needs or it's a family member with a pet. Some of our facilities need, upgrades and different kinds of generators. So I hope that, you know, we can be successful, and I'll say that with a smile, in Tallahassee, to at least get a line item to deal with some of that, because as Ms. Levinson and you have indicated, we're not getting any of those dollars back, and our facilities need it. So thank you.
Yes, Ms. Horn.
Just a quick question on the technology refresh. We've had a couple conversations about how the refresh will actually physically occur. And we had talked, I thought before, that that was going to be delineated in the budget conversation, which I don't think a determination has been made. So maybe it will come forward when we actually approve whether we end up doing a vendor financing or a bank financing. But I just want to make sure that that's presented to the board prior to the purchase itself, so that we determine what the, how that refresh will actually be spread down into the district levels. And staff is nodding heads.
Through the chair, we did include in the first DEFP hearing, addressing the board's concerns that staff and student devices are refreshed on the same cycle.
Yes.
We put in the estimates for the money, and you are absolutely correct. Before we can actually do anything, there are 2 more times the board will have to take action on this. The authority to do the leasing,
Yep.
and the procurement vehicle.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional comment from my colleagues on the ADFP? I'm sorry, the DEFP. Now I will take public comment. I don't know if someone has the list on the DEFP. Are there people signed up for the DEFP? Thank you. I'll start reading. We will now hear from public speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. The chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent and/or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker, often in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. I will call the first speaker, Robert Alfonso.
Hello. I'm not actually sure I should have signed the DEFP sheet and not just the regular one. I had just a general concern about the budget.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record? And you can pull the microphone up so that you don't have to lean over.
Robert Alfonso.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure if I should have signed up for the DEFP sheet or the regular sheet because I have a general budget concern.
That would be for the,
for my property taxes, where it lists the local school board as an increase for me.
we're going to get to that in just one moment.
Right. So I think I'm going to hold back and come back to
Okay,
talk to you then.
perfect.
Right?
Thank you. Michael Sorbola, on the district educational facilities plan, please.
I kind of have the same question as he had as to whether this is the correct topic, but that's this and this, correct?
We're currently talking about the district educational facilities plan. If your question is on the millage or the general, the general budget,
Right.
that would be the next opportunity.
I do have a comment.
If you're going to make a comment, go ahead and state your name for the record, and
Okay.
we'll start the time.
Sure. My name is Mike Sorbola, and if it's reasonable, I'm commenting on this booklet. Is that correct?
The district educational
Yes.
facilities plan.
And the millage.
No, not the millage, the
Not the
district
millage.
educational facilities plan.
Okay, just on the plan, one of the things that wasn't mentioned in this, and I'm going to speak to this later as a public speaker, is I think we've been pushing an educator and a principal autonomy, and that's not actually shown as part of this.
Okay, but that wouldn't be in reference to the educational facilities plan. This is capital dollars.
Capital dollars spent, for example, if you're pushing more hands-on interaction for things like shelves, for pets, that types of things. So it's also spending on things for education for the teachers. It mentions in here, for example, social emotional learning.
No, I
for
believe you're not
student
looking at the correct
experience.
book. That's not part of the district educational
Okay,
facilities plan. All
thank
right,
you.
thank you. Okay. All right, so I need some assistance. We're going to vote on the DEFP. Ms. Myrick, is that correct? And then we're
Yes.
going to,
Yes,
okay.
that is correct.
All right, and so All those in favor of, I'm sorry, is there any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of the district educational facilities plan indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The item passes unanimously.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Very quickly, I know we've got a full agenda still ahead of us. I would like to thank Mr. Shim, Rafiki Brown, and Jeff Whitney, who take the lead on this work. I appreciate the board's feedback, and every year it's our goal to make the book more informative, more transparent, answer more of our taxpayers' questions, so we're going to take that feedback, and as we develop next year's plan, we'll certainly work to incorporate as much of that as we can. But I want to thank them very, very, very much. They've done a great job, and I'm very pleased with this.
Thank you. Thank you as well to staff. And now we're going to move to the public hearing portion for the Broward County School District's 2019-2020 budget, which we already called that meeting to order, but I'm going to read now. That's,
We have to adjourn
I'm
the
sorry,
first.
no, that's, I'm sorry, that is not what I was told I needed to do.
Excuse me?
Do I need to adjourn a meeting here?
No, you can adjourn them both at the end.
Okay, thank you. The purpose of the hearing is to keep the public and the school board fully informed as to whether the district is using sound policies and practices that meet the needs of students and warrant public confidence in the district's operation. The law requires the public be given the opportunity to provide input into the millage rates and budget. This is the second of 2 public hearings for the millage rates and budget. If there is anyone in the audience who wants to address the items, you must register at the back of this room, and I will call on each of you after the superintendent's presentation and before the board votes. Each listed speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board, and this will allow each person to be heard and for the business before the board to be handled in the most expedient manner. We thank you for your support of the Broward County School District and for your attendance at this public hearing. Mr. Runcie will now give a brief overview of the 2019-2020 budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, everyone. I am pleased to submit the 2019-2020 district budget for the school board's consideration and final adoption. The direction from the school board is clear. Balance the budget, cut costs at the district level, do not cut from schools or classrooms, and find resources to improve compensation for our instructional and support employees. The 2019-2020 proposed budget illustrates saving opportunities and funding reductions of over $25 million. The focus of these savings and reduction opportunities ensures that our teachers' compensation, the safety of our students and staff, and important programs such as mental health are at the forefront as it relates to the district's spending priorities. School safety is prioritized in the 2019-2020 school year, with allocations in the general fund for additional safety staff and allocations in the capital fund for additional hardening of our buildings, including camera surveillance systems. With a strategic focus on ensuring high-quality learning experiences for our students, our schools are making great progress. Student academic achievements continue to rise across many areas. Our graduation rate is the highest in 7 years, and advanced placement pass rates are the highest in a decade. The district has proven that our resilience is strong, and our commitment to providing our students with a world-class education in safe, secure learning environments is unwavering. This is the second of 2 budget hearings. We will continue to look for opportunities to set aside dollars to improve our teachers' compensation and increase the safety of our students and staff. Now the finance staff will make a brief presentation of additional budget details and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. In this very brief presentation, we're going to fulfill the trim requirements. We're going to speak to where we were at the tentative budget adoption August 1st, review some updates since then. Also, the input from the board at that point has been addressed in this final budget hearing. And the additional information is a result of the August 27th workshop on mental health, where the board had significant input to the superintendent and to Dr. Hickman. And we believe we've synthesized the board's concerns and included the actual positions that we're going to ask you to approve as part of the budget. That is the new page 8, and that was the only change to the budget in front of you. Board members have asked me, is there a change in the book? I did not include the number of positions in the budget book because at the time I published, I did not have that. But the actual amount of money is included in the budget book. This is the history of the millage for the Broward County Public Schools from 2015 to 2019, the current year, the 2020 budget. The increase is based on the referendum, but if you look at the chart, the millage levied by this board has decreased year over year. And in fact, the required local effort millage is again lower this year by 3.48%. The referendum, the 0.5 mils that our taxpayers so graciously supported to increase pay for our teachers, to hire 521 more security personnel, and to increase funding for mental health in the amount of $7.7 million, is the reason that the millage increased. Had the voters not voted to tax themselves with that additional millage, once again would have decreased.
And you know, I think it's also important to add that even with that change and increase, the millage rate, total millage that our taxpayers are paying today, and with this proposed budget, should it be adopted by the board, is less than what they were actually paying in 2015, 2016, several years ago. I mean, so just think about that. As costs have gone up, inflation, other challenges that we've had, our taxpayers in Broward County are paying less about 4 or 5 years later than what they were paying back then. And also, I would like to add, and we don't have a slide in here on this, but when you compare Broward County to the largest districts in the state, and in fact, the 4 or 5 largest districts, we actually have the lowest millage rate out of all of the districts around. So, and those are facts, clear and simple, not debatable in terms of where we are. Thank you.
Mr. Runcie, that information you just said is available in the executive summary on page 5-14 to our board members and to our taxpayers, and this document is online as we speak, sir. The next slide shows the rolled back rate, and this is the total millage rate to be levied excluding debt service exceeds the rollback rate pursuant to section 200.065 parens 1 Florida statute by 11.34%. And this is the amount we're required to levy in order to participate in the Florida Education Finance Program, the money from the state, which is about $1 billion of our budget. So if we did not levy the required local effort, we would not be eligible for those funds, and quite frankly, couldn't operate a school district, because if we didn't do the RLE and can't participate in that program, then we have no general fund budget. The next slide picks up where we left off at the first public hearing with a surplus revenue at $13.7 million. Since then, we've closed year end. The unassigned fund balance, unassigned, has increased by 2.1, so that's reflected here, a little bit more. On a $2.9 billion budget, $2 million is a very small amount, but it did indeed increase. We had some cost increases. The board voted on July 23rd to add 15 budget attendants for security on our budgets, on our buses for the schools that continue to have the extended school day. $200,000 for Mentoring Tomorrow Leader Program based on board input at the tentative budget adoption. Latinos in Action, $200,000. It's important to note that there are approximately 2,000 children participating in each of those 2 programs, so they almost have identical participation. I think one is 40 less students than the other. Broward Virtual University, quite frankly, should have been in the tentative budget, but I missed it when I was reviewing work papers. This is for teachers to get credits and attend Broward virtual. They generate revenue, but this is the appropriation of the dollars. And then $100,000 will be set aside in a restricted fund for our children who either athletically or through clubs enter championship tournaments, and we have to help with transporting the children to those tournaments. It will not go in the athletics budget. It will be set aside, and they'll have to request it based on being in that condition. Any funds not used would revert to fund balance, and we'd put up a new appropriation for next year. So we have additional cost increases from the tentative budget to today of $1.2 million, leaving us with a surplus today of $14.6 million that is in the document in front of you. It is going to be an assigned fund balance because the board has made it clear to the staff that that money is to be set aside for salary increases for our teachers and other staff. The next slide is the mental health funding. Dr. Hickman is here if you have more questions, but what we believe we heard at the workshop was that the money should be spent on psychologists, social workers, guidance counselors. And if you look at this chart, it shows you our current staffing levels, the number of new positions that we are proposing to fund with the referendum money and the additional $400,000 in mental health allocation. So the referendum money is $7.4 million. The additional mental health assistance allocation is $400,000. So it would be a total of 91 positions added. This is a breakdown of how the district spends their money, and this breakdown conforms to the state Red Book and how we must report to the state. So sometimes to the public, these categories look a little misaligned, or you all have asked us to break them out further, but this is the way the budget goes up to the state, so we're complying with that. What we have done, if you look at page 10, is break out the expenditures under the line item board. The board budget includes the budget for the general counsel, the budget for the auditor, and the budget for the superintendent. That's where the state puts those categories. The increase in that category of $300,000 is the addition of a new attorney that the board approved, the addition of the 4 auditors that the board approved, are all included in that line item, as well as salary adjustments for the auditors that were approved when all staff got a raise last year, so the budgets for everybody have been adjusted for that salary increase last year. Slide 11 shows you a pie chart of where our money goes. Over 93% of the revenue that this district receives goes to students and direct school services, with 3.5% going to support, 2.5% going to curriculum support, 0.8% going to central administration, and debt service at 0.1%. Based on last year's reporting to the state in the district cost report, Broward continues to have one of the lowest administrative overheads of any school district in the state of Florida. And with that, Madam Chair, finance staff is ready to take your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Marte. I appreciate that. At this time, we are going to take speakers. Speakers will now be called to the floor by name and are requested to state their name and address before beginning their comments. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. When the time limit has been reached, speakers will be notified so they can complete their comments. We ask speakers to avoid repeating statements that have already been made. Speakers are asked to address the issue at hand and refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect, and refrain from words or statements which in their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intend to incite violence or breach of the peace. We ask that you model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. We are asking the speakers and members of the audience to extend every courtesy to each other and to the members of the school board, and the same will be extended to you. Bob Mayerson.
Bob Mayerson, 6742 Northwest 80th Manor, Parkland, Florida. First, through the chair, I want to wish Ms. Good a happy birthday. So Thank you. Hope you have a great birthday. Hope you were celebrating it not here, but I'm sure you've got some nice plans this evening. I do want to thank this board, along with Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Gomez, Mr. Katz, and the superintendent, for providing our elected municipal officials with some details regarding safety and security information on the proposed budget. It was discussed in the first budget hearing, and I thank, again, this board and the superintendent, as well as Mr. Sullivan and his staff, for fulfilling that obligation and sending us. It was certainly helpful to understand how this board invests and allocates funds, as well as some of the limitations that are provided on you. But I also think it's important for you as a board to understand municipal budgets, and where we as municipalities have similar limitations, how we invest our money and how we allocate it. With that being said, I do have to say, in watching this budget presentation, that I'm disappointed that I had brought up at the August 1st public hearing that what I would like to see to feel comfortable is the SRO changes from the 197 amount to the 201, which would include the 4 SROs that have been housed in the Broward County Public Schools in Parkland for the last year and will be housed again this year. Because we believe in safety and security. We're following your direction to reach that 1 per 1,000 ratio. Part of it is we had last year, again, the referendum dollars that were funded. We were led to believe, again, in that process, that those referendum dollars would support the 4 additional SROs. So, again, I'm hearing, the same way that we do or you do, you hear from staff information that it will be there, but this board is really where I need to hear it from, because you're the guys that make the final decision. So hopefully tonight you can make that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyerson. Robert Alfonso?
Hello again.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Robert Alfonso, 10214 Northwest 80th Court, Tamarack. So I'm here because I've been a resident of Tamarack since 2015. And every year since 2015, my property taxes have gone up. Never gone down, gone up every year. This year's no exception. And I see a line item here, specifically Broward Public Schools by a local board, and it's going to cost me $100 extra. Can one of you guys tell me what that is?
If you want to ask all of your questions and make all of your comments, and at the end.
Well, that is my entire purpose for being here. I'm going to all the meetings to find out why I'm paying more money. So I'd like an answer to that, please.
Okay, the way public speakers works is I can have the superintendent direct staff to have a conversation with you, but we don't answer questions back and forth as a board.
Okay, when can I get it? When can I
Tonight.
get the answer?
Mr. Runcie, you could ask Ms. Marte to.
Ms. Marte, after we're done with this portion of the presentation, she'll certainly sit down with you and walk you through the budget. And so, I'm sorry?
I don't really want to be walked through the budget. I just want an explanation.
No, I understand. Walk through the pieces that you have a concern about, which is.
Like, I just came here to understand that one little piece.
Is there a comment that you can make publicly that would address the issue for Mr. Alphonse? What I'm trying to say, sir, is that at the conclusion of your speaking, you're not going to be able to go back and forth and ask additional questions. So if you have any other questions, ask them now, and then.
Okay. Well, I heard some comments earlier about things that I am interested in, like electric cars and things that made sense to somebody who's paying taxes here. And then I heard things about salaries going up, and I don't agree with that. My salary hasn't gone up, so why should yours? That's one comment I have to say. I love your opinion about the electric stuff. You guys should be doing more electric things to try to save the environment and money in the process. And basically, you should stop increasing my taxes every year. I won't pretend to tell you that I've been paying attention every year to who the increase is coming from, but this year it was you. And I'm pretty unhappy about that. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Marte?
Madam Chair in general, and I'm certainly, as Mr. Runcie said, happy to have staff speak to the gentleman after we complete our business here. But there are 2 factors in this year's tax bill that impacted people as it relates to school taxes. The fact that property values continue to go up, even on homesteaded properties, there is an annual increase, and the board does not control that. That's a factor of a good economy. I have a homesteaded property. My tax bill went up for my homesteaded property, and there's no action the board could take that would change that. The other piece was a voter-approved referendum where our voters agreed by nearly 70% to be taxed an additional half mil, 0.5 is the way it's shown on the gentleman's tax bill, in order to make sure that we retained great educators in our district. We could increase security staff to the tune of 521 security professionals and provide more mental health services to our students. I know the board will tell us that's not enough, but based on the funding from the state of Florida, the board put additional funds into that very important priority of the board's. Those are the increases that were under the control of the board. The 1.5 mils for capital increased as well for the very same reason. As property values go up, people's tax bills will go up. And the board didn't levy any additional millage except for the 0.5 mils. Tax bills went up because the economy is good.
Thank you, Ms. Marte. And then our final public speaker for the second public budget hearing is Mike Sorbola. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, hello, Mike Sorbola, Deerfield Beach.
Your address?
Yes, 555 Southwest 20th Avenue.
Thank you.
I think. I don't think that we realize how much we drive the national discussion down here in Broward. For example, right now, I was listening to them describe some things at the Cato Institute and the Brookings Institute about what they're calling educators' autonomy. So they've kind of renamed it. It's the same as principals' autonomy. And the reason this is relevant is if you look at the numbers here, we're really low on school administration because that's part of the philosophy. And I'm not bashing the fact that, you know, we're seen as the savior to break the monopoly on what's viewed by many as a monopoly on education by focusing on subdividing and having our individual schools have the same autonomy or similar autonomy to, say, a charter school. So it's kind of internally charterized in the school system. And that may very well be the way to save public education and to derive some of the benefits of a competitive market. But it misapplies it, broadly misapplies it, because evolution does not work that way. I've talked to these guys at the think tank, and I described it as a political philosophy, and this is kind of funny and humorous, but their response was, no, it's not a political philosophy, it's about individual freedoms. What? Do you see the irony? It is not science, and because we don't understand it, we're misapplying it. It's too broad, you're breaking it into too small pieces. What we're spending on the municipal taxes is ridiculous. We're the lowest because it's viewed as a bad thing to spend money on public education. So we're the lowest on that. We're the lowest on school administration when to properly apply that same principle, which can be applied properly, we should be the highest in school administration costs. But because we don't understand what we're applying, we're misapplying it. This answer to this, it sounds like I'm being a nerd here, but we need to pull in some outside sources. Mr. Runcie, you actually know someone who is your former roommate to come in and address this issue of laissez-faire. Free market competition does not lead to optimums, okay? It won't produce the optimums. If you know how blind cavefish, the tragedy of the commons, it's a rather complex subject. I myself had the same opinion to get rid of public education, so I understand where Mr. Brode and where that philosophy comes from. I understand why you're a hero, because you're here to save public education from the worst. And this entire strategic plan, this is a major part of it that is not addressed. For example, who's going to manage the data? Are we going to manage the data? Is the sheriff going to manage the data on the students? Or should we be approaching Broward Health, for example? We're not looking at all the options we can because we have the wrong mindset. We can change how we think and how we look at things.
Thank you, Mr. Sorbola. Thank you. And I apologize. The next public speaker is Sabine Hazard, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name.
Hello.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes. My name is Sabine Hazout. I live at 4240 Northwest 73rd Avenue in Lauderhill. I did follow the presentation a little bit while I was outside, and I see that a lot of effort has been put into assessing more mental health issues. But what I'm a little bit confused by is that you are hiring more people for mental health, and you mentioned that it wouldn't be enough, but isn't mental health rather kind of fixing issues at the back end? Like, it seems to me that if this is gonna increase this year, wouldn't it increase also in the following years? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it seems to me like there's an issue at the core not being dealt with, you know? And for me, I have a few different properties, and for each and every one of them, I have to pay $200 more this year. I had to pay more money last year, and it seems just to me that everything is gonna go up instead of you looking at, you know what I mean? Like, there needs to be a certain strategy behind it and not just throwing money at an issue if we don't really know how to solve it. Because education is not just supposed to be like a hole where you can throw endless amount of money into. There needs to be like a certain idea of how much the state needs to be spending and our county needs to be spending on the education. You know, even if property values will go up, which they hopefully will in the future, it's going to mean that it will just increase. So I'm like trying to find out, like, where is the line when you're considering your budget, and where is the line when you're considering your improvements?
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. If that concludes your comments, then you won't have the opportunity to speak or ask any more questions.
No one is going to address the point, or you're just going to take it in consideration?
It's possible, but we're not going to go back and forth, so you may have a seat, and
okay.
Thank you. Mr. Runcie, I don't know if you want to I know staff already answered a question with regard to property tax increases and the fact that the millage was not increased except through what was voted for the referendum.
It's really the same the same answer, and the fact is that the district has not increased the tax rates. The only increase that has occurred was a $500,000 from a millage that was approved by taxpayers so that we could actually pay teachers and give them a raise. The vast majority of that, I think it was, what was the percentage? It was 90, the percentage, I'm sorry, of the millage, the referendum that went toward teacher salaries, the breakdown again was?
The amount that went to teacher's salary was 72% of the referendum funds.
And then 8% went into mental health and 20%.
8% went into mental health and 20% into school safety, sir.
Right. So, and part of the reason why we had to do that is that the state had not provided sufficient funds for us to be able to compensate teachers in this district. In fact, the prior year we had received only a 47-cent increase per student, which put the district in a deficit situation to start off the year. So we made substantial cuts outside the classroom, but we had to get a source. And by the way, that wasn't something unique to Broward. That past year, I believe there were somewhere close to a dozen districts in the state, including our neighbors to the north, Palm Beach, and to the south, Miami-Dade, who did similar referendums in order to be able to secure funds to be able to pay our teachers. And we also invested in mental health and safety and security.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. At this time, we will have a board member comment. I have Ms. Good, followed by Ms. Bartleman, then Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to those who have come, and of course to staff for the presentation, and also making the adjustments just for the public that's here. We've had, you know, many discussions, not just the one today. We've had 4 or 5, correct, workshops, discussing every aspect of this budget and where we saw ourselves and, again, the shortfalls. Unfortunately, we don't get sufficient funds from the state to deal with a variety of issues that we must deal with as a school system. And I think now more than ever, certainly mental health and safety and security is a district priority, so much so that I think many of the voters agreed with that sentiment and felt that teachers deserved higher pay, and they also felt that additional funding was warranted to address our needs as it relates to safety and security and mental health. So I'm very appreciative of it. I understand there's an impact to every homeowner, including myself, but it's an important part of the discussion that we've been having for quite some time. So I wanted to just thank the superintendent and staff for making the adjustments. I don't know, here it is. Get away. Making the adjustments as it pertains to mental health and how, you know, we have been discussing how the information was shared with the general public and how we were focusing our conversations in a large part to certain elements of school psychologists, social workers, guidance counselors, family therapists, counselors, and of course, we've included positions for special assignment dealing with suicide prevention and hospital homebound teachers for the MSD. So I'm very appreciative of that. I think that, again, I appreciate the due diligence that staff did in regard to these positions. I think that, you know, they had our students' best interest in mind, but it gets back to how the public, the general public, understood how these funds were going to be utilized. And I think Mr. Runcie simplifying how we're addressing our needs is going to help the public understand our focus. And I certainly appreciate the amendment to that page and inclusion of those positions because unfortunately we don't have sufficient positions dealing with mental health in our district. It's a constant struggle. We're trying to increase our ratios and provide greater support to our students. And certainly I know that every one of these positions here is going to impact a child somewhere along the way in the district. And they do make a difference in the lives of our students. And so I'm very happy to see them included in this budget. With regard to, again, allocations for the mentoring programs, again, I'm super, super excited to see the funding allocations for Mentoring Tomorrow's Leaders and Latinos in Action. We see it every day, how those two mentoring programs are changing lives. And so this allocation is a start to what we're already doing within this district, and I'm very pleased to see that we're supporting these initiatives in the way that we should. And the last point I want to make is in regard to the allocation of SROs, and I appreciate Commissioner Mayerson being here tonight to speak on the issue. Again, we've discussed the 1 to 1,000 ratio extensively as a board. We're looking to see how we can meet these obligations. Yes, and it was another element that was discussed with the public. So I just want to understand, I know that Parkland has always committed to increasing the SRO allocation within their city, and they provide numerous SROs in all their schools, and they really should be appreciated in that respect. So I guess I don't know who would be the appropriate person to answer the question with regard to the allocation of funds for the additional 4 SROs. And is that something that we're looking to do? Is it going to be done at a future date? If we could just share that information.
Through the chair, it's my understanding that they're funded in the 1920 budget. The initial request came for reimbursement for last year. There were no funds left over to reimburse, but given the fact that there's some lapse money in the referendum money, we're able to cover them for this year, is my understanding.
So if I can have Mr. Moquin speak to that, because again, the referendum dollars hopefully can help us, fill that gap.
Right, so, in short, the answer is yes. What we've communicated specifically to the city of Parkland, at least through my contact, is that the 1 to 1,000 is a minimum, and that, however, there was an issue last year in terms of whether BSO wanted to incorporate all of them within the agreement. And what we've said is, to the extent this year, that as the cities work with BSO to identify the number of SROs they wanted to do, that they all had to be in the agreement and we would take them into consideration. And as long as they were within that 1 to 1,000 and they were not extraordinary, that would be the recommendation of management to the board. And obviously, ultimately, the board has to approve the SRO agreements. So the last communication I had with the representative was on July 9th, because they were very interested in knowing whether or not we were going to pay for the 11 this year. And I basically iterated to that individual the same thing that I just said to you, that our target was 1 to 1,000, and I went so far as to say that the staffing model they utilized last year was not extraordinary. And I think even last time at the last budget hearing, when the commissioners spoke, we went so far as to say that management would recommend it. The reason why it's not in the presentation today is because the SRO agreement has not been approved yet, and that's when you would see a shift in the numbers. And as Mr. Katz indicated at the last hearing, that when you see SRO numbers go up, you will see Armed Guardian numbers go down, and that's kind of the balance.
So I guess for me, I just want to make it perfectly clear. I don't want it to get lost in translation as it relates to what the sheriff may feel, but we have a municipality that, and my comments are directed more to that point, that we have a municipality that has been a true partner, certainly has been impacted greatly, is willing to step up, and they certainly have, gone above and beyond in ensuring that there's officers in their schools. And again, we've had other municipalities that have placed police officers in their schools before they were reimbursed. So I know Parkland is not the only one. In my own district even, that has occurred. But I just want to make sure that it doesn't get lost in translation, and that because it's not part of this budget today, that it's not going to be included. And I think that we would hope that the elected officials within Parkland can help us in properly communicating that issue with the BSO, so that we can make sure that the agreement includes those additional officers within their municipality. Again, other municipalities may not do that. Some may not. But just because some don't, it should not impact the willingness of other municipalities that are stepped up and are willing to do that. So it is my desire and my hope that we can finalize these agreements. And I know that staff and you and your department has worked, and with Mr. Katz as well, to ensure that through the Chiefs Association, we work out these SRO agreements and bring them all to the board. So, I don't know, Mr. Runcie, what can be shared with Mayor Hashofsky and the commissioners to make sure that, at least from our point of view, they understand that we're supportive of doing this.
I'll go so far as to say, if the agreement shows 11 SROs, that's going to be what's recommended before this board, is to reimburse for the 11 SROs.
So, again, it's not my district. I'll allow the board member of that district to speak, but I will say that that's my sentiment. And Mr. Runcie, I think that some kind of communication should come from you or staff, just to be clear, because some of the issues that I had brought up before is somehow some things get lost in translation. And when
I have an appreciation for the commissioner based on what transpired last year.
Yeah, and
I understand why he's here.
And we have conversation with the sheriff, and somehow it gets
Yeah.
watered down.
So I think
along
that
the
to
way.
make it clear to your point, we'll send a very straightforward letter to the mayor of Parkland to let her know and the commissioners know that we're prepared to fund the additional officers on the current funding model that we proposed. And it's up to them to make sure that that's incorporated in the agreement we have with BSO.
And I'll just add, because the point is that municipalities are meeting on their budgets this week. They'll be meeting tomorrow and the day after, you know what I mean? So they're making decisions on their budgets, and not that they would change their position, but I think it would help them understand what dollars are gonna be coming down the pipeline, and maybe allocate dollars a different way, knowing what we're willing to provide as far as additional funding and support. So I really appreciate your work, Mr. Moquin, and everything you've done, and Mr. Katz, and really trying to negotiate in the best interest of all students across this county. And I just appreciate, I want to make sure that all our cities know that we are trying to meet that 1 to 1,000 ratio, and we certainly support the municipalities that are willing to step up and provide that support. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, the first, can you guys hear me?
No.
Yeah, okay now, thank you. Okay. So the first thing I want to go over, I like that you put the safety and security updates in our book. I thought that was great. So I sent 2 emails, questions to both Mr. Katz and to Ms. Marte, because I cannot send questions to you guys because we're going to vote on it. I do not believe you were copied on Mr. Katz's questions. I think at this point in the meeting, it's appropriate for you guys to have access to that information. And part of that was, since we did put a lot of detail in the book, I was questioned by a constituent on each of the items, like, well, what percentage have been hired? What percentage of the cameras have been installed? How many of the intercom systems? Where in the phase? Estimated completion dates? How many security monitors are trained? And I thought about it, and we all, like, this is what we want to happen and what we're going to have happen, but there really isn't a mechanism for us as a board with a check and balance to make sure that it all happens. So when you'll see his responses, it's an update on where we are on meeting all of these things. So I think it's important that everyone has that, and it shows the progress we're making towards meeting all of these goals. So I just wanted to put that out there. The next group of questions I had was for Ms. Marte, and I guess she's ready to answer because she didn't write me back responses, so I'll go ahead and go through some of them
I
now.
thought you wanted them answered here.
Oh, no, usually when I send them, you write, it's okay though. Well,
This
some
is
of
the
them,
first time you've ever sent me questions, Ms. Bartleman.
I know, it's only the second time we've done a budget hearing together. I'm sorry. Okay,
It's okay, I'm ready to answer them. ma'am.
Okay. So, on page 2.1,
Yes.
when you talked about the district expenses for $41 million in security, was that strictly from general, or did
Yes.
it include? Okay, thank you. Were all 521 safety and security positions funded through the bond, or were
yeah.
other safety money
Through-
from the state
Through the
included?
referendum.
Everything through referendum,
Not
thank you.
through the bond, through the referendum.
Through the referendum, thank you. What are the turnaround supplemental service allocations used for?
They are used for support for the additional half hour for our fragile schools,
Okay, but
as required by law. So turnaround supplemental services are designed to improve the overall academic of those schools for services including aftercare, tutoring, and extended
and
day.
how many schools this year do we have with the extra half hour?
Dr. Wanza might have to help me with that. I'll have to get back to you on the exact number. It's a handful, but it
Yeah, I
does
just wanted to
cost,
make sure.
between transportation and staff salaries, it does cost quite a bit of money.
Now, you also put in there reasons why everything was decreased, but you didn't explain why that virtual education contribution decreased.
Okay, so this,
Is that what you left off just here that you showed, or?
no, that's
Broward.
Broward Virtual is an internal program.
Okay.
Florida Virtual, the state guarantees a minimum funding for each FTE of students who attend virtual education in the amount of $5,320. That's a statewide guarantee.
Okay.
For districts that fell below that funding, the state supplemented it to the tune of $11 million last year.
Okay.
This year, fewer counties fell below that minimum, so the state only had to supplement that $3 million, so they saved $8 million. None of that had any impact on us because we are above the $5,320.
Perfect. Thank you. And then you spoke about community services and you define community services. You have my list, so that's why I'm just going through. Can you give me an example of?
The biggest amount in there
Uh-huh.
is the before and after care programs. Programs this year, almost $16 million.
Okay, that explains.
The other big item in there is Mr. Sullivan's budget, the lobbying budget.
Okay. All right, that's considered community services. Okay. And why do we hold $1 in reserve for future allocation?
You talking about the $1 million you asked about?
88 and 89.
Give me the page numbers again.
Page 4.57, number 88 and 89. Wait.
What is 88 and 89?
Oh, those are the lines.
So those pages you're referring to, Ms. Brinkworth, I'm
It's
sorry,
Bartleman.
Ms.
It's the wrong
Bartleman.
page. It's the wrong page, I think.
That is a description of all of the different buckets of money that the schools get. And until we get final head count, we withhold a little bit of money.
For future allocation. And
But
that's
it
why-
all goes to the
It all
schools.
goes
It's
to
within
schools.
this part of your budget. We don't do anything else with it.
And why did we have the decrease in media services? You didn't have an explanation for that, and did that impact us?
Oh, last year, we funded the FCC repack for Beacon that we're waiting for reimbursement for, that we didn't have to fund this year.
They're instructional media services, though. I
Some
think
of that is
a-
under Beacon, because they provide
So that
services
is-
to the schools, sure.
Okay, I wanted to understand that.
Mhm.
Okay, you answered that question. I think we asked this before, but I don't remember. Why did we increase the board's budget?
One additional attorney, 4 additional auditors, they both fall, that
I
all
remember
funded,
that answer, yes.
falls under the state category of board.
A board, I remember
As
that
well as
now.
2% across the board increases for all of your employees that work in those departments.
And then why did we increase school administration?
So school administration, so this is, I think, a question a few of your colleagues have had as well as you, Ms. Bartleman, so let me, maybe this will help answer all of the question. When we budget salary lapse, so we fully budget for all of our positions, knowing that they won't be filled all year. So when you look at your budget book, there's a minus of $45 million at the bottom of the detail of your budget book for what we expect to be salary lapse year over year. It's a standard budgeting practice that every school district uses. Otherwise, your fund balance would jump way up at the end of the year, or you'd under hire. So I put that all in a district-wide account, as well as sick leave payout at the end of the year, drop payout for retirees, vacation, all of that is centrally budgeted. And then I spread it based on where it actually happens, but I don't know that until that's paid out at the end of the year. And I don't know how much lapse we actually achieve. I have estimates based on Oleg's projections, but we don't know the final till we true up the year. So the school administration has some higher paid employees, and if they retire, those drop payments and some of the vacation, and as well as the 2% salary increase, and then we have much less lapse there because we don't have as much turnover there. So that all impacted why that increased.
I wish you could capture that in a little blurb in the book, because people are like, you're always accused, even though it's not true. We have low administration rate of increasing, and then there shows an increase.
So now I'll
without
have
the
3 years of
explanation.
history with how much lapse is in each category. What I'm gonna do in next year's budget is budget the lapse by function, so you don't see that big year-end shift. But I didn't have enough historical data to do it until I had some history.
All right, so that makes sense.
So you'll see that less of a shift, Ms. Barnum.
And then the other constituent question that really was upsetting to me was that, and maybe you can explain how the school budget works. I was told that teachers told parents, art teachers told parents that they don't get money for art supplies. And when people have your public document, they're going through it and they're seeing all this money, they ask why, and I explained that that's a school-based decision because money should pass through at the school for art supplies. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then that has to follow up the individual school
It's in
level.
their materials and supply money.
Correct.
Innovative and magnet programs for the arts get additional funding.
Correct.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
knew the answer, but I just wanted to ask on the record because the person was very upset. Okay, the next question I have, can you explain maintenance of effort as it pertains to IDEA?
Maintenance of effort requires us to, on a per pupil basis, expend at least what we expended the prior year.
So, to further get explanation, so if you take general funds and move them into the IDEA grant,
You can't do that.
you can't?
I cannot move general funds into IDEA, that would be supplanting.
Okay, so, and this will bring me to my question in the budget book. Okay.
You're going the wrong way, Ms. Bartleman.
No.
IDEA is fully expended its budget, had more bills to pay, and general fund absorbed them. It's the other way. That's allowable.
Okay, so but the maintenance of effort,
I'm spending
glad
more
you-
general fund money, so that's better. It increases my maintenance of effort base for next year.
okay, here's my problem. And that you could phrase it either way. We didn't have enough money. You're asking, and pertains to this next year's budget, okay? You're asking for a K-1 item that we're about to approve in the agenda, but it impacts the future budget because it's a maintenance of effort issue.
It was built into the budget.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
For some reason, we were short $800,000 in the IDA, and you had to take general fund, or you can explain it however you want, but general fund was used to make up the shortfall in IDEA. So now, based on your explanation of maintenance of effort, do we have to have $800,000 from general again spent in IDEA?
It's on a per pupil basis, so it'll depend on the number of students, but quite likely, yes. But this year's general fund budget was gone over in detail with Dr. Hickman when he was in charge of that department, and the budget that's being proposed in front of you, we believe, based on the number of students here now, meets all their needs. So we don't have an issue with, I'm gonna come back and ask you for more money, based on the current population. But February counts change, Ms. Bartleman, and you know that, and I've said it
I get-
often, that
but
it's a
you-
growing population.
I understand that, but you still have to set aside general reserve that could have been spent somewhere else.
That's true.
Because at some point, the IDA money ran out, which is a problem. So the fact that, and you can't blame it all on just the student population, because that's part of your explanation, and there are other things here, and I'll get to that in the K item. But the point is, IDA money, there was a shortfall. It ran out for whatever reason. The budget was not adequate to meet the needs of what we had.
That's what the federal government gave us, ma'am, so that's all we can use. And
There are
the
many districts that do not go into the red in their IDEA at $800,000 the last week. And to me, that explains to me possibly why invoices weren't paid in a timely manner. But that's speculation. That's just my speculation. So we have an IDA grant where other districts in the state do not go into the red on their IDA grant. It's not something you usually do because there is a maintenance of effort that is required, and now we're going to have to take general funds from next year's budget, and we're going to have to expend them here as opposed to somewhere else, which you acknowledged, which was true. So I have, and I'll go into greater detail with the K-1 item later, I have concerns about the IDEA budget and having an $800,000 shortfall the last month of school, where you had to move money over. And I am very happy to hear that you have accounted and taken money out of general that could have been spent somewhere else to cover what the maintenance of effort will be required by federal law. And that's what I wanted to make sure occurred in this budget book based on the approval of this K-1 item. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Ms. Bartleman, you've spoken often, both here at the dais and to me, about how important it is to serve these children. Whether we serve them the $800,000 out of general fund because their needs had to be met, or out of the grant, quite frankly, shouldn't matter. The grant was spent on IDEA allowable expenditures for these children: assistive devices, contracted services, paraprofessionals, unique aids. There's an entire list. If we had not gone over on the budget, and please understand, the budget for the grant is closely monitored, we knew we were very close. Going over that amount on a $60 million grant that has rollover funds in an area where we told the board the entire year there were pressure points on the budget related to ESE, we would have come out of general fund either way, because it is very important that these children get the services that their IEPs require them to get, and you've been the biggest proponent of that.
And I agree with your characterization, but if that's the case, then we should have moved a whole lot more money over. The point is that the IDA grant, and I'll go into it further in the K item, you shouldn't be running
Ms.
in the...
Bartleman, I'm going to ask that you save the comments
Okay.
about the K item for the K item.
To characterize that we shouldn't move things over because we couldn't help children, if that was the case, we should be moving a whole lot more money over, and we don't. So the issue is whether or not that fund was managed appropriately and the money was spent wisely to have that kind of shortfall at the end of the year. That's my question. Now, I would like, you're right, if this board doesn't have a problem and we're going to take care of the needs, we ask all the time for more support facilitators. So based on your philosophy of meeting every child's needs, then technically we should take even more money out of general fund and put it in IDA and not worry about having to continue to fund that forever and give the kids what they need. So I'm just upset that you characterized my comments as that I took it, maybe you didn't mean to give it to me that way, but that's how I took it. Because honestly, we could take a whole lot more money out of general and put it in IDEA and keep that level of maintenance for future years, and we would be servicing all the children, but we don't do that because it's not a good practice, and 67 other districts don't do that. So, or go in the red. So I feel like, and I have some questions about even the explanation in the K1 item.
Let's talk about the K1 item on the K1
and
item.
I'm just happy to hear that you accounted for the level of maintenance in the 2019-2020 budget. Thank you.
Is that the extent of your question?
That will be it for now, and I'll save the rest for later.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Okay, first I have a few questions on page 4-27. A couple of the questions were questions I had asked previously. Where was the technology on this page? I see that you put it on 428, combined with the buses and vehicle leases.
Yes.
Is there a reason why it's not listed separately, like the motor vehicles, including buses here, the technology portion?
We just included all the leases together, but if it's the board's will, we can break that out in the future.
Okay. I mean, I'd just like to see the investments we're making in the book, in buses, you know, in vehicles, in technology,
break that
so
out, Ms.
people can see
Levinson.
what that investment
Okay.
is. And then the land went from 109 to 0, which was one of my questions. What was the 109?
What page you on, ma'am?
4-27 for year 1920.
We'll have to give you a follow-up on that.
If you don't have it, you can just follow up. I mean, it's a small amount. It was
Okay.
one of my initial questions I had
We'll give
asked
you a follow-up on that.
So it's just follow up on that. And then the buildings and fixed equipment and furniture, fixtures, and equipment went up quite a bit from the first hearing. What is that for? About $22 million, $23 million.
We'll have to give you a follow-up on that as well. I'm sorry, Ms. Levinson.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, not 23 million, I'm sorry, 23. Yeah, 23. Okay, so if we could, I can just get follow-up on that page there?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I just wanted to make a few additional comments. First, on the referendum. I just want to thank everyone for being very clear about how we're spending this money from the referendum. This mental health funding, it took a couple of times, but it's finally broken down into investing in people. And that's what the board made very clear, was to invest in people so that we could decrease the ratios of professionals to students. So that is our goal with this money, is to be able to serve more students than we have previously been able to serve, and investing in people is how the board thought was the best way to execute that 8%. Also, there's just a little bit of a difference in the total positions here from what Dr. Hickman gave and what you have, Ms. Marte. The hospital homebound teachers, MSD, current staffing, it says 8 on yours and 22 on Dr.
22 is
Hickman's.
district-wide.
Okay, so then it should be 22 more district-wide positions.
No, that's what we currently have. The 2 additional are just for MSD.
Right, but on his breakdown here, it says MSD, 22 current and 2 new. So you're saying the 22 includes all hospital homebound
Yes.
in the district?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could just make that adjustment on the other one that we got. And, yeah, it says MSD, so we just,
Yeah, the 22's the.
Use your microphone, please, Mr. Renzi.
Yeah, the 22 is the district, but the 2, which is coming from the referendum, is actually related to MSD.
right.
So.
But the current staffing is both, that
yeah.
number 22. Okay.
All right, we'll put an explanatory note.
Okay, and then, and I know that we all are happy to see that you have the screening here that we spoke about. I just want to mention once again to please speak with Dr. Clements and our experts on statistically to find out about sample size and population, to make sure that we're making it statistically relevant, whatever we are doing. And as far as the SROs, that was always the intention this year, was when we got the money, that we would be, whatever cities were putting in for more. But I do want to bring up that I did reach out to some of the cities I represent who say they have not been reached out to as to whether they want additional SROs. Have they been communicated with at this point? This was like a week or so ago. Because they all are doing their budgets, and they need to know if they put more in, we're going to put our portion in.
Good evening. Brian Katz, Chief Safety, Security, Emergency Preparedness Officer. So what we have communicated to all the law enforcement agencies through the Chiefs Association is our intent to get to the 1 to 1,000 ratio. From a contract perspective, we are in like the 90th percent as far as finished with the contract. And when that goes forward, we will propose what that expectation is or what the request is for each school. And then each city will come back to us and say this is what they're able to do based on resources.
So we're not reaching out directly to municipalities. I believe we should be reaching out to municipalities.
So what we sent to the municipalities was the document that went from Mr. Sullivan and from the superintendent, indicating what our goals were and what we were trying to accomplish. But from a liaison perspective, all my engagement has been with the Chiefs Association. So.
Okay, so, I mean, I would request that we get something out to them immediately, because they're doing their budgets, and we need them to put in for more so that we can do our portion. If they don't put in, they're expecting the 1,000 to 1. So we need to reach out to them and make sure that they're including in their budgets as well.
I'll follow with Mr. Sullivan on making sure that communication goes out.
Okay, it may be late already for some of the cities, but as soon as we can get that out, my understanding was that we did that a couple of weeks ago. Because they also need to have the understanding that if they're not doing their portion of the SRO, when we do have available guardians, they will be getting guardians for the 1 to 1,000, is that correct?
Correct.
And I think they need to know that as well, because that was our commitment that we made with the 20% when we passed the referendum.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then, I think that was it. Thank you very much. Again, Ms. Marte, I just want to commend your staff and you. This budget book, I know we mentioned in the first hearing, is nothing like we've ever had in terms of the level of detail here for people to see where their taxpayer money is going in the school system. So thank you to all of you. I know it was a lot of extra work, but it really tells a true picture of what's going on in the district. So thank you.
Ms. Levinson, I appreciate that. This has been a big shift for my staff, and they have stepped up to the plate in an admirable way. We already have some ideas to make it even better for next year, because it is important that the book is not just a compilation of numbers, but tells the intent and the story and the background for why the board makes the decisions that they make. So thank you for that. And they are exhausted. They're very excited for tonight to be over.
Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Alada?
I was very happy to see the 5 new positions for the teachers for suicide prevention. I think when you have a problem and instead of just talking about it, actually are putting staff to help the problem. On page 2.6 and 2.7 of the budget book, the current head count for the SROs is 197. And that number does not include the 4 SROs we've been talking about from Parkland. As this is the final adoption of the budget, I'd like to recommend that we change that current head count to 201.
I'm sorry, I have a bad cold, and I think I'm going to have a coughing fit. The dollars are there for those positions. Based on the board's will, excuse me, we could change them at the point we made the amendment.
No, you're getting the wrong person there.
I just have a really bad cold. Me too. Sorry, guys. It does feel nice to have everyone jump when I cough, though. My voice gave up before you said I do. Don't wipe. I can't see.
They're fixed tissues. Now you're blind.
Now I can't speak and I can't see. So it would be the will of the board, Mrs. Aladef. The funds are in the budget. We would decrease the guardian number by 4. And add 4 to the SROs if it's the will of the board. And I don't want to go off track, but not only is Mr. Bays giving me his handkerchief, he's baked me an apple pie, too. He did.
Well, Ms. Springworth, I would like to make a motion. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the budget from 197 SRO head count to 201.
It has been moved by Ms. Alhadeff and seconded by Ms. Good to amend the head count for school-based staff school resource officers from 197 to 201. Yes, just one second. I'm going to take public comment. Do I take public comment, or is this different?
If you're going to vote on it, you have to take public comment
on an
for the
amendment?
amendment. I mean, you might want to wait till the end of the board
Okay.
comments.
We'll do that. We'll take public comment at the end. So Ms. Good has a question, and then Ms. Bartleman has a question, and Ms. Korn has a question,
I'll make it quick.
and Ms. Levinson has a question.
So I just, with the understanding is that the 4 additional SROs is to meet the 1 to 1,000 ratio, and it's not different than 1 to 1,000.
Well,
In other words, I just want to make sure that our base is the 1 to 1,000. I get that some municipalities may want to do better than the 1 to 1,000.
Right.
But until, we can make that baseline for every school, I want to make sure the 4 additional SROs are to meet the 1 to 1,000. Or is it?
Again, respectfully,
Yes.
I think this is a symbolic amendment that you're considering here, because the reality of it is we would need more than the 201 to get to the 1 to 1,000. And ultimately, until we finalize the SRO agreements with each of the municipalities in BSO, we're not going to know what that number is. The reason why it represents 197 now is because that's what the current number was from last year.
I understand, and I can appreciate my colleagues' desire to show it symbolically.
Correct.
But I just want to understand before I vote that the additional 4,
The additional 4 for that
to get us to
municipality
one-
would get us to a 1 to 1,000
that's just what I
ratio.
wanted to understand. And also that also would not eliminate the opportunity for other municipalities, as Ms. Levison said, to also, but
Correct. It would not eliminate the opportunity for other municipalities who want to increase. What you will see happen is if we end up getting 240,
Okay.
the Guardian number will be much less. Because again, the Guardian number that you see represented there is to backfill the shortage of SROs to meet the 1 to 1,000.
And do the municipalities know how many additional SROs they would need to meet the 1 to 1,000?
Yeah, I don't, not until we get into the
Okay,
contract
so I'll
negotiations.
follow up on that question after, so I don't get in trouble with the chair.
Right, again, I just want to, I want to try to manage expectations, right? Because there was a considerable ask from the Police Chiefs Association to increase the reimbursement.
I
That didn't
understand,
materialize.
that's.
So I don't
that's-
anticipate seeing a significant bump in the number of SROs beyond the 201.
And I appreciate your concern about the cost per SRO, but that's a whole different dynamic that's going to impact. But we said one thing to the public, and I want to make sure we can meet it. The fact that the Chiefs Association wants additional dollars from us is another conversation.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. Are we aware of any other specific requests from other municipalities in addition to the 4? I'm not comfortable
I am not, but
overlooking.
Mr.
Yes,
Katz has
one
been much
over
more
another.
involved in
Yeah,
direct
I'm aware that
conversations with the
there-
chief.
I am aware that there are some others who have made similar requests. So there's some others out there. I don't know how prevalent it is.
So to answer that question, one of the things that we are working to include in the contract that we've not included previously is the ability that in order to get to that 1 to 1,000 ratio, that they have the opportunity to either put a supervisor into one of those positions, have them work out of a school, but still have the ability to come and go from the school as long as we don't fall under our minimums, or to have additional deputies or officers, the equivalent of like a floater. So, somebody has to leave from another school that only has one SRO, but you have 4 at another school, the ability to move. And now that we've opened that door and allowed for that opportunity from the municipalities, I think we may get some more participation. But I think to Jeff's point, we're really speculating at this point based on just the preliminary contract conversations. And so we could either go all the way in the other direction and say, I think it's 21 additional either SROs or guardians, and that's our target that we're trying to get to with SROs, and that if we miss that number, then we'll fill in the rest with guardians. Or I think we should be waiting until the contracts are finalized.
So here's my concern is, I appreciate Commissioner Mayerson being here. He's been very consistent in making sure that this is covered for his city. And as much as I appreciate that this is so that we send this message, I think it also sends a message then to other cities. If another city, even one other city, has said, we want 3 more in our city, and we do this today, and then tomorrow we get an email or a phone call, and another commissioner tells us, well, we asked for that, we just didn't come to your public hearing. I'm concerned that we are sending another message. So I understand the message that we're trying to send by doing this, and I can appreciate that, and I'm happy to support it, as long as I know we don't have other cities who have asked for the same thing and we're just not doing it because they didn't just come and ask for it just now in this setting, but have already asked for it in another setting.
Yeah, not in any kind of official way where somebody has said, this is exactly the school I'm going to increase, and I would like to add more to that school that I'm aware of. Chief Kowalski may be aware, but none that I'm aware of.
Okay, so it's the only city that we know emphatically have asked us for this specifically.
Again, I think this is just a different case because they have had those additional deputies at the school for this past school year. And so really what they're looking for is to carry over from last year to this year, but with us
Yes.
actually funding those positions. versus
Totally
last year.
appreciate that.
Whereas that's not the case for any of the other schools where they
Okay.
have others.
That's what I was looking for.
And I just want to reinforce what Ms. Marte said from the beginning, right? From a budget perspective, the budget is there to cover extra SROs for additional municipalities that want to get to that 1 to 1,000 from the SRO standpoint.
And to that point, if we made no change today, we're covered. But by making this change, we are sending a message. And so that's my concern, is that the message is, now, a city came forward, we're making an adjustment, even though we know the money is there, we're still making an adjustment for this city. So I just wanted to make sure that there's not another city who has made this request, that we're not making that same effort. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Bartleman?
My question is just, when you do the budget, isn't it balanced? So where are we gonna, do we have to, besides adjusting the numbers there, do we have to adjust them somewhere else? Or how does that work? Because this is the second hearing, so I'm just
So,
curious.
just to be clear, the budget is balanced as required by state statute. The line item for guardians would be reduced a corresponding amount and keep the budget in balance.
Okay, but SROs cost more than guardians? So how does that, you have to,
That's not necessarily the truth.
it isn't? Okay, so are you?
When you look at what our reimbursement rate is, yes, the total cost for SROs is more than a guardian, but the reimbursement rate, when you take into consideration the fringe and then the other aspects around compensation that we've had discussions around closed door, it's a
Probably a
wash.
little less.
So you're saying it's definitely a one-to-one wash?
It's about that.
Well, because I'm just concerned because then we're.
Which is why we set the reimbursement kind of where we did, so that there wouldn't be reverse incentives either way.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So you're saying it's a wash. The guardian will cost the same as the SRO. And just flipping it, we're not going to have to come back and adjust the budget at all.
That's correct.
Then I'm okay with that then. All right. But then what happens if we pass it tonight and we don't get the answers from the municipalities?
The money is the money.
The money's the money, so it doesn't matter that
Sure.
it's in one line item and not the other, and we
Yeah.
just do a budget amendment?
The amendment would just move it from guardian to SRO.
And that doesn't have to
it's
be-
not additional dollars.
It doesn't have to be voted on, the movement or anything.
So we would do it at the point where it happens, so after the contracts are approved. If that were to happen, when I do a budget amendment, because it does affect position numbers, I actually just leaned over to Oleg and said, even though it's a wash, we would come back to the board and say, to limit this number of positions and these dollars, and add this to the SRO contracts, because it's a different function in the budget.
Right.
One's contracted services, one's salaries, so you would see it then.
And the Guardian dollars, those are all from the referendum? There's not any from the safety?
They're all from the referendum.
They're all from the, and the
Wait,
SROs
so
are all from the referendum?
just-
And then there's some from general fund.
Right, so I would clarify that that all 521 positions are funded either by referendum or the Safe Schools allocation.
Which is general fund.
So it'll just be a wash. I was unaware that it was a wash, so I'm glad to hear that. I understand why you did it now, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Levinson? Ms. Good?
So I think we had mentioned before to get a letter out to the mayors and commissioners, and I think you did that. But I think what would have been helpful, because again, they're having their budget meetings as we speak this week, is that the electeds understand that if they're willing to meet their ratios, but they need to know what that is. They need to know if it means 2 or 3 more SROs. And I understand that you have to caveat based on a dollar amount, right? Because we only have a certain allocation per SRO, and I understand the Chiefs Association may want more, but I think we can put those assumptions in whatever correspondence or communication we can get out to the cities as soon as possible. But I will tell you that at least for me and the cities that are in my district, they would prefer probably to have an SRO in their school to meet the 1 to 1,000 than a guardian. And so what I don't want to happen is because they didn't have the conversation, they're then going to end up with a guardian because they can't include it in their budget. So, Mr. Runcie, do you have any suggestions on how to deal with this issue? Because again, I think the cities are meeting tomorrow.
So through the chair, again, it's not a surprise to the chiefs.
But
And so, again,
Mr. Katz,
I understand what you're saying.
I know you're wearing your chief hat, but.
So here's what we'll do. We'll send something out tomorrow to make sure all of the commissions, what is it, 15 or so, is it 14 or 16 of them that we have? But we'll send out communications tomorrow and make it clear what this board's position is on how we will fund the safe school officer position.
They
It's
need to
23.
understand
Is it?
within those
20?
municipalities.
You'd have to go to,
How many
all of them.
Everybody can't talk at the same time.
14 contracts, but 10 municipalities are covered under BSO, so if we're going to be dealing with the municipalities, it's 23.
23.
So I think it's critically important that that gets communicated. And I get that staff's been dealing with the Chiefs Association, and I get that they've been negotiating with you all. But chiefs report to the city manager, and the city manager reports to commissions and the mayors. And I will tell you, as I said during the workshop before, it gets lost in translation. And so
We'll send something out tomorrow, the same communications to all of the respective city managers and the commissions. We'll draft one piece up, and then we'll send it over to Mr. Sullivan's office for distribution.
So will they know how many SROs they're going to need? They need to know that. Do we have that?
Yeah, we'd have to show them enrollment per school. We've said anything over 1,700, or under 700, over each 1,000 would garner another SRO, and so we would have to include that as well.
So I think
All right,
we're going to have to
we'll
provide
include-
a little more.
we'll
I get
include
there's
that.
time, but time is of the essence. So
Okay.
thank you, and thank you for my colleagues for bringing it up.
Thank you. On the amendment, Dr. Osgood?
So what happens if they don't do the 1 to 1,000? Because I think we have a city that chose not to do any SROs, right?
We haven't had any cities yet say that they're not doing any SROs.
Oh, I thought we had one that sent us a memo saying that they were not doing SROs.
So we have
Okay.
one city that we're still negotiating with for contract. And again, the answer is that guardians are our only alternative,
And we fund the Guardian.
and we would be funding the guardian.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any additional comment on the amendment? Yes, Ms. Levinson?
I'm just going to ask also that you please send us that plan, because I'm counting the schools in my district, and I don't know how 21 covers the whole district. 1 to 1,000, it's not even close. So if you could please send out what the numbers are.
And my only comment with regard to the amendment is, I guess I feel comfortable supporting the amendment, given the fact that this municipality had these officers in their schools last year, and this is a way for us to indicate to them that we have intention of supporting that through the SRO. But I guess the difficulty I'm having is Mr. Moquin's comment with regard to only if BSO includes them in the agreement. And so if BSO doesn't include them in the agreement for some reason, then where do we land?
I think the question is kind of rhetorical in the sense that we don't have authorization to pay for anybody if you don't approve it. And if they're not in the agreement, then we don't have the authorization.
Right.
Right. So last year, the issue, and again, there was different leadership at BSO when we entered into the agreement, I believe. The issue was they didn't want to set a precedent and have other municipalities asking them for more SROs that they couldn't provide. And so they didn't want to put it into the agreement, or at least at the time, that's what was represented.
Right, and so the difficulty that I have then in supporting the amendment is that although it might be symbolic to say that this is what we would like to see happen and we want to support that, we won't be able to do that if it's not in the agreement that comes from BSO. And so then I don't want to send a message to the public. I want the public to understand we are supportive of adding the SROs. But I don't want to send the message that we are committing to add them when we don't really have control over whether or not that school ends up with an SRO or a guardian as their additional person, safe school officer to meet the ratio. So that's the only consideration I have, given the fact that Mr. Moquin said we don't have control over that. Ms. Good?
So that's what I was getting at before. I think when we had SRO agreements before, I said it was critically important that when we have the ones with BSO, that the municipality be a signator on that agreement. I don't think BSO alone should be making these decisions without us having conversations with the municipalities. To me, this isn't even making any sense to me. The municipalities are willing to pay for it. They're the ones that are going to contribute toward it, and we're going to contribute toward it. BSO's not going to pay for it. And so it's critically important that the municipality be part of that conversation. And that's why it's important for me that they be also included in these agreements, because BSO should not be making these decisions in isolation.
And I don't think they are. I mean, it isn't like we sit down with BSO and say, hey, let's have 10, and then they go to the municipality and say, you owe us for 10. Those discussions are happening between the municipality and BSO, and then BSO's coming to us to go ahead and codify it in the agreement.
Based on some of the commentary, and maybe I misunderstood, I understood that BSO was weary about increasing their coverage within certain municipalities, and then what would happen in others. And so
Correct.
that's, we can't penalize everybody. So we have to have these conversations with the people that make the decisions, and it's the elected officials in these cities. And I get the chiefs are involved, and I get the sheriffs involved, but we need to make sure that everybody who makes the critical decisions is at the table. And so I appreciate at least correspondence being sent to the elected officials.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I completely agree with my colleagues. The letter should be sent to the municipalities. But at the end of the day, the municipalities are the ones who are contracting with BSO, and it is their relationship with BSO that they need to determine if BSO is making these decisions unilaterally or within their relationship as a contracted agency. So I don't think it's incumbent on us. I think we should do the right thing by sending the letter and making sure the elected officials understand what's before them through our explanation and not through what BSO may be communicating, because we don't know what they're communicating, so we want to make sure the clarity is there through our communication. But regarding the contract and what BSO does, they're the contracting agency. If they choose not to give their cities an opportunity, once the commissioners know and the city officials know what is available to them, I don't think it's incumbent on us to force something. I think they need to figure that out between themselves as the contracting agency with the municipality. But I do absolutely agree that the elected officials should be aware of what the referendum provided and what our goal is in terms of funding for these positions at each school.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of the amendment to change the school-based staff, school resource officers number from 197 to 201, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The amendment passes unanimously. Now I forgot where we were, sorry. Mrs. Alhadeff, was that the extent of your comments?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Korn.
Thank you. Thank you. So I want to start by thanking staff for listening when it comes to all of the discussion. We had extensive discussion regarding our mental health and the approach. I know one of the speakers spoke to, well, you know, we should have an approach, we should have a plan. I think we effectively do. And so I appreciate, not only from a staffing perspective, I think you did listen very closely, but also from the idea of the plan. How are we affecting each child? How are we getting a global district look? How are we getting a regional look? And how are we getting an independent child, student by student look? So I appreciate that. I appreciate the investment. I appreciate the fact that the board was very clear about wanting individuals, and that you are staffing it in a way that I think we feel, at least, the referendum was discussed to the voters. I'd like to go to page 410 of the book, 4-10. In food service, I know this is an area where we always have additional funds, and I'm just going to guess it's in here that I just wasn't able. So under revenues at the top, there's food sales under local source, and then there's food service for federal sources, but then the expenditures are in excess of those two line items. So is there additional revenue for food that's captured in the other categories? So I added up revenues for food sales 15,723 plus food service federal sources of 68,861.
I'm sorry. Give me the page number again.
Sorry, 410. 4-10.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So the food services and local sources is 15,723. And then below is food service federal sources, which is 68,861. That comes to 84,584. But then if you look at the expenditures below, and I'm sorry, I'm in the 2018-19 column. I'm so sorry, I understand there's other columns.
You gave me the right page, but I'm still looking at, I was trying to look at 1920.
That was my mistake for not being more clear.
You said the right page, Ms.
So under the expenditures, it's 117,317. So that would appear as if we're actually we're short in that category. So I don't know if we get resources financially in another category, but that's an area where we've consistently discussed them separately regarding their budget.
Go ahead. This is combined, Ms. Korn. The next page breaks it out.
If you look at page 4-18, it will give you details of food service operations, which will clearly provide information specifically as it relates to food service.
Okay, so then the revenue page, I'm sorry, going back to the 410.
So 410 is a combined statement. It includes all the funds. So it's very hard to see specifically as it pertains to food service looking at 410.
But even so, for instance, even the local source is 16,794, which doesn't align with the local source of 15,723.
Because the rest of the amount of money could be within some other line item. 410 is a combination of all the funds.
So part of it will be under grants and other, because what you're looking at is direct food sales, and some of it comes in through a federal reimbursement.
Yes, but the
Which is
federal
why-
reimbursement, okay.
Which is why the page 418 breaks out just what's food service.
Okay.
You're looking at a
It's
combined
challenging-
statement.
It's challenging.
That's why it's
to-
separated out. That's a combined statement, and we're required by law to show that combined statement.
Okay. But again, even the federal through the state, there is a federal source. Okay. So then going down to the pupil transportation on that same page 410. So pupil transportation has gone up significantly since 2015-16. And one of the reasons I'm asking for this is I'm very, very interested in the budget for this year to capture our ability to do what we're seeing around the country, which is real-time notifications to parents as to where their child's bus is. Mr. Woods is smiling because I'm sure he assumed I would find some way of mentioning this. I don't want to go into an in-depth conversation on it, but I am hoping this budget, because again, it has increased significantly, it's somewhere in this big number. There is a capacity for us to spend dollars to be able to provide that service. And so hopefully that's not wishful thinking. But I do notice that the pupil transportation then in the following years, which we don't want to spend a lot of time on, but it goes back down. So I'm just wondering what's the bump? So I'm looking at the 18-19 at the 93,346, but then when I go across the page, it drops back down to where we were back in like 2016-17.
So part of it can depend on when they fill fuel tanks, because it's $1 million expenditure. So if they filled up at the end of the year and I don't have to budget for it, I can get you all the breakdown of that detail. Some of it might be settling the salary contract spread last year.
Okay, so there's no specific contract or improvement, anything?
In last year's
in a
number, no,
larger-
ma'am, no.
Or going forward? Because again, it falls another like again, it goes back significant, it's almost like we went backwards, like we have a bump for some reason in this budget. So there's no necessary explanation as to why.
Part of the increase in the actuals is the spread of expenditures that were made through maintenance and a part of the transfer.
Okay, well, at
So
the
we're
end of this
truing up
year,
year-end numbers.
when we true it up for this year, I'm hoping it's because we found a way of giving that information to all of our parents real time about where the buses are located. On page 4-44, I just want to, in case anyone inquires, I don't remember us talking about this, but I know the chief of staff line budget went down from the 18-19 42 million, right, down to the 1.9, and that is, I would think all, if not maybe the majority, is going over to our school and safety security.
All of it.
All of it, okay, perfect. Even the technical line item, okay. And then on page 4-46, where it says other financial uses, it's down near the bottom, other financial uses, there is a transfer out that we did not see since 2016-17. I was wondering if we know what that is.
Oh, yes, you're going to see it in some of the K items as well. I believe so ASBO, the American School Business Officials, it's the accounting treatment that we're required to give as it relates to debt service. It comes out as a wash. But
Okay.
I can get you a follow-up on that, but it's a required change in accounting practice that we've got to implement.
Okay, so it's a one-time, because it happened in 2016-17. Is it something that happens every
I think that was a
3
different
years?
reason.
Oh, that was a
I'm
different
looking at the
reason.
current, but I can get you a
Okay.
follow-up on both of them, Ms. Scorn.
Okay, yeah, if you can just give us a follow-up, that would be great. again, on the mental health piece, I greatly appreciate what staff did with that. And to the conversation that we were having on the IDA, I don't, I guess, understand the concern that Ms. Bartleman is having, because there doesn't seem to be a question as to whether or not we're spending the IDA money appropriately, but rather going in the red means that we gave services that everything we got from the federal government, we spent more on that than that amount. So I don't understand why that, if we're doing that and the other counties aren't, why is that a problem that we're giving more?
So I do just want to make a point of clarification, because I want the record to be very, very clear. We are only allowed to draw down from the federal government what they allot us. So we never went in the red. The budget was never, it never went in the red. Bills were presented as part of the group that's now become a bigger conversation that would normally have been paid out of IDEA. So if it was for assistive technology, we'd been paying those bills out of IDEA during the year. There were some bills that staff came, and please know, Dr. Hickman, his staff, and Ella, who handles grant budgets behind me, knew it was tight all year. But we're supposed to be spending that money on those children who desperately need those services, so it is all planned to be allocated. We've done it that way every year in the district. Since I've been here, Ella's come to me in January and told me we're tight on money, so it's not a surprise. So to your point, Ms. Corn, when those bills came in, we had fully drawn down all the allowable funds on the grant, and I had bills to pay that I didn't have purchase orders for, were not in my accounts payable staff, so I didn't have them accrued, and I had to pay them, so they get paid out of general fund.
Okay.
They were for the support of those students.
And so going forward in this budget year, I would guess that and I'm guessing that we anticipate we will be tight again. Do we anticipate we will exceed the IDA allotment this year, that we should be putting a line item within the general fund?
So we don't know that yet. Based on current enrollment, we believe our budget is adequate.
Okay.
But like we did last year, and we came back to the board during the year and added money for occupational therapy and psychological services, we don't know what the kids are going to have in their IEP and where it's going to be more money.
Okay.
So we will, my commitment to you, so I've got a couple things. We need to look at, and I don't want to go sideways, but this is part of the budget. We are looking at how we account for and budget for ESE students, because we do it different than general ed students. And we need to make sure that we're capturing all of those dollars that the state owes us. We also need to make sure that we build our projection correct, because they're capped categories. And if our projections are not high enough, the state doesn't fund us the full weight of those students for 254s and 255s. And we're working with the Principals Guidelines Committee to make sure that we have the correct staffing ratios for all those children. So I do expect we're going to continue to speak about ESE and services to those children, as well as the cost, all during the year, Ms. Corn, because it's a big part of the body of work that we all committed to do with our principals, to make sure that we're treating all those children the same, regardless of zip code, and to make sure that the allocations are all fair and that we budget adequately. So I don't want anyone to think that if I come back later and say I need more money, it's because I misled anybody now. I believe that we have captured that issue of the needed money last year. But if FTE changes, or if a child's IEP changes, or God forbid we have some children come into the district who have catastrophic needs, the numbers are going to change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Before I go back to some of my colleagues who have additional comments, I will ask some of my questions, which I believe you received, some if not all of them. So my first question is, well, you already addressed the question with the community services question that Ms. Bartleman asked. So that's, the answer was before and after care and lobbying. Is that the extent of that?
Community services is before and after care, the Broward Center for Performing Arts, SEAS, Broward Virtual University, art and science programs, and lobbying services. The biggest number by far, though, is before and after care.
Thank you. And then on 2-7, if we could just have, I think Ms. Bartle might have already asked this, and I don't know if some of my other colleagues did as well, but one of the things that we're really focused on as a board is making sure that we have these security people in their positions. And I know it's difficult. Our process is not easy, as we discussed on some items earlier, but to give us updates regularly on the head count and where we are with regard to those 521 additional personnel. So I don't know, Mr. Runcie, if there's a frequency with which you feel it's appropriate for updates to the board on that, so that we can just understand where we are as far as that's concerned.
I'll work with Mr. Katz, maybe quarterly until we hit our number, or Mr. Strauss, one of the two. But I believe in, just confirm, I know on the 521, are we at approximately 200? Is that correct, Mr. Katz? Mr. Katz, if, through the chair,
Sure.
I believe will give us a brief update on some of the numbers.
Through the chair. So up till now, we have hired 199 campus monitors, 15 guardians, and 21 security specialists as part of the 2019-2020 school year. That covers both referendum positions and also backfilling of where there were vacancies at school, since it's all part of the same hiring process. So we've hired about 275 total within the security organization since end of last school year.
Thank you, and I think, I appreciate that. I think that it's important for us to have it differentiated, the new positions from the ones that you're backfilling, just because we've called it out here within the budget book, and just so we have a very clear indication of how many are in that 521 number.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll do that, and I can update for that at the workshop next week for safety security. I can call that out as well.
And I'd just like to take a moment to recognize the effort by Mr. Katz, his team, as well as HR, to hire that kind of volume in 2 months is really a Herculean effort. It's something that's never really been done in a district, and I think it just underscores our commitment to making sure that we're staffing our safety positions with the greatest sense of urgency that we can.
Thank you. On 3-6, I just have a question, and I don't know if you calculated this or not. I sent it earlier. What percentage of the new base student allocation is reaching schools?
So I did contemplate an answer. So we got 57 million, of which half of it was best and brightest. So that's direct teacher pay. The balance of the money, or the majority of the money, in the increase is set aside for raises for instructional, for all our staff, of which about 89, actually with the principals, about 92% are school-based. And then the rest of that money funded the backload for the mid-year raise last year. So I would argue that it's going to fund almost all salaries, of which 90-some-odd% of those staff are instructional and in schools.
Okay.
We did not make any changes to the school allocation plan for materials, supplies, or things like that, Ms. Brinkworth, either up or down. It's exactly the same as it's been.
Okay, and I think it's really an important thing for the community and for our staff to understand that the answer that you just provided to me, and I'm going to repeat what I heard so that I heard it the way that you said it, that the new base student allocation that is provided through the legislature last session, we have set aside for raises for instructional staff and funding the raises, the back half of the raises that occurred or were provided last year. And so no new programs, no new materials, no new supplies are being provided to our schools with that new base student allocation because we are setting it aside.
that's an accurate categorization, and I'd further, if I may, ma'am, like to add that under the superintendent's leadership, we made significant reductions in downtown budgets to fund things like potential increases in utilities, the increase in FRS. So those were offset by cuts, all of which impacted downtown and travel budgets, none of which impacted schools.
Okay, but the reason why I'm asking the question is because I think it's important for the public to understand and for our employees to understand that in order for us to continue to provide a priority of this board, which is increases to salary, we are making a budget decision to not possibly fund some other programs or materials to schools that we might otherwise be able to fund.
That's correct,
if we
ma'am.
weren't making that the priority.
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you. And then I think you already answered the question with regard to the turnaround supplemental services allocation so that I have a better understanding of what gets funded. And then on page 410, and I have to turn to the page now, where you have revenue, local sources, other, with a $1 million.
On page 410?
4-10, and I've got to look, because I made my notes
It's
in that first book.
701.
In the first book, it was, hold on. Okay, so I see, in the first book, it was $1 million, but in the second book, it's 700,000, so the difference isn't that much, the difference between 17-18 and 18-19, so disregard that question. And then, what accounts for the, on page 5.1, where you have the little chart about lottery revenue, what accounts for the projected decrease in lottery revenue?
Changes in FTE.
Okay, so because we have fewer students, we're gonna get less
And
lottery
it-
dollars.
So yes, in a nutshell, that's the answer, yes. It's all FTE based.
Okay, and then I'll try to go as quickly as possible because I know it's very late. On page 4-8, I asked this question the first hearing with regard to instruction and curriculum development services, and the number has increased even more than it was previously to the final for 18-19. I think it was 58, I know, but now it's gone up more. And I just want to say that where you have it budgeted for this year, do you feel like that's adequate, given the fact that the number went up in the final 18-19?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then,
And Ms. Brinkworth, we have the breakdown of those two different numbers, so we'll give it in a follow-up.
okay,
The difference between the 2 years.
okay, that's great, thank you. And then, let me see, there was another question there. Okay, facilities acquisition and construction, where you had it budgeted, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to work from the two books and it's really difficult. So you had it, the adopted budget was over $1 million, right? And so the final that you've given us in the 18-19 is 150. I mean, you know what I mean, in thousands. And then when we're budgeting for 19-20, it's back up to the same number.
That looks like a typo, ma'am. I've got to go back and look at it.
Okay.
That's no way right. I
Okay,
apologize.
all right. So I just wanted to, yeah, because maybe it was a typo.
I've got to look at it. The amount, I agree with you, seems way out of line.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to mark it as a question mark here. Okay, and then I concur with Ms. Levinson's comment on page 427 about the breakdown in the investments in the leases, and so we can see what we're investing in technology, white fleet buses, et cetera. And then,
As a follow-up.
let's see if there was anything else. I think that that might be the extent of my questions from the budget book. Yes, I think so. And then I think the rest of my questions are around the K items, which we'll discuss later. So, any additional, yes, Ms. Murray?
I just have one question. Our Medicaid money that we have coming in, I could only find it in one place on 4-35. Danvers Group, Medicaid, and ROTC. But should we not have that? I don't know why it would be with ROTC, they're not related. 3.5, this is under general funds, estimated revenue and appropriations, revenue categories.
Ma'am, what page are you on?
4-35.
Because they're both other miscellaneous revenue.
Okay, but it's not telling us what each one generates.
We can get the breakdown for you.
Yeah, because I think with the Medicaid, not so much the ROTC.
It's about,
but
the Medicaid's
because
about.
that's a rising figure,
I can,
as
no,
we
you know what,
identify
I can-
special needs in our students.
I can tell the amounts right now. If you look at page 440, Ms. Murray,
Okay.
do I have the breakdown of Medicaid there? I'll have to get back to you, but there's more detail on that sheet. I have to break it out.
Okay. No, because that's an interesting figure. One time it used to be very low.
Medicaid
but-
is 22.4 million.
Okay, it's over 20.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on page 440.
All right. Then how do we spend that money?
All of that money is spent on ESE services.
But Medicaid isn't always an ESE student. It could be a physically ed student, physically impaired student.
And it goes back to whatever the
Whatever the
appropriate, right.
Whoever generated the money.
Yes,
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
most of who are ESE students.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, we don't supplant that, do we?
No, it's a
That's over and
reimbursement.
above.
It's a reimbursement for actual out of, we spend the money in front and get reimbursed for it after, so that's not, definitely not supplanted.
Because many of these children that
It's
fall,
not, it's not a federal grant either.
no, because many of the children that fall under that category need additional assistance, whether it be a special aid or something, a nurse. So do we look at that funds to fund those sources
Yes.
for us? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I'll go back to Ms. Bartleman.
I'm just gonna, because Donna had asked a question about why the budget item, the IDA, it seems like something simple. I have a different characterization of overspending ESC dollars. You have a budget. You mentioned that we overspent the IDA budget. It may be possible that we overspent the ESC budget, period. That is not a common practice. That is not something, I guarantee you, if you contact the state or other counties, in any position you're in, you do not want to overspend a budget. Any budget. It's $800,000 that was overspent, $817,000. If we did not have the money, and thank God we did, sitting in our general accounts, those outstanding bills that she admitted that she was unaware of. How our CFO is unaware of outstanding bills, it's not her fault. There's a breakdown in why invoices were sitting around, which is should be a huge concern. Not your fault, because you didn't know about the bills. But if we didn't have the $800,000 to pay, we would have been in a real situation. And where does that $800,000 come from? General. The bigger issue is, as it was explained, is the maintenance of effort. That now, no matter what, once you spend those dollars, you have to continue to spend dollars every year, even if you don't need it, even if you budget it. So every year off the top, you're gonna have to subtract from general fund whatever that level of maintenance is. And that's why districts don't do it. And I am like close to tears because I know that this is being characterized very like cloud and flowers and it's okay. It's not okay. This is not an okay thing. And it's not a good budget practice if you just take it out of ESE. Think about that. There was $800,000 in bills in some other department that nobody budgeted for didn't stay within their budget and didn't pay. And some of the bills they didn't even know about. And some of the people we were paying, they didn't get paid since February. But there's no awareness as to why this is a problem. In my opinion, I feel there's not a sense of urgency, or maybe I'm the only one who feels there's a sense of urgency. But if that happened in any other department, we can say, oh, but we needed to do it because it was the ESE kids. What if we had that budget practice in transportation? Or in we wouldn't allow for that to happen in any other department. But this isn't such a big deal for some reason. And not only that, it's federal dollars, which there is an accounting for, which Ms. Brinkworth is going to have to send a response to the chair, to the Office of the Inspector General, as to what happened. And what frustrates me even more, and why I am close to tears, is because all of you have this perception of me and cannot understand why I get so frustrated. I have documented emails and phone calls with Mr. Runcie. I called him. I said, Mr. Runcie, I heard the IDE budget is in the red. You don't have to call it red. You can call it overspent, okay? He said to me, that's not, let me look into it. I go, Mr. Runcie, I have from a credible source that there are not enough IDA dollars in the budget. Please look into it. This is a serious issue. We have to pay our bills. The pre-K providers are suffering. You have not paid them in months. Mr. Runcie spoke to Ms. Marte. Ms. Marte then responded to Mr. Runcie and told him we corrected it with the EE item. That was 2 weeks ago. This is all detailed in a written response I have, by the way. That EE item was future contracts for the pre-K providers. So that excuse was invalid. And as a matter of fact, Leo has a follow-up to me saying, yes, that wasn't the accurate reason for the budget issue. Then I keep going back to Mr. Runcie. Mr. Runcie, there is a huge problem with the ESE budget. And he does not. And by the way, I went to other staff who admitted to me that the budget ran out of funds. Not once. I asked you multiple occasions, Mr. Runcie, about the IDA funds. Not once did you come clean with me to tell me that we overspent IDA. And as a matter of fact, it wasn't until this K item and this public meeting where Ms. Marte publicly stated it, or it would have never come out. But this whole time, I have known. This whole time, but eventually it was going to come forward because she had to adjust the budget in the K item, which is today. But all I needed Mr. Runcie to do, like some of his senior staff did on the side, was say, you know, right, Ms. Bartleman, you're right. We overspent the IDA budget. We didn't have enough funds. We had to take $800,000 from general to pay the bills that we didn't pay. And we have to go back and figure out why. Oh, and the other excuse was there was one clerk sitting on an invoice. People didn't know about the invoices. The good thing about Broward County is nothing is a secret in Broward County. So when I get frustrated and upset, just tell me the truth. I got the truth tonight from Ms. Marte. She said we didn't have enough money in IDA. We took money from general. But I have to jump through hoops. I have to send emails to get an answer that I know the answer to. And that is why I get frustrated with Mr. Runcie. That was the first thing I said to you that first day.
So just to be clear, when you called me with that issue, I went and spoke to Ms. Marte directly, immediately that day. We didn't blow you off or ignore it. I took it seriously as I would from every board member, and I got an answer from you that I got back. And I didn't hear Ms. Marte say somehow we overspent the IDA budget. I heard her say something different today. So again, if we could have Ms. Marte clarify what she actually says.
So first of all, Mr. Runcie, you did come to me. Actually, you called me, and I think I was at home.
Yes.
And I said to you, the IDEA budget is tight. We should be spending all that money, and it's been tight every single year since long before I got here, because we've got a lot of needs, and there is not enough money allocated from the state. There's not enough money in IDEA to meet all the needs of our students. So we were monitoring the budget closely. The invoices, I became aware of them in June sometime. So at the time we had the conversations, I didn't know the budget was going to be that tight. We monitor it as part of year-end close. We monitor a $4.3 billion budget. I dare say an $800,000 issue, yes, it is important, but, you know, it's to categorize it as a major problem gives me pause. The money, if the money had not been in general fund, which means that we have zero fund balance, that's what that would have to mean. We would have zero fund balance. This district would have been in fiscal urgency a long time before. The federal government would allow for that to be paid out of the next year's IDEA because the federal government treats grants on a cash basis. But that's not the best way to do it. When you have bills at the end of the year that accrue to the year before, they should be paid within the year that they're supposed to be paid, which is what we came to the board in the K1 item that we're going to discuss in a little while and ask for authority to do. We cannot know all the expenditures in every single situation. Payrolls post and payrolls are accrued to year end after June 30th. We do our very, very best. Mr. Runcie and I became aware of the habit of invoices in drawers when I arrived here as CFO. We immediately sent a letter to everybody saying, if you have a bill that you didn't budget for, please don't hide it because it's an audit issue. That was handled last year. We've notified vendors, bills should come to accounts payable. That's where bills belong. When vendors don't do that, when vendors send bills to departments, it does put the district at risk, Ms. Bartleman, because the finance staff has no way of knowing their invoices. The auditors test at year end, just to allay your concerns. Part of their year-end testing is to look for what I pay in July and August and make sure that I'm not paying prior year bills out of current year funds. The auditors have never found that problem because we're handling things at year-end and properly accounting for them.
Okay, so I have two comments. Paying in the rears was identified in a 2016 audit of SIU that this administration knew about. That was a common practice that was supposed to be addressed.
And that's why it stopped after I got here, Ms. Bartleman, to make sure it didn't happen.
What year did you get here?
I arrived June of 2017.
Okay, so you said when you got here, you found it was common practice. Between 2016 and 2017, that should have already been corrected,
It
number
was.
one. Okay, number two, the fund balance doesn't have to be zero. We have a threshold and a percentage for us to get in trouble with the state. So your characterization that we would have to have nothing in reserves to get us in trouble is not a fair characterization.
That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
I said we would have to have zero reserves not to be able to pay the $800,000 is what I said.
But you could still have money in reserves, but if you go below the threshold, well, it's semantics.
That's correct.
It's
It would have
fine.
put us in fiscal urgency. That's correct.
We would have put ourselves in fiscal urgency if we didn't have $800,000. The fact, I'm just going to let, not only, you're the CFO, you are right, you're not supposed to, you have departments that are supposed to handle this. There are many years that IDA has not been overdrawn. There are many years, as a matter of fact, we haven't done audits, but if we had an audit, we would know when was the last time it was overdrawn. We don't. You had a department head who was responsible for the invoices. You had vendors calling the school system, begging for their money. But you're right. According to you, it's only $800,000. Forget that there's some issues with invoices. Let's just say it's fixed and go on. I don't feel comfortable with that because I don't feel comfortable with any of the explanations here. But if you're comfortable and Mr. Runcie's comfortable and the board is comfortable leaving it as is, and hopefully, I'm going to send you, the Office of the Inspector General is asking us for a response.
I'm working on it, Ms.
Right,
Bartleman.
and I hope he gets a video of this, of the responses tonight as well. Because to me, this is not good accounting practices. It's not, Heather. This is to brush off an $800,000 shortfall, to brush off that nobody knew where bills were. And this is only one department we know of. Are there breakdowns other places? And the fact that nobody, it gives me, as a school board member, great pause. And there's enough here that we should be like, we have to fix the situation. And more importantly, I wouldn't have gotten in such a tailspin if somebody had just been upfront with me in the beginning and not given me an excuse that I knew could not be accurate, and not given me another excuse, and the second excuse was the clerk had the payroll. And I have the tapes of the videos of the meetings where I asked, and we got a different excuse. Never once did you get the excuse that we didn't have $800,000. Never once. Watch the videos. This is not the first time I've asked this question. So all I'm asking for is for you, Mr. Runcie, to be up front, and I wouldn't even be here right now.
Ms. Bartleman, I gave you the information I had that I received from staff at the time I got it, and that's the same information you had when you asked staff. If somehow you have something else that you're doing, then
Okay,
you
Mr.
could
Runcie,
share.
I handed you an item for the
Correct.
2019-20 school year that could not be the reason for this budget item.
Ms. Bartleman?
No, but hold on, real quick. I handed you the item that said this is an inaccurate excuse for this item. You knew it was an accurate excuse. Anyone reading that budget item would have known that. When I asked the question publicly on TV, we got another set of excuses that did not include that we overspent the IDA dollars. Now, maybe you didn't know about it, but when you ask on tape, on video, in writing multiple times, and you don't get an answer, shouldn't you be concerned as the director, the superintendent of this district, that you never knew? I mean, there's a tape of me asking this exact question, and you're saying you didn't know, and you didn't get this response at that tape, on that tape. So are you concerned? Or is it?
I'm kind of confused at what you're.
Use the microphone, please, Mr. Runcie.
Okay. Shouldn't have this answer been given the last board meeting when I brought up this topic? Shouldn't this answer been given in that initial email instead of the EE item?
You can.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's okay. You guys, I'm sorry. This is going to be my issue with Mr. Runcie. I apologize I took all this time. I think I hope you at least can appreciate why I get so frustrated. And you probably don't. But this answer was known the moment the phone call was given. And all I got was excuses that were not about the budget being overdraft and the invoices, and we didn't get it. But it's okay. Everyone can just make excuses, and it's okay.
Bartleman?
This is so frustrating for me.
I understand you're frustrated, and I've heard what you've said, and I have my own frustrations, so I appreciate your comments, but to keep repeating them over and over again is not going to be
And I
productive.
apologize. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments on the budget as amended? Ms. Korn?
So just because the conversation is there, it is our job if we had $800,000 over, which, by the way, in the K item, when we're going to be discussing this in more detail, but on page 4-61, there is a difference. That's why I asked, is there an accounting for the additional expense in this next year? In other words, if we had the expense in the past year, our job would be to identify whether or not we anticipate. And so what I'm seeing on 4-61 is that there is a increase of what we anticipate for the IDA grant fund by 1.7. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so looking at the budget, knowing what has occurred up to this point.
That will be the first item budgeted with any additional funds.
Got it. And so, again, to the public, it is our job to look and see. Every year we should learn from the budget. If there is an area in which we identify that there is an overspend or an underspend, we should be making that adjustment each year. So on 4.61, there's specifically shows the 1.773, correct? Increase.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then additionally on 4-64, IDA is broken down into two different categories. And again, there's an itemization of at least a portion of that increase, the 1.563 and then the 146.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to Ms. Bartleman's point, it is our fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're budgeting as accurately as possible. So if we found in this year that there is approximately $817,000 spend beyond what was budgeted in IDA, it would be our responsibility to look and determine where is it that we potentially had a shortfall in our anticipated spend, and make sure we capture that in the upcoming budget. And I asked this before, I'm going to ask for you to just restate it. You believe, based on the information you know, through staff support, that that is what we are including in this increase in this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. And Ms. Murray?
I just want to add something to that as we talk about the IDEA. We know that the funds are constantly shrinking, yet we have a strong demand from parents to have their children evaluated. Once we evaluate them and realize that they require special service, it becomes a double-edged sword because we only have X amount of monies. We're obligated to provide the services, and that's, I think, where sometimes staff gets a little, I won't say confused, but they realize they have to do it because the IEP now states that the child deserves this much service. And maybe staff is ahead of the budget. I don't know what's going on here, but, you know, I don't want anybody to think that somebody is misusing funds or not, or just doing their own thing out there. We're directed by law under the IEP to provide services. And if it appears that we have a greater demand for those services than we do have federal funds, then it's really up to, we're obliged by law to provide those services, and we're going to have to make allowances within the upcoming budgets in the future. So, I mean, you know, I think that we need to delve into this and see why. You know, did somebody just go ahead and provide the service without the allocation of funds? Are we having a stronger demand than we've had in the past? It's eating up the money faster than we get it? So I think in reality, you know, we're looking at the child and providing children with adequate education for their needs. So I think we need to really delve into this and see why. Like you said, $800 million isn't a lot for our budget. 800,000 for our size budget. Well, it is a lot of money. But again, if the demand is there and we did not foresee it and allocate additional funds, which we're obligated to do under the laws under IEP, then it's staff and the ESE department to really analyze that and be aware of what the expectations are. They're the ones who are testing children and filtering them through the system. So I think, again, we need to revisit that so that when we get to next year's budget, we're not looking at a deficit again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. I have some additional comments, but I'll make them under the K items. With regard to the budget as amended, Dr. Osgood, did you have a comment?
I did.
Yes.
Ms. Brickworth,
Yes.
we need to read the resolutions as they are stated in the backup information to pass the budgets. The first one would be the trim resolution, which would be item 1, and then the second one would be the item 2, which is the budget for the appropriations. They need to be read into the record.
And who has those, Ms. Marte?
I have them.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is the trim.
I know, I have what the item is, I just don't have the words. Do you typically
Yes,
read that
ma'am.
into the record? But I still have a colleague that has a question.
Okay.
I want to go back to the whole IDA thing, and for me, it's important now because we've had almost a meltdown over it. So these funds are used for what? What do we expend these funds for?
For children with disabilities.
Okay. And I recalled us talking about an increase in the number of ESC students and children with disability. I remember we was talking about receiving additional funds because we had an increase. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in my mind, when I put that in perspective, I said we had an increase in the number of ESC children, so we had to provide additional services. That's how I kind of balanced it out in my mind. I was not alarmed because it was money that was spent for services for children. It would have been very different if this item for me was overspent on us buying cars or buses or something like that. I'm under the impression, like Ms. Mary said, the law requires us to provide these services to our our students with disabilities. So we have to do it. So now we've changed the budget. line item. And the budget is a management tool, and certainly it is good fiscal management to stay within the guidelines of the budget. However, if you don't know the number of kids you have in a certain category, you make a projection. At what point do we revisit that? For example, let's just say we assume we're gonna have 100, kids that we have to extend IDEA funds. And at some point, we realize we got 400. Do we have something in place that allow us to identify if there's a big difference in what we projected and what we actually have or something?
So thank you, Dr. Osgood. The answer is yes. Historically, state statute required that when those variances became known to staff, whether, going forward, we expected to need more money, we are, by statute, required to come to the board and say, please consider these adjustments to the budget, and here are the reasons why we're asking you to consider those adjustments. Commencing on July 1st of 2019, legislation changed, and rather than the staff being required to bring you periodic amendments to the budget, we are required to bring them to you at the moment we know there's a difference. So quite frankly, it's probably going to be pretty close to monthly that you will get a request from us, because with a budget this big, and I'm absolutely not being cavalier about money, every penny matters. With a budget this large, there are going to be changes in this budget. If this budget hit on the nose where we're going to end the year, I would be a genius. And I'll probably also would have a crystal ball and the winning lottery ticket, because nobody knows what's going to happen. To your point, ma'am, it is a planning tool that the administration brings a recommendation to you based on their best knowledge. And that knowledge in this budget is based on comparison of prior year's data, historical trends, conditions in the market, what we've been made aware of as far as cost increases, such as FRS and utilities, et cetera. So when and if budgets go up or down based on enrollment and the children who are in the district, you will be made aware, and I will come asking for you to make a budget amendment.
And thank you. I'm having a flashback now to my Irv Rosenbaum semesters at Nova with budgeting, where we were drilled with this stuff. So we get this funding. How do we get this funding allocated from the federal government? When do they give it to us?
So they give us an initial award notification based on the number of students, and they tell us how much money we're going to get. We don't get any of the funds, not a penny, until we draw down the funds from the federal government. What that means is, before we get the money, we have to prove to them we spent it on allowable categories. So we pay all of our ESE teachers that are funded by IDEA, we pay the hourly workers, we pay the contracts, and then through my accounting shop, through Iram Montawala's office, we say, hey, federal government, give us this money back, and they give us the money back based on what they call it a drawdown. We spend the money first, they give us the money back later.
So how do you know what your drawdown maximum is?
The maximum is the amount of the total award of the grant. I can't draw down a penny more than that. They'll tell me, no, this doesn't balance.
Because I'm thinking we're in a position now where we're going to probably receive a lot of students because of what happened in the Bahamas, who could be students that would need to have these services. We identified that they fall in the category that we
So they won't give us more money for this year.
We're going to have to go somewhere else and find money somewhere else, because the law says that we have to provide those services to our students.
And ma'am, it doesn't even have to be the situation that you just spoke to. If in February, because of children being staffed into ESE, we have bigger numbers than we had in October, and if the state, so aside from IDEA, if the state doesn't have dollars in those categories, so the way the funding works, so if we say, let's just make it really simple, for weighted category 254, which is about 3 times the weight of a regular ed student, we have 1,000 kids. We submit that to the state last December. Say we get 1,200, and the state has given out all the 254 money. We only get funded for those 200 children as a basic student. Logic would say, ask for more to make sure you don't hit the cap. The state doesn't allow us to do that. They build the budget statewide on a certain number of children with handicaps, with 254 exceptionality and 255. And all of the districts put in their number, and the state makes you all adjust it to what the budget is. So if we go above that, in February, we're only going to get funded as one child versus the weight of 3. So it's an ongoing monitoring, ma'am, that we do all the time. These invoices got missed. I really believe Mr. Runcie has sent out enough correspondence to everybody that it's not going to happen again. In addition, in the case of these contracts, I'm making sure through my staff that 12 months is covered in the purchase orders that are put in at the beginning of the year, so the money's all encumbered up front. I'm going back and looking to make sure that full encumbrances are done, so if there is an issue, I know about it now. And that's an additional procedure we're doing internally to make sure that that's all handled. That's not going to control the need for hourly support for these children. That's, it's a very fluid situation, but we will monitor and make sure we report back to the board.
And I think this commentary is important because grants can be very challenging, especially when you have a law that mandates something and then the funding allocation is not adjustable on a regular basis that allow you to have them go hand in hand together. And a lot of grants, they are based on reimbursement. And then if you have a law that says you have to provide a service, you have to provide a service. What I would ask is when you guys identify things like this, Mr. Runcie, that there's a memo or something sent to the board so that it's made aware of. Because it could likely happen, although you're saying you're monitoring, you have no control over the number of students or the services that we're going to need to provide to ESC students. And the law doesn't allow us to cap the services. We can't say that we only have dollars for this amount of kids, this is all we're going to serve, because the law, we have to provide the services to the students. But I think if there was some clear communication, just outright spelling out what it is, it would help that we don't find ourselves in this predicament where accusations are getting made or Ms. Balderman is, so offended and upset that she's about to literally start crying about this, and, we can do other things to address it. So I just think if we're clear in communicating with it, I work another job, so I kind of understand grants, and, we do a lot of juggling in the district with the budget, and time we get funding, time you put in requests, you pay out at a different time. It's just very interesting to me from a public administration and public policy making and implementation thought process. But I think those communications to all of us, then it kind of helps that we can have these kind of conversations about the nuts and bolts of how these things work so that the public understand. It's important to me not to leave here with the public thinking that we mismanaged $800,000 or the money was spent in an inappropriate way when it was spent. It was over budget, but it was spent to provide services for the children that the law required that we provide for the children. And I think that that's key to have as a part of this conversation. Thank you, Ms. Winkworth.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any additional comment from my colleagues? I just have 2 comments very quickly. On page 49, Ms. Marte, where you indicated that facilities acquisition and construction was possibly a typo for the amount that is listed there.
So I looked at the top, it's all funds. That's probably where the GO bond is sitting, and it's carried forward year over year. Because it's
Okay.
all funds combined. I thought it was general fund, and I was like, oh my God, I couldn't have possibly spent that money. It's
Okay.
all funds, ma'am.
Okay, and then looking at the reserves and ending fund balance for the final for 18-19 as compared to what you have listed for the 19-20.
What page are you on?
On page 4-9, same thing, same page. How does that position us for what's required by law?
How does
And
the
for fund-
budget?
for fund balance?
So year end, we're at about 3.2%, and we're budgeted to be just about the same.
Okay,
So we are above the 3% required by law.
right. And so the comment that I will make with regard to, you know, an $800,000 item coming out of general fund is that we continue to be closer to our drop dead amount that requires us to then have some action by the state. And so it is concerning that we would have that amount, even though it's overall in our budget, it's a small amount, it is concerning. And if it were to occur, Mr. Runcie, in other budgets throughout, we would be additionally concerned if at the end of the year we were hit with that kind of reduction from our fund balance. So I appreciate the comments that Ms. Bartleman made with regard to that we have to take this seriously, and especially when we are close to that requirement that the state does put upon us, that we can't have any more mistakes of any amount, in my opinion, that where invoices are not being presented and put forth. So I just wanted to say that, and I know that there will possibly be additional conversation. I do have a question and a K item. Any additional comments or questions from my colleagues with regard to this item as amended? Before you read anything into the record, I am going to provide the opportunity if someone in the public wants to make a comment to the item as amended, because there was a question as to whether or not I provided that opportunity, and I certainly don't want to be accused of not providing the appropriate public opportunity for comment. Please state your name for the record and address, I guess, because that's required.
Again, Bob Mayerson, 6742 Northwest 80th Manor, Parkland, Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. The first item is going to be item number 1. Ms. Marte, if you want to read what's required.
Resolution of the District School Board of Broward County, Florida, determining the amount of revenues to be produced and the millage to be levied for the general fund, for the district local capital improvement fund, and for district debt service funds for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2019, and ending June 30th, 2020. Whereas Section 1011.04 Florida statutes require that upon receipt of the certificate of the property appraiser giving the assessed value of the county and of each of the special tax school districts, the school board shall determine by resolution the amounts necessary to be raised for current operating purposes and for debt service funds, and the millage to be levied for each said fund, including the voted millage. And whereas Section 1011.71 Florida statutes provides for the amount necessary to be raised for local capital improvement outlay and the millage to be levied, and whereas the certificate of property appraiser of the property appraiser has been received, therefore be it resolved by the district school board that the amounts necessary to be raised as shown by the officially adopted budget and the millages necessary to be levied for each school fund of the district for the fiscal year are as follows. Number 1, district school tax, non-voted levy, certified taxable value, $217,135,438,512. Required local effort, amount to be raised, $787,321,331. Millage levy is 3.8250 mils. Prior period funding adjustment millage, amount to be raised, $12,923,901. Millage levy, 0.0620 mils. The next is the total, doesn't have to be read. Number 2, district school tax discretionary millage, non-voted levy. The role is the same, discretionary operating, amount to be raised, $155,920,616. The millage levy is 0.7480 mils. Next is the district school tax additional millage. This is voted, additional operating. The amount to be raised is $104,225,011.5 mils. On the next page, the levy is local capital improvement. The amount to be raised, $312,675,032, 1.5000 mils. And finally, district debt service tax, voted levy again. Voted debt is a description of the levy. The amount to be raised is $21,741,338, 0.1043 mils. The total, number 6, the total millage rate to be levied exceeds the rollback rate computed pursuant to section 200.065 parens 1, Florida statute by 11.34%.
Thank you.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Marte, when you read the very first number, the 7,907,000, the first night, did you say?
The number, the required local effort is $797,321,331.
Thank you. I thought I heard you say 8, and I wanted to
might
make
have.
sure. Okay, but I just wanted to make sure it's on the record.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item 1 indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Item 1 passes unanimously. Now for item 2. Is there anything that you need to read? Item 2 as amended. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item 2 passes unanimously. The schedule order of business for this public hearing of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objection, I now adjourn the meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
just because it's just as important.
Sorry, before I adjourn, don't adjourn yet.
It's just a moment of personal privilege, ma'am. I want to thank Oleg and his staff who are all here behind me. Becky, Deanna, Blanca, Ella, Jose, hope I'm not forgetting anybody, Tina, Mary Ann, for all the hard work they do. They put in an awful lot of long hours to get this done, and I really appreciate them very, very much.
Thank you, thank you. Please don't take my haste in ending the meeting to say that I'm not thankful, because we are thankful as a board, and we want to extend at least what Ms. Marte said, and all to the departments that also assisted with this process. We appreciate you and thank you. Seeing no objection, I now adjourn the meeting. Good evening. This school board meeting is now reconvened. At this time, we will hear public speakers. The first public speaker, I'm not going to read all of the stuff I normally read for public speakers. You get 3 minutes. That's the drill. Sandra Nunez is the first public speaker.
Good evening. Mr. Marley would like to yield his time to me.
He needs to come up to the microphone and state that for me, please.
I'd like to yield my 3 minutes to Mrs. Nunez.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening. For the record, Sandra Nunez, teacher at Hollywood Central Elementary. In the year 2013, the legislature of the state of Florida launched HB 149, also known as the Safe Work Environment Act, and SB 308 titled Abusive Workplace Environment Act. The legislature finds that the social and economic well-being of the state is depending upon a healthy and productive employees. Between 37% and 59% of employees directly experience health-endangering workplace bullying, abuse, and harassment, and this mistreatment is approximately 4 times more prevalent than sexual harassment alone. Workplace bullying and harassment can inflict serious harm upon targeted employees, including feelings of shame, humiliation, severe anxiety, depression, suicidal tendencies, impaired immune system, hypertension, increased risk of cardiovascular disease, and symptoms consistent with post-traumatic disorder. Now that I have given you some background about the statutes and the law, let me tell you what the majority of Broward school teachers have been experiencing from the lovely administrators, also known as the bullies, who think they are above the law. Bullying is generally defined as an unwelcome behavior that occurs over a period of time that is meant to harm someone who feels powerless to respond. Administrators who use bullying and harassment strategies cause intentional stress, drives the victims into illness, depression, and early retirement. These bullies have a personal agenda. Their agenda is very simple, is to destroy, attack, and force their victims to leave their jobs. Bullies often exploit positions of seniority over the colleagues. They are intimidating, that's called rankism. They use criticism to cause shame and cause embarrassment. They make unreasonable demands on workload, which eventually will set the victims of bullying for failure. They use sarcasm, face-to-face confrontation, memos, serving bullying, jokes on the victim, undermining them of overruling decisions and views. According to Dr. Matt Spencer of the Workplace Bullying in Schools Project, the bully steals the dignity, self-esteem, confidence, joy, happiness, and the quality of life of the targeted victim. And when the target is an educator, it is a great injustice because the bully deprives students of a caring adult who is crucial to the education. Here's some of the bullying examples that teachers here at Broward schools experience: memos, letters of written reprimands, verbal reprimands, frequent intimidating calls to reports to the office to leave closed doors meeting, grade placement shift, classroom shift once a year or even 2 times per year, excessive redundant paperwork, extreme mandates with very impossible deadlines to meet, classes full of behavior out of control students, lack of support, classroom placement in dirty, filthy, unhealthy classrooms full of mold, or portable classrooms. Constant threats, bullying from co-workers, bystanders who look the other way knowing the victim is being bullied, markdowns or low scores evaluation that can slowly lead to disciplinary actions, fabrication of cases that would lead to the sanctioning of the victim's professional teaching certification. This district has an epidemic of bullying and harassment that needs to be looked by authorities, lawyers, and lawmakers. This district has systems in place such as EEO, Employee Relations Office, cadres, principals, an accountability system, groups or powwows that violates the rights of the victims and protects these criminals. Bullying and harassment is illegal and it must end now. Last but not least, I have a clear message to the bullies. If you think you are going to get away with fabricating a case against me, I have a clear message to you. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. And it is embarrassing that this district has a huge problem of bullying and harassment. And I just saw today that you guys table something that a principal supposedly allegedly committed against a student, hitting a student with a walkie, but then you want to just, let's pass through something that a teacher committed. It shows me how unclear and how just discombobulated this system is. You guys play favoritism with these administrators. It is bullying, it is harassment, and it must end. And if you think that I'm going to go away and I'm going to not just stop whistleblowing about it, you're seriously mistaken. I will be here every single school board meeting to talk about these bullies. It is criminal, shameful.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ronnie Flournoy. Ronnie Flournoy. Michael Serbola.
Hello, Board. Michael Cerbola, 555 Southwest 20th Avenue, Deerfield Beach. I'm a big fan of Mr. Runcie. And
Excuse me, Ms. Brazil is on the list. Please come to the mic and state your name and that you'll be yielding your time to Mr. Cerbola.
Christina Brazil, and I'd like to yield my time to Michael Cerbola.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you. I'm trying not to sound like I'm challenging, and I'm not looking for a reaction. I'm, odd as it sounds, I'm a big fan of Mr. Runcie's in many ways. I'm also been a critic oftentimes, and I know that's confusing. Mr. Runcie went to the Broward Academy, and they have many different perspectives there. In fact, I watched a great, it was a debate between conservatives and libertarians, but they were both on the far right. It was a fascinating discussion. And it's not as much that he's following any edict or that he's part of any master plan, but they do look to us for a lot of the direction, and we're the poster boys to a large degree for a lot of what goes on in the ivory towers. And one of those things that goes on in those ivory towers is they view education as a monopoly that has to be broken. And this goes on both sides. Both Democrat and Republicans have issues with how education works. Is it working? And a lot of the attitude is that when a flower doesn't bloom, instead of, they remove the flower instead of fixing the environment in which it grows, not the flower. And so a lot of people on both Democrat and Republican activists want to see change, and we're looked at as the source of maybe that change, where we can bring the benefits of competition and free market enterprise into a public school system, and we can get the benefits without the negatives and still have equity. Okay, I get all this. I was a big fan of this myself, okay, so I totally get it. However, I also did a lot of research on complexity theory and how evolution works, and I did a lot of programming with artificial agents. It's a bit of a complex subject, but here's the bottom line. In the days of Google, we can all access the information that shows very clearly evolution does not lead to optimums. If you have a fish that's in a cave, it will lose its eyesight eventually. It doesn't maintain that for no reason. And what happens is we have implemented incorrectly a philosophy that's a political philosophy that we don't recognize as a political philosophy. We think it's common sense. I talked to the people who are in charge of the Brookings Institute, the director of educational freedom at the Cato Institute, and he literally looked at me and it's going in one ear and out the other because we're not processing the information correctly. We're actually damaged in a way in how we're looking at the information. They actually think that it's not a political statement. They think it's science when they say things like, we need to increase competition, and laissez-faire markets and free market competition will lead to the outcomes that they're looking for, and that's the exact opposite of what the science indicates. So we need to bring science into this, and it sounds like I'm being a complete nerd, and it has nothing to do with things. It has everything to do, for example, to what happened with MSD. There wasn't record keeping. Now, everyone hears this and there's a reaction because we're so trained to go for punishment. This isn't about punishment. This is about changing who we are, okay? The kids aren't broken. We're the ones who have the issues. At the very beginning, umpteen years ago, when I talked to you guys, I was talking about flipping a coin and having each of you talk about what happened to you in your childhoods. That was before I even had the word ACEs in my mind, okay? They just instituted a young woman who's the first Surgeon General in California, specifically because of her background with ACEs. ACEs is adverse childhood experiences. Okay, we're at a point where we have a revolution that we can bring here. There was and change, real change. And change to what is a relevant question. Let me tell you what the change we're going to be bringing to. There was a young girl in the 4th grade at a school here at a middle school, and she wasn't bringing her favorite shoes, which are little light-up shoes, into school anymore. She was leaving them in her closet. And her mom was, well, why are you doing that? The reason was because about once a week, she was being brought into the bathroom, and the lights were being turned out for a drill, whether it's a fire drill or a drill for a shooting. And this 4th grader didn't want to bring her lighty shoes with the little lights on them to school because her shoes would light up in the dark in the bathroom in that middle school. We're going to fix that. You're going to fix that. You've already started. You know, there's hundreds of schools that have faced these shootings issues. They've all been faced with, literally, like in our school, because of this, our district, because of the size, there's thousands of fake guns that move in and out of the schools every day. You guys are the first to ever look at addressing that. To my knowledge, I think you're looking to addressing it now. That's a step towards sanity. We don't even know that it's insane. We think it's a matter of opinion, some of these things. It's actually us that needs to change, because when you're in a reactive mode, which we are as a society, we've been attacked by a foreign agency actually that took advantage of these things. We need to look at how we think organizationally, for example. When you're in a reactive mindset and not in a growth abundance mindset, you're more black-white thinking. You're more slavish to authority. There's a bunch of ways our thinking here in this room is affected as a result of our upbringing and as a result of our being here in this community and as a result of our being part of this Broward school organization. Once we have awareness of that, we will be able to be the change our children are demanding of us, have demanded of us, and that no other school district has yet been able to deliver. You're going to show that, actually, when you remove all these fake guns and gun bags from our schools. Why didn't the other schools think to do that? How insane is it that we're actually bringing fake guns, even especially when you've got bus drivers and school teachers who, if they see a gun go around the corner,
Thank you, Mr. Serbola.
they're supposed to
Thank
press
you
an
so
emergency
much.
button. You're going to do that.
The next speaker is Donna Lechtenberger. Donna Lechtenberger. Allison Hankerson Harris. Allison Hankerson Harris. Delvin King. Delvin King. Dr. Trudy Germanovich. Dr. Trudy Germanovich. Okay, that is the extent of our public speakers list for today's meeting. And now we will go back to the agenda. I was told by Ms. Myrick that LL3 is ready to be brought back. May I have a motion in a second? Moved by Ms. Good. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on item LL3.
Madam Chair, Bill Laystrom again, 1177 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, on behalf of Lennar Homes. Before you, you have an amendment that we did discuss with the staff where we put a deadline of 3 years to allow for the litigation should we be successful in all of our approvals at the City of Plantation. We were uncomfortable with going any lower than that, and I know that the staff was reluctant to go very far above that, so I look at it as sullen but not mutinous between the two parties. It would waive any claims for attorney's fees or whatever types of costs that we would have had, and you would be able to terminate the contract at the end of that 3-year period. We would ask for your consideration for the 3 years if we need to do something else. Since I only get to speak at this moment, we would ask that you at least allow us sufficient time for our next extension, which is due in the next week and a half, so that we could get to your next meeting, because I would have to take that back to our board for any change to the proposed amendment. And with that, I'll answer any questions board members may have.
It's actually not the way that it works, so any additional comments that you have, you certainly have additional time to make them.
I'm learning, but I'm done.
Thank you. Any additional public input on the item? Okay. Staff, do you have anything that you want to tell us before I entertain comments from my colleagues?
Chris Akabusu, I'm going to defer to Mrs. Myrick. Like the applicant said, we basically worked to come up with something that may be a compromise. Again, is going to be at the ultimate direction of the board. There's just some technical corrections we may have to make, and I defer to Mrs. Myrick.
Through the chair, I think that the issue, Mr. Cooney was here earlier. I think the 3 years was put out there because, as we all know, litigation does not go quickly. And so in order, if litigation is necessary, if there is a third party that ends up suing, it will take, probably several years to do that. The technical But in there, as you see, it does require the purchaser to provide written progress reports on any kind of a challenge or appeal every 6 months. And that would give us the ability to manage and monitor their active pursuit. They have committed to actively pursuing any kind of litigation that comes through. The technical change that Mr. Akabusa talked about was when Mr. Cooney typed this up. There are 3 times on the front page here that the word buyer is used, and it should be purchaser. So if we, whatever we adopt, we would, and if it isn't here, it is, and that was actually in the original, and one buyer was in the original. So as you can see at the top, Linear Homes is termed the purchaser, so we don't get confused. There's the word buyer in the first line of paragraph 2, in the third line of paragraph 3, and in the second to last line of paragraph 3. So we would want to change those to purchaser if in fact you choose to accept this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So Ms. Myrick, just for clarification, on number 2, it says in the event that any approval initiated or pursued by the buyer or purchaser in this case under the agreement is challenged or appealed by a third party. At this moment, is there a challenge or an appeal by a third party that you're aware of?
I am not. I think that has been threatened by the homeowners that are around there, and I'm probably not as up to date as I should be, but my guess is that that would come once the city of Plantation has, if they do change their zoning, they wouldn't, the landowners around there, the homeowners, would have nothing to challenge at this point if the zoning's not changed.
Right.
And so if the zoning changes, it would be my guess that that is when they would file litigation.
So the 3-year period would expire in the event that there was a challenge or an appeal and it was resolved before the 3 years?
Yes.
And, okay, so I'm just going to let my colleagues know I'm not supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm trying to understand, so can the seller elect to terminate prior to 3 years?
No.
Okay, then I'm not supporting it either. Thank you.
Any additional comment from my colleagues? I just have a question. So we couldn't move from the 3 years, right? That's...
No, I mean, that would be up to you. I'm not sure whether, you know, Lennar Homes would accept it, but you certainly could change that.
Ms. Korn?
I'm sorry, but Ms. Myrick, that's the intention, but I have to say that in number 2, one of the ors is until purchaser elects or is deemed to have elected to terminate the agreement, or seller elects to terminate in accordance with paragraph 3.
Right.
So that means, to me, as I read this, they basically, with that or, until purchaser elects or is deemed to have elected to terminate the agreement, that's a blanket or. I don't see that as a and or
The purchaser elects, or the seller elects according to this paragraph 3.
No, but that's only if the seller elects to terminate. So I'm talking about the sentence before, which is referring to the purchaser.
Until the purchaser
Elects or is deemed to have elected to terminate the agreement, or seller elects to terminate in accordance with.
Right. Right.
So the purchaser would have the right to terminate, not.
The purchaser would have the right. I thought you said seller.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Did you say seller or us?
Ms. Good?
Ms. Korn, I may have said purchaser, I meant seller. The purchaser has the right to terminate at any time, but we don't.
Any additional comment from my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
So if we just don't approve this, then the sale's done? I mean, do we want to try to go back and work something out? To me, I mean, we did it in the 9th hour now. We're clearly, some board members want some very specific language. The representative has to go back to their board. Do we want to give it another meeting? Because we're going to run into this every time we try to sell it. So why don't we work on putting the safeguards in that we want to see, and work on getting the timeline and presenting what we want, and then let them either accept it or reject it. So for me, I would rather let them go back and try to hash it out one more time.
And we certainly can do that. I think the issue that was brought up earlier is that there's coming a due date, and so we would have to continue that due date. So I don't know if if Chris, you could tell us what the due date is. I thought it was September 13th. What is requirement on that?
Through the chair, the due date right now, they've extended the inspection period to September 13th. Mrs. Myrick, there's a language in the current contract on paragraph, let's see here, is paragraph 20, and if I can read into the record, it says the seller has delegated authority to the superintendent of schools or his or her designee to take any action necessary to implement and administer this agreement, including but not limited to granting requested extensions for the inspection and entitlement approval periods in the superintendent's sole discretion. So if the inspection period currently is ending on September 13th, if, again, Mrs. Myrick, this language enables the superintendent to extend the inspection, then they will have to pay us a $15,000 extension fee. So that will give us additional time. If not, then Lennar will automatically move. They have to make a decision after September 13th to either move into the governmental entitlement period, or decide to terminate the agreement. So that's
So the superintendent has the authority to grant the extension. It does not have to come back to the board according to the contract.
Yeah, based on the current language, so Lennar can decide if they want to extend the inspection to give additional time to potentially work out something, or they can choose prior to 11:59 p.m. on the 13th to terminate and not go over to the governmental approval.
So I feel
To
kind
the
of,
chair, is there a cap on the amount of extension you can give?
With your sole discretion, so it depends on, if you, based on the current contract, we can say, I'm not going to give an additional extension. It's up to, at this point.
I mean, I think that should be the board's decision on that, so that's.
Heather?
Ms. Bartleman, you have the floor.
Yeah, I would feel comfortable giving you guys to the next board meeting an opportunity to see if you can hammer it out. Because we are going to be in this, I understand the market conditions, I understand how could be placed in a negative position, but I think that Chris and everyone could sit down and figure out language to put us in a better position. And then if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, it's canceled. But we're in this far, and every time, someone is not going to purchase this land from us unless there is the zoning change. So I just think 2 weeks wouldn't be a terrible thing to see if they could work it out. And then if they can, and it isn't to the satisfaction of the board, the language, then it's over. But I don't want to just throw it all away.
Mr. Moak, when is the next meeting on the 17th?
Yes, unless we have a special meeting. We set a special meeting before the workshop next week.
But he could grant the extension to the 17th. It's within his purview, Mr. Runcie's purview.
Well, what I was thinking is if it's only 4 days from the 13th, that you all pass a motion to grant the extension to the 17th or 18th and waive any fee until that point. So we're only talking about 4 or 5 days. And then therefore, that gives us the 2 weeks to work it out. I would prefer to do that than to today's already Wednesday, and to get on the board for a special board meeting next Tuesday, it still would have to get out by Friday, which would, I think, is pushing it. So if you do anything, that would be my recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Are your comments concluded?
Yeah, does there have to be a motion to that, or?
Well, I have two board members that are waiting to
sorry.
make additional comments. Ms. Korn and then Ms. Good.
Thank you. So when I saw this, my response was I would be comfortable doing this for 1 year. And again, it's 1 year with no cost to the purchaser. So they would have the opportunity to do it for 1 year with no cost. But that, I'm very put off by the fact that that wasn't good enough for the purchaser. So in other words, we're just going to take the position as the purchaser to put the district in the position to have to take this, because we know they're going to have to go, whoever the purchaser is going to have to go through certain motions. So we're going to sit in the position, as Ms. Bartleman is sharing, we're going to have to have a rezoning at some point. I don't have a problem with that. I think that it is the district being, again, a good partner in this conversation and negotiation by saying, if we did it for a year, no cost to you. I don't understand where the risk is in them having to come back 1 full year from now to be able to do this. But for whatever reason, they need to push back and it be 3 years. I understand that litigation takes a long time. Commercial real estate is what I've done for the last 28 years. But what I'm very troubled with is the fact that they're positioning themselves to say 3 years. I saw 3 years and I went back and I said, I think 1 year is reasonable. A full year from now at no cost to you. Literally, we are just giving you something. You came to us and asked for something with a need. We're accommodating that need. We're giving you a full year, and all you have to do is come back to us. And that wasn't good enough. That's a problem for me when we got the ask and we're actually accommodating.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms.
So-
Good?
So, oops, I'm losing the mic. I think it works. So, Ms. Myrick, when I read this again, under paragraph 2, it said the agreement will be extended automatically and told for 3 years or until such challenge or appeal is fully or finally adjudicated. So if the appeal is fully adjudicated after 3 years, it's still in effect? I mean, that or there, where it says 4 years or until such challenge or appeal is fully adjudicated. What if it's longer than 3 years? That's question number 1. And under 3, it says, if we were thinking of 3 years as absolute, under 3, it says, after the 3 years, and provided that the matter has not been fully and finally adjudicated, the seller may elect to terminate upon 45 written days. Well, if the 3-year ends, what are we writing about?
Well, again, I think this was, yes, I think that you are interpreting the paragraph 2 correctly. I think paragraph 3 is the added paragraph which allows us to terminate at the end of 3 years, one way or the other, without any cost.
Right, I'm just saying we put in 45 days written notice of something when the 3 years already expired, so I don't know why we have to have 45 days there. It would have to be 45 days. The word after there is what's problematic. It says after the 3 years, and the matter is not fully adjudicated, we would have to provide 45 days written notice. Well,
I think the issue is just that is simply that, we might give them 6 more months. I don't know where we
Okay.
would be in 3 months, but we would just give them notice, so.
well, I totally agree with Ms. Korn. I think 1 year is sufficient, and if additional time is warranted and necessary, then it can come back before the board. And so I would ask that it be negotiated in good faith in that way, with the understanding that it comes before us again. I think it's totally reasonable, and that's it.
Ms. Bartleman?
So then my motion would be, because it's weird, because we're like negotiating from the dais, which happens, and he has to go back to his board. So for me, I would suggest we grant the extension to the board meeting with the caveat that we're going to stay hard on the 1 year and let them bring it back to us signed at the board meeting, or, it's done, if that's how we feel. But I don't know how else to make that happen, because I don't know if he has the authority to even do that in his position right now without talking to the Lennar board. So we don't even know if they would, now that we've said this is our hard line, we don't even know if they're going to agree to it. So how do we not give them time to even see? So that's what I'm trying to accomplish. I'm agreeing with you. I don't mind what the cutoff is. I just want to find a way to get the language that you feel is important in there. And by voting this down tonight, that would exclude any possibility of that. So we have to try to find a way to make this extend a little bit. So
So again, it would be my suggestion, if we want to give them the opportunity to negotiate, is that we extend it to the 18th, from the 13th to the 18th, without any fees till the 18th.
Okay.
And if they want to extend it beyond that, they would have to pay what's in the contract for the fees to extend it beyond that, if Mr. Runcie would agree to do that.
Okay, and you have direction from the board
Right.
members that feel very strongly 1 year. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion.
Before you do that, Ms. Good has a comment, just before you make a motion.
Okay.
Ms. Good?
I guess I'm trying to voice my concern over what was presented to us under LL3. And I was voicing my concern on the attempt to address the concerns raised about LL3. I'm certainly not in a position to negotiate this agreement. I leave that to you all, and I just wanted to state that for the record. In my opinion, the way it was presented under an item is not acceptable to me as one board member. Thank you.
Should I make the motion? I'm going to make the motion. Can you repeat the motion?
I would assume that I think you're amending the deferring the, thank you, deferring the amendment till the meeting on the 16th, and extending. 17th, extending the current contract until the 18th, without any fees associated with that extension, to give time to for the school board and for our office and Chris and Lanier Homes to
And you have
to
clear
renegotiate
direction
it.
what language the board member is seeking. Okay, thank you.
Is there a second for the motion? It has been moved by Ms. Bartleman and seconded by Ms. Levinson. Audience input on the amendment? Seeing none. Additional comment from my colleagues? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
So that's deferral to the 17th with the other information as indicated by Ms. Myrick. Now, that's all we have to do for that item?
Yes, because, well, you can, it's an amendment, but yes, that's all you have to do.
It's deferred.
Yes.
Thank you. May I have a motion, a second on item K1, please? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on K1? Yes. Ms. Levinson?
It's 9:30 right now. I'm going to make a serious request that we don't have a repeat of conversations that we've had for hours today. Everyone has heard them, so I'm going to request that if anyone has anything new to add, that they please add it so we can respect staff's time that's been here and we can get to the end of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going to make a similar comment with regard to the items. We have several budget items that are going to be discussed, and we need to make sure that our comments are, number one, relative to the item that is before us, and number two, not repetitive. So the first person to speak on K1 will be Ms. Levinson.
I don't even know if I have anything else that hasn't been covered, so let me just look real quickly. The comment I wanted to make was that, let me pull it out. First, wanted to make the positive comment that did retain our fund balance and actually increased 2.1 unallocated to that balance while giving all the raises that were discussed earlier. Let me see if there was anything else on here. Yes, I did have. Okay, on page 3 of 9, district instructional services. Why such a large decrease there? You have the item here. You did associate a number with it.
Yes, through the chair.
Yes.
That's the, mostly the recognition of salary lapse. I think I explained earlier that the salary lapse built into the budget is about 45 million.
Oh, that's right, and you
And
were
I put
putting
it
it
all
into
in
the
one
right
bucket because I
places.
don't know where it's going to be realized, and then I spread it out at the end of the
Yes.
year. Next year, I'm going to make an attempt to allocate it, so we don't have these
Yes.
large variances at year
I
end.
forgot you said that earlier, thank you. Okay, and then instructional related technology. And that was also for the same, but that had technology. So I was confused that the comment was about salary, fringe, and benefits, when it's instruction-related technology.
It's the staff that supports it as well, not just software
Okay.
and things like that.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, and thank you for the positive end.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So in page 5 of 9, this is I'm going straight to the explanations, which I just love these explanations. By the way, the adjustment, is there a further adjustment? I know this is our June 2019, but I thought you had made a comment earlier that you were still getting some additional revenue potentially. Is this the
They were
closeout?
all accrued in.
It all
We
agreed
knew
into
the
this.
amounts we were going to get, so they're accrued in. This is
Okay.
final.
This is final, perfect. The,
I'm sorry, but the
On
point I was
E-
trying to make is how late in the year we're still
We're
getting
still getting the
inputs
re-
into what our actual
Okay.
versus projected budget will be.
got it. On page 7 of 9, for the instructional staff training, and I know that this correlates, or I believe it correlates with page 9 of 9 under the number 15, community services, but help me understand the funding realignment for community foundation.
So the funding was bucketed into line 15, and then part of the funding, part of the match was 20 facilitated is the wrong word, support positions out at schools. So it was, that are doing training, so it was a switch between what the match was for. I can get you more detail on that, but
Okay.
it was just, there's
It
a
just
match
seemed like-
requirement to that
Right.
foundation grant, and this is how we treated the match.
So I guess in looking at the numbers, there was 3.3 million there, but the increase in community services was 7.1.
Because
So it
we
just
netted
seemed
a
like
whole
there was
bunch of
still-
stuff together that we can get you a follow-up to outline all of it. We just gave net numbers. We didn't give all the detail
No,
embedded
that's
in
fine.
it.
I guess I was trying to figure out, was there really a net gain? Obviously, that was a shift.
So part of the increase in community services was the growth in aftercare.
Right.
So that was all in
And
there
that was
too.
on another line item. Okay, that's fine. In number 7 on that same page, it's the only one where they don't align, the negative 1.93, and then the positive 9.69. Do you see number 7,
I
general
do.
administration?
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to follow that, and I couldn't figure it out. Sorry.
I'm gonna have to get back to you. One of them is wrong.
Oh, okay.
Has to be.
Well, yes, and, well, that's, I guess, what I thought.
And I changed the
So
item so
first
many
line
times
is
as we were
correct.
doing it. I think
Right.
it's just, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So, and, all right, and so you already addressed number 15. That was it for me.
The correct number is 1.9 decrease.
Got it. So that would have just been the same in both columns. Thank you.
Was that the extent of your
Yes,
questions?
thank you.
I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, when was this board agenda item prepared? The date that it went through the process where it goes through your group and all of your senior management, your budget review? When are budget items submitted?
These items weren't submitted for agenda prep. We were still working on year-end close, so they were all submitted as holders.
They're all submitted as holders. Okay, that's good to know. The next question is, can you explain to me the district was unable to charge grant full indirect cost rate, please?
Yes. Because of the amount of money we spent on the grant for direct students, so let me back up a little bit. Federal grants allow the district to charge indirect costs to the grants at the discretion of the district. When we build the budget with the intent to charge the full amount of indirect costs allowed by the grant. In this case, the expenditures for direct services for students was higher than the budget. So we did not charge the full allotted amount of indirect costs.
So direct cost, the indirect cost rate, actually, you submit that to the state, and the state, when they approve the grant, gives you the allowable amount of your indirect cost rate.
Gives you the allowable maximum amount.
They give you the amount.
Not the minimum.
They give you the amount.
They give you the
They give
allowed
you the-
maximum. I have a signed copy from the state.
Good, okay.
With the amount we're allowed to charge as the direct, the
I'm just gonna
maximum
get on
indirect
record with
cost
this
rate.
one. Okay, so the state has never changed. I mean, from my conversations, you're given your rate, and they've never changed it midstream. You know what you're getting.
The state approves a maximum allowable rate. It doesn't say you can't charge less than that.
But it doesn't allow you to charge more.
Correct.
And it
Right.
it also never changes mid-year as to what the allowable rate is, because you're given that rate at the beginning. So you knew what money you were gonna get there, and it just should have been anticipated. I just have trouble with that explanation on this document. So I have a real problem with the way that that's phrased, and after researching it and calling, I'm not comfortable with the way that is. I am comfortable with the statement, revenue decrease in general fund in order to offset deficits in 2019 IDA grant. So I am very comfortable with that statement. The other thing I wanted to say, and what has gotten lost in the translation of all of this, is that the providers who take care of our neediest children were put in a predicament for many months because of our failure to pay invoices. And this isn't, I'm just saying, we always should be good partners. And so we should always, in all cases from this point forward, pay on time. Thank you. That was a new statement. I didn't
Thank
make
you,
that one
Ms. Garvin.
before. Thank you.
So I had, some of my questions have already been asked by my colleagues. One of them was on page 8, number 9, for HVAC replacements. Is this for HVAC replacements that are not included in SMART?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. And page 7, 1 and 4 has already been answered. And, okay, one page 5. For D for page 5, D, for course fees. So it says adjustment to revenue collected from testing fees and preschool program fees. What testing fees and how were preschool program fees impacted was my question.
So the preschool program fees are the VPK enrichment program. That's the extended program that parents pay part of. So we estimate at the beginning of the year how much participation we're gonna get, and when it comes in lower than that, we adjust at the year end to actual revenue received. And the testing fees, Ms. Brinkworth, give me 1 second. So that actually, the course fees went up actually 2,000. So the decrease for what we collected for the VPK enrichment program was actually 804,000.
Okay.
They net together to that.
Okay, thank you. And then also on that page, the question's already been asked for letter E. And that was let me just double check. So for page 7, number 8, school administration, I guess if you could provide a breakdown of so some of it is administration, and then some of it says, as well as funds added to various schools for school scheduling, funding, and year-end distribution of originally budgeted salary lapse into correct functions. So this part where it says, as well as funds added to various schools for school scheduling funding, do we know about how much of that is for that particular thing?
I can get you the breakdown of that number.
Okay.
The biggest part of the number is boost merit payments that we don't know until after the results of the year-end close happen.
Sure.
And terminal payouts. That's the preponderance of the money, but I can get you the
Okay.
detail.
All right, thank you. And that was the extent of my questions on K1. Anyone else with questions on K1? Yes, Ms. Korn?
Sorry. My colleague made a statement. I need us to address the statement. The statement was that we put our neediest children at risk. Mr. Runcie, I'm sorry. Mr. Runcie, can you please address that? We can't just let that kind of a comment in the public.
It's to the contrary. Whatever our neediest, and I think this conversation came up before, whatever our students need, we have to provide it to them by law. And if that means sometimes we end up spending more than what we may have in the budget, that may happen. But it hasn't been the case that I found that we somehow are putting our neediest kids at risk. I think we prioritize our neediest kids within the budget. I mean, we spend a substantial amount in this district to make sure that we can provide the needs to them. You know,
So, Ms. Bartleman, before you make a comment, I'm just going to say, as the chair of the board, what I heard you say was the providers of our neediest students. And so if we had invoices that we should have paid in a different time frame than we paid them, that is a possibility.
Right, so there are basically
That was
two,
my
again,
comment.
there's two issues here. One was about the timing of payments to providers. So when I heard about this issue, again, I spoke immediately to Ms. Marte. As you hear, that issue's been addressed. We've continued to communicate out to departments to make sure that that type of issue doesn't exist in this area, nor does it exist anywhere else. The other issue that has come up, and these are two separate pieces, that there's an $800,000 expenditure that we've had in order to go service the students. That may be the case. When we true things up towards the end of the year and we find out that the services that we need to deliver to the students based on their needs, I haven't found anything unusual in that. I've made the inquiries to staff when I was approached with this concern, and I've relayed back to Ms. Bartleman what I found out from staff. I mean, I am truly perplexed at what the issue is here, because I really don't understand it. I'm not trying to be obstructionist or not respond to you. When you called me, I inquired on staff immediately, and I got back to you. I truly don't understand what the issue is here. There were vendors, it sounds like, that weren't paid, as timely as they wanted to. We addressed that issue. Then there's this other question about the fact that we paid more to deliver services to our kids. I don't see how that, I'm still challenged to try to figure out what.
Ms. Bartleman, excuse me, Ms. Levinson.
No.
Yes.
I'm not going to sit through it again for the 10th time today.
And I'm asking you not to be out of order right now. And Ms. Bartleman, I'm going to say to you, if it's not something new,
No, I just
then we
wanted-
can't have
I
additional
wanted-
comment.
I wanted to, because I feel bad because Ms. Korn didn't hear me talk about the providers, and I wanted to clarify that. It wasn't the children that were at risk. It was the agencies that serviced them that were put in a hole because they didn't get the money. So the way you said it was not how I said it.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. I think I
Thank you.
clarified that, but I appreciate
did,
you
but I feel very
reiterating
strongly.
that was what you said. All in favor of item K1? I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, Dr. Osgood.
We spent a lot of time earlier saying that we overspent the grant. So if you overspend the grant, you're certainly gonna overspend your indirect costs. I mean, that's just how that works. It's no way you're gonna overspend the grant and then you have indirect costs that's associated with that they're gonna allow you to bill to the grant. Those things go hand in hand together. And when you're dealing with this kind of grant, and hearing Ms. Bottoman say that those vendors were not paid, if this is something that we're putting money up front and we're waiting on reimbursement, that's always a factor with grant. In my other office, I have a grant that my fiscal year starts in October. They give me my first check in January. And it took me 6 years of doing that grant until I was able to put a system in place, because we don't have a big cash flow because it's mostly social service. So we had to be very creative and raise a lot of money that we would have a cushion to float that grant for that time period so that we could pay the vendors. I think as we're talking through this as leaders, one of our responsibilities is to continue to be adaptive and work on solutions and problem solve together. And as long as we continue to problem solve, we'll continue to show good leadership and move forward. But if we're gonna just whine and complain and say what's wrong, I mean, we have a responsibility to do that too, but we gotta move at some point to a solution, and then we gotta be able to move forward and not just say all this crazy stuff like we don't care about kids and we're not trying to be good managers. I just think it's very unfair for any of us as board members to say that about the other ones, even if we have a different opinion or we mad at Mr. Runcie about how he didn't respond. Deal with Mr. Runcie, but don't sit here and act like and put us in a position that we didn't service kids or we don't care about kids. That is a problem for me, Ms. Brinkworth, and I think it's unfair and I think it's unprofessional. And I'm really trying to stay in order. I'm not gonna cry, but I am gonna get outraged if these comments keep coming forth, because it's throwing shade on us that's unfair, and it's not the characteristics of this board, and it's not what we stand for, and it needs to stop.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes, Ms. Corn.
Mr. Runcie, from an organizational perspective, when you discovered that there were vendors that were not being paid for services provided,
Yes.
what have we put in place so that in the future, if something like this were to occur, we wouldn't be sitting on invoices? And I don't know how long we sat on them, and I don't know for how many companies, but we should have something in place that this type of thing in the future, it can be identified early, and if there's something that needs to be taken care of at an administrative level, that occurs without it having to be something where there are vendors or agencies that we do business with that are at a disadvantage because we're not paying the bill.
So a couple of things. One, Mrs. Marte indicated we send very clear communication out to departments about how we handle invoice. Number two, I believe we actually tell the vendors now up front that where you're supposed to send those invoices, and you send them to accounts payable and not the department. So it's the onus is on the vendor now. So there's multiple ways we've addressed this. So I don't see it occurring. If it does, it's on the vendors. No different than, a charter school where we send a note to the board and we tell them what their requirements are. If they don't do it, that's their responsibility. So I think that's a significant change we put in place to address it. And by the way, again, when this issue was brought to my attention, I immediately contacted Ms. Marte, and she addressed the issue. We responded to it. We did not ignore it. Yes.
I'm going to give a breakout to the board of the invoices. There were only a few that were late. The issue was, so when I came in May, we asked the board for more money to pay occupational therapy, physical therapy, and certain categories within ESE. I didn't intentionally mislead the board when I said that item took care of things. I hadn't seen the invoices yet. I believed it did, because that's what the projections that staff gave me from the ESE office, that we needed those dollars to cover those categories. There was no intent on my part to mislead anybody. When the invoices came after that item was published, and number one, that wasn't quite enough money, and number two, some of them were in different categories. That's the item you have in front of you now, asking for the rest of the money to cover the ESE. But once we were aware that the vendors needed to be paid. And again, I want to express strongly, there was one invoice from February. The rest of, there was a few from March. Some of them we paid were May and June. But there just wasn't enough budget money. So they weren't all late invoices that were shutting down agencies. Some of them were late, and I've already said that. But the majority of them were May and June invoices that we simply did not have sufficient budget in that category to pay, but we had it in other categories to realign, so we didn't drop fund balance or anything. At the end of the year, we true up, we had extra revenue somewhere, we had a little less money spent in another category, and paid those bills. So Mr. Runcie ordered me to pay those bills immediately, and my staff ran a special check run, called those vendors, and vendors were asked, do you want the checks ACH'd into your wire? Do you want us to drop a check off to your agency? Do you want to come pick it up?
Thank you. And not to have any further conversation about this, but what I would like in writing is I would like a follow-up as to when the directive went from you and Ms. Marte with regard to how the invoices should be sent and accounts payable protocols, because I think it's important for this board. We've talked about it in many different items today. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item K1? All in favor of item K1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Item K1 passes. May I have a motion and a second on item K2?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Horn, second by Ms. Levinson. Audience input on K2. I have Ms. Levinson and then Dr. Osgood.
And that second was Alada.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, first, I feel like I just want to make a comment to you, Ms. Marte. No one believes that you misled anyone in anything you've ever said to this board. Now I'm going to go to my K2 items. Public charter schools. The items on the back page 6 of 6. What are these for? $500,000, $182,000. What are these charter schools getting this money for?
I'll have to get a follow-up for you. Some of it is additional startup funds for new
I think
locations that they have.
are those the planning grants that they receive?
Some of them are, but
Yeah.
I'll have to get you the different, and we're simply the pass-through agency.
No, I know we're the pass-through agency,
but I-
but when I
So
see
some of them
dollar
are
amounts
allowed-
over
they're-
$700,000.
They receive a planning grant, they're allowed to plan for a year before they actually open.
But we haven't really seen items come in front of us for ones to open. Usually the planning grant comes along with that, correct?
I'll get you the detail on this, Ms. Levinson. My grant staff person went home for the evening,
Okay.
but these are grants that the charter schools are applying for, that we get notified by the state, they got awarded, and we're just the pass-through agency.
Yes, okay. And then Title II. Title II. The $1 million. I'd like to get an explanation on what training that was used for.
Okay.
So, from Dr. Wanza. And then I'd also like to get follow-up on Title IV, the 21st century, central services, and instructional staff training
Ms.
for
Levinson,
the
which
summer.
page you on?
I'm sorry, page 5 of 6, Title IV. The explanation for the 21st century grants and how we're spending those over the summer, the $1 million.
Okay.
I see the schools, on the back here that they're going to. And again, over 400,000 is to 2 charter schools. Do they apply separately for the grants and just a pass-through, or how does it work with that?
I'll have to check on Title IV where it's an entitlement. I'm not sure.
Okay, so if we could just get follow-up on the
Yes,
Title
ma'am.
II and the Title IV, please. Thank you.
Any additional comments from my colleagues on item K2? Seeing none, I think I took public input, but I'll try again. All those in favor of item K2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item K2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item K3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn. Second by Mrs. Aladuff. Audience input on K3. Very quickly, I submitted these questions earlier. I don't know if the questions and the responses went to my colleagues, but the only question I have now is with regard to, and this is probably not a question for budget, but my question was, what is the reason for fiscal year 18-19 renovations that have not started, and what is the current status? This is with regard to food service department. And so I have a question with regard to what is the path forward from here? And I guess it's gonna have to be in a follow-up because it's 10 o'clock at night. But I will tell you that we as a board had a lot of conversation about upgrading our cafeterias to food court style with some of these funds, and to hear that the projects, that for the renovations to be beneficial, the district must allocate funds per high school renovation project. The Florida Department of Agriculture plan submissions occur annually with the ability to incorporate projects based on the district's financial position. So I don't know if it's because the projects are going to cost more than the dollars that could be allocated by Food and Nutrition Services, but we had a lot of conversation about utilizing some of those funds, and we just need more status updates, I think, Mr. Runcie, with regard to that. Okay. Any additional comments from my colleagues on item K3? All in favor of item K3 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item K3 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item K4? Moved by Ms. Korn. Second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on K4. My questions on K4. What constitutes special revenue miscellaneous?
Madam Chair, community services in the amount of $652 include the National Principals Summit, $182,000, South Florida Lead Training, $106,000, Student Activity Jump, $83,000, the East Conference, $66,000, and other events. So funds for things like debate and the gifted symposium that are raised outside of general fund dollars go into this fund.
Okay, can you just send that list?
Sure.
Thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues on item K4? All in favor of item K4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item K4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion second on item K5? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on K5. Seeing none, I have Ms. Bartleman. No questions from Ms. Bartleman? On K5, what constitutes the purchase services increase of $134,000?
I can get you a breakdown, as some of it's Max Paper and different companies that some of the printing is contracted out to because of the type of printing and the equipment that they have that we don't.
Okay, so it's printing that could not have been done, because I know we laid some people off in that department, so my question with regard to purchase services, and that's probably not only a question for you, but for someone else, of the $134,000 in purchase services, could any of that been done
No.
in-house?
No.
The answer is no. Okay, thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Follow up. You laid off 3 people, but the decrease in the budget for the next year, does it reflect the more money you should have since you laid off 3 people?
I'll need to look at next year's budget. This is last year.
Okay. Oh, because this is the April.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm confusing my items.
But I will look at that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions from my colleagues on item K5? All in favor of item K5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item K5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item K7? Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. I have audience input, please, on K7. Mrs. Levinson?
I already commented about this in the budget hearing, just about the increase to the capital unallocated reserve of $21.2 million and complimenting that finance department on that.
Thank you. I had the question of what capital equipment expenditures made up the $2 million additional transfer to general fund, and were there unexpected purchases?
So they were not unexpected. They were routine purchases throughout the year. I can get you a list of what they are, but what we do at the end of the year is there are certain function codes that are capitalizable. We review those to transfer those expenditures to capital. And part of that's contemplated during the year as something that's going to happen, so they were expected.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. Just a quick question on Exhibit B for the motor vehicles. The budget was 9.1 with an increase of 1.4, but in the comments, it reflects the fact that the board
I'm sorry,
had
Ms.
approved.
Korn, what page?
Sorry, Exhibit B. This was under the Amendment 3 appropriations, line 650 motor vehicles. So it says that the board had approved the 10.5 million and it actually came in at 10.5, so why was that not the budgeted amount?
We'll follow up, but the initial budget was lower based on the number of vehicles at that time. So even though we had authority for that lease amount, we hadn't fully budgeted for it. But Omar will give you a complete follow-up.
Okay, but does that in any way impact this coming year budget that we just approved? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Any additional question from my colleagues on K7? All those in favor of K7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item K7 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item K8?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Mrs. Aladeff. Audience input on K8. So my question is on page 348. I don't know how to call these pages. Is that how you call the page? I don't know. It says on the bottom, ESE 348.
It says that on several.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to identify what page this is. Exhibit K9, FDOE, page 14.
So so now that we're in that section, at the top there are page numbers on the right-hand side.
So page 14.
Okay?
So my question is, at the in the bottom section where it says transfers in and transfers out, there are none. Is that correct?
This is internal fund.
Okay. All right. I have to tell you that when I was going through these pages and I was looking at them, I was having difficulty keeping track of which, I don't know if it's better to have tabs in here. I know this is for the state, but I was having difficulty. So I just wanted to make sure that nothing that I was looking at as transfers in and out needed to be included in here that wasn't included. All right. I apologize.
No problem necessary.
And any additional questions from my colleagues on K8? All those in favor of item K8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item K8 passes unanimously. Mr. Moquin?
I reflect that you've disposed of the entire agenda.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any items that they would like to bring to the attention of the superintendent at this time? This meeting is now adjourned.